We've got a little bit of cheering going on in the background. Okay. Hello and welcome to the high school Overwatch state finals. We will be your shoutcasters today. Myself, Autobionics from Blue Springs High School.
And myself, Xander from Fort Osage High School. And yeah, welcome everybody to the MOSEF Overwatch state finals.
We're going to be starting off game one, Tigris Dios versus Lindbergh.
Lindbergh Flyers, yeah.
Yep.
And so here we are in Stephen College, Columbia, Missouri, where we will be playing some 5v5 Overwatch 2. Each match will be a first to three in a best of five type format, where each team will compete with the other to win 3 maps first. And this will be a single elimination bracket, so once a team has lost, they will not be able to win.
Match one, we have Lindbergh versus Tigris Dios. The winner will go on to fight CBC. After that, match two will determine Hickman versus Blue Springs High School, and the winner of each match 2 and 3 will go on to the championships.
And then the teams that do lose there in match one will end up moving down to the lower bracket, where they have the opportunity to qualify to the third place match, where they will, of course, be competing for the bronze medal. And then every team here, of course, hoping to go all the way, winning the championships here at the MOSEF's Overwatch State Finals. Eshrak.
Tech, Random Bloke, Op Tempo, we'll just be calling him Slushy, and Feather Apple, who we probably will just be calling Apple as well.
And then on the Tigris Dios side of the rosters, we have Pigdini, Turtleman, Milkman Mason, Wisp, Vitamin C, and Ender Dragon.
We have a little bit of cheering for our first team here at Lindenberg.
And here we go, right into game one. Lindbergh on the blue, Tigris Dios on the red on the right.
It looks like Lindbergh is following a pattern of one of the, I'd say, main team comps that people have been going with Lucio and Kiriko. Healer pair I've seen a lot lately.
4, 3, 2.
You can see an Ana and a Lucio from Tigris Dios, which is not what I would have expected, honestly.
Alrighty, going in now. 20 seconds for the point to unlock. Both teams going way to the outside of the map, trying to get as much early poke damage in as they can. Zarya taking a bit of early poke, but it will be healed up. Both teams just trying to get any early shots in that they can. Backing away now, 5 seconds until the point is unlocked. Lindbergh now stepping up, have the possession of the middle. A quick pick, Eshrak able to take down the Zarya. Tigris Dios left with no tank. However, Reaper's going to be taken down, 4v4 now. Lindbergh still have their tank, going to be trying to push forward now. No one to frontline left for Tigris. On it, Lucio doing everything they can to keep the team alive. Lindbergh, however, pushing the point. They have first possession. Trying to keep everyone healed up. Know that they need to get their tank back if they want to take on a full 5v5. Trying to get as much poke in.
We need to catch up.
Luckily, Lindbergh and both Tigris Dios decided to go back to the point. I've seen a lot of competitive games where people have focused so much on fighting, they haven't pushed the point. Lindbergh seems to have their entire team just focusing on pushing the point almost to 1 tick mark.
Trying to get as much progress here early on as they can. Already nearing the first checkpoint. Every player staying in. However, Reaper dual random bloke falls down. Going to be a slight disadvantage now for Lindbergh ahead. The Winston taken down. Kiriko falls as well. Tigris Dios just absolutely taking down everyone. The entirety now, I believe everybody has fallen for Lindbergh, except for perhaps the Sojourn trying to get away now. As Tigris Dios have retaken possession of the point, and they'll begin getting the first progress for their own team of the match.
Let's get going.
That's a very strong turn of the tide for Tigris Dios. Surprisingly, Lindbergh is going for the upper hand, so they're trying to get an advantage from the top of the screen.
Trying to take some early points in now. Reaper going to teleport up and ulting, jumping back away. Is able to find the Kiriko. Lindbergh down a healer. Trying to do everything they can to get into a fight. Random blow, trying to get as much damage in, getting in close with those Hellfire shotguns. Eastrak able to take down the Lucio. Lucio comes in from Lindbergh. Lindbergh doing everything they can to get back the point. Still trying to get back to that first checkpoint. Able to take down 2. Tigris Dios all falling, losing both DPS and their tank. Robot now running back up to where it needs to be. They will be Lindbergh trying to get to this first checkpoint, but they have left the robot behind. Ana falls now. Nobody pushing the point. It just now gets picked back up. Are they going to be able to get this checkpoint before Tigers can get back? It looks like they will be able to just in time.
Luckily, what the teams have done have run by an actual group up sort of mind frame. I've seen a lot of teams that have managed to do amazing up until the end because they would not work as a group because their respawn times were different. They just wouldn't wait. And each team seems to be waiting, and it's working out well.
Lindbergh getting a lot of progress on this point. Both teams trying to stock up as many ults as they can. Lindbergh holding on to both DPS ults, but the Lucio does have for Tigris Dios. Trying to get back and trying to find a pick early on in this fight. Both teams now going in a bit on the top here in this building. Winston trying to get as much early damage in as possible.
Tigris Dios using the uphill advantage to try and keep them at bay.
Tigris Dios will end up getting to win the fight, taking down both Lindbergh DPSs, the Reaper ult, or DPS ults rather, holding on to the Sojourn and Reaper ult, so they will be able to try and refight once they've spawned. However, Tigris Dios win this fight for now. They're holding on to 3 ults, about to be 4 with the Sojourn ult.
Tigris Dios managed to really strongly take advantage of that choke point that they had there.
An early pick by Edgetrack, able to find Milkman Mason now. Lindbergh, or Tigris Dios, Lucio rather, comes out, trying to shut down everything. However, many ults are coming out in time. Random blow going to be just barely taken down. Lindbergh with 2, Tigris Dios with 3, trying to fight it back down. Ender Dragon able to take down more, but Winston's able to get it in time. Trying to use his bubble, finds the Reaper, and Lindbergh just barely come out on top. Winston trying to push the robot a bit further now.
Each team is very evenly matched from what just went down there. There were multiple ults on the playing field, and they managed to take out in a 1v1 bracket. The only thing that gave them the true advantage was that their Winston managed to stay alive and get kills.
Feather Apple able to win the 1v2 there at the very end, taking down both the Zarya and the Reaper, as both teams now fighting right past this first checkpoint. Lindbergh going to read past a Maywall coming off. Reaper's going to be completely caught out, trying to find the pick. However, Milkman Mason trying to find some picks back on a Lindbergh, does find the Kiriko. Going to be down a healer now. Sojourn on Eastrak, able to take one down. Winston trying to front line. Is going to get Lucio ulted just in time before using his own ult. Going to be trying to jump in now, blocked by his own Maywall. Zarya, however, caught off. Going to try and find the pick. Staying with it now, however, Tigris Dios doing a good job at regrouping. Everyone trying to stay on the point. Nobody wanting to get free progress. Trying to find a quick dive. Does find the Sojourn. Tigris Dios down another DPS. Every team here, both teams try to do everything they can. Kiriko goes down for Lindbergh, and it looks like Tigris Dios will take this fight out in the end, taking down both Kiriko and the May. Lindbergh going to be forced to back away now.
Lindbergh was focusing for contest time there, just trying to keep up the time and keep the other team at bay so that their team could push back in, but they didn't make it in time.
Did only end up committing 2 ults, so they will be short the Lucio and the Winston ult for now. However, May ult comes up, immediately gets used. Baptiste is taken down immediately as Tigris Dios back away from the May ult, but they will be backing away without their Baptiste, trying to force in the 4v5, or the 5v4 rather, for Lindbergh. However, the Lucio comes out, every single player dies. Turtle Man able to find 4 with the Death Blossom, and Tigris Dios will ace Lindbergh. Gonna get as much progress on this point now as they can. Amazing ult by Turtle Man, able to perfectly synchronize the Death Blossom and Graviton Surge.
He took a full team kill almost from that ult. That will definitely give them the advantage to at least hopefully push up one more checkpoint.
The only disadvantage of a team kill is the entire enemy team spawns together, and they will immediately be looking to fight. Ender Dragon taken down immediately. Pig Dini on the Baptiste falls right after. Lindbergh immediately getting back out and winning another fight with no ults on the board. Right after the last fight, they will be putting the robot at least past the midpoint, putting it back toward the Tigris Dios defensive end.
what I was talking about previously about respawn times, because it was a team kill, they could immediately push in as a full team, supported by a Kiriko ult, which boosts them in just about a perfect fashion.
Ooh, an early Milkman, Mason, Sojourner able to find the Kiriko and the Winston. Lindbergh down 2 so early into this fight. May going to be taken down now. Lindbergh trying to save as much face as they can, running away at full speed. Tigris Dios hunting them down, one man with the robot. Just trying to get as much as they can before Lindbergh can get their entire team back and grouped.
What Lindbergh did there was try to mitigate the damage with a Mei wall, which was almost immediately destroyed.
Lindbergh now already going back behind them, trying to get a flank going on. 2 players still pushing the point for Tigris Dios. Maywall comes up, random bloke able to take down the Baptiste disc. Winston jumping in, Bubble taken down now.
I'm interested to see when their Winston will use his ult, because it's looking right there just like a great time for it.
And they will come out. Tigris Dios using Lucio ult. Milkman Mason finding another 2 huge picks. Eshrak going down on his own Sojourner. Milkman Mason finds another, and Lindbergh have completely fallen. The Winston, last man alive, trying to get away, but will get taken down by the Sojourner. Milkman Mason, absolutely critical shots, allowing Tigris Dios to get their first checkpoint.
Feathered Apple was making an out, but the only issue was that when there's one enemy, your entire team can focus that enemy. So you don't really have the time to run. Lindbergh now trying to take the advantage of height.
Death Blossom coming out. Turtleman on the back flank, able to find Zoki, Slushy, and Tech. Finds Feather Apple, takes down 3. Graviton Surge comes out. Turtleman finds 5 kills. Tigris Dios, another team kill. Gonna try and get as far as they can, but once again, that is a team kill. Lindbergh will all be back at the same time. Trying to just get past Lindbergh here on the push.
At this point, I've honestly gotta stop and admire the Reaper ults. The timing and placement have been impeccable all around.
Lindbergh now getting back immediately, going to be taking the fight. However, Tigris Dios did take the lead, so even though Lindbergh do end up winning this fight, potentially flawlessly, depending on how Turtleman ends up here, Lindbergh, a flawless fight with no deaths, but they have to push the robot. They cannot hold it here, as currently Lindbergh behind by just a couple of meters, but that few meters will be enough for Tigris Dios to win in 20 seconds if they cannot get the robot far enough up.
The issue there was that Tigris Dios tried to use the Bapple to take the advantage, and Lindbergh knew immediately that they needed to push further past the Baptiste ult, and they executed it perfectly.
Getting back into another fight now, Tigris Dios going to be looking to make sure it hits overtime and get Lindbergh off the point, whatever it takes. Lucio ult coming out. Tigris Dios going in now. Eshrak takes down the Baptiste disc. No players down yet. However, random blow, both Reapers taking a fight in the back now. Tigris Dios going to be backing up Eshrak, able to take down Milkman Mason. No more critical shots will be coming out from him in this fight. However, Turtleman still alive, taking down 3. Death Blossom coming out, booped away. Lucio still with the point. However, Lucio on his own will not be enough until the entirety of Tigris Dios is going to be ending up. Winston now gets back to the point in time, has the ult, going to be very, very healthy for a bit, but on his own, unlikely to kill all 3. Gets back down to touch the point. Gonna end up 37 HP, has to touch, and that is the game for Tigris Dios, winning the first snap here against Lindbergh. Gonna be likely seeing an absolutely amazing play. Turtleman able to come out 2 massive team kills with these Reaper ults, finding here in the Graviton Surge, aiding them to ensure that they can get the point as far as they need to take the lead. Potentially the game-winning play right here as Turtleman takes down all 5 players.
There is absolutely no doubt that it would have been the Reaper ult that won them the game. And I'm honestly not surprised that it was the play of the game, as it was a full team kill, and that's hard to execute with most, I mean, even most characters' ults. Was that a when you know you're on camera moment I was seeing, or?
I believe he was looking right back at the camera here. Both teams now doing a bit of preparation before going into game 2. Talking about the strategies. Lindbergh trying to get back into this series, looking to make it 1-1.
Lindbergh definitely has the ability to win this. I mean, it was so close. I think it was the timing and execution that really won it for Tigris Dios.
Both teams very back and forth on a lot of these fights. Both teams taking large 4 to 5 man fights, winning at very different stages of the game. However, Tigris Dios with that last ult, Turtle Man able to put the game in, getting just past that extra few meters that they needed, taking game 1.
In terms of Lindbergh's tank, he truly was a tank in the sense of the word. He never went down. And that was an extremely strong play style that possibly could win them the next game.
Tigris Diaz potentially making some substitutions. See a few keyboards moving around, trying to ensure that they can get back, get up 2-0 in this series, trying to talk out their strategies, make their comps. Lindbergh trying to do the same, get back 1-1. Both teams, of course, nobody's going to want to lose a set, especially on such a grand stage. Doing everything they can to be ready for game 2.
I honestly cannot make any predictions for game 2. It was so close. I mean, there's honestly no way to tell. I see at least 2 substitutions for Tigris Dios.
We'll be seeing a couple of new players in. Interested to see who's going out, who's coming in, and what these new players can help bring to the roster to try and help them navigate around the Lindbergh Flyers here. Attempting to clean out this series. Winner of this series, once again, moves on to face CBC. Loser moving on to the consolation bracket. Well, they will compete to win potentially 3rd place if they can win 2 matches down there. Both teams, of course, wanting to move on to face CBC. Trying to do everything they can to get to the championship bracket, and that'll all come down to these next few games here for these teams. Potentially a substitution for Lindbergh as well, have one player walking up.
Lindbergh seems to be a very strong team, and I think if it comes down to placement and timing, that they can definitely beat Tigris Dios in the match coming up.
Yeah, both teams they're winning in that game there on the push map. Very large amount of flips on either side. Both teams winning large amounts of fights. Just one more fight going either way could be enough. Map 1 there, New Queen Street, taken by Tigris Dios. And we will be moving on map 2, Dorado on Escort.
Being as the last one was push, I know it throws off a lot of players. So Escort will be when you really see the definitive play styles, if you're playing pretty much to protect or to attack. Because there are more offensive and defensive teams, and I'm really looking forward to see which team shines in which. It could just be strong attack tactics versus strong attack tactics, but I'm really wanting to see who wins this next match.
And then a very quick clarification for the next map on Dorado for those who may be a bit less familiar with the game. Both teams will have an opportunity to attack and to defend, so the first half of the map will not necessarily be deterministic of the outcome of the match. So both teams could end up making it all the way and going into an overtime, or one team could outperform the other and end up winning just on the first 2 rounds. But both teams will have an opportunity for both attack and defense, so we will be able to see all these different compositions, both teams' attack and both teams' defense team compositions that they will be running on Dorado. Making sure every team has all their stuff set up before we get into this game too. Making sure both teams can play at the absolute best of their abilities.
We've also got to consider some of the changes that have been made to Overwatch, as a patch just came out yesterday. Mei has been reintroduced into the game. There have been Genji nerfs. I see a lot of Sojourn playing. She's still a very strong character as of late. I know that people are playing Mei, who has always been a sort of meta. She's been strong even when she's been being nerfed. Everybody's ready and waiting to take advantage of the fact that she has come back.
And yes, I believe it was Eshrak and Milkman Mason in the last game, both players on the Sojourn. Likely to see those come out again, but once again, here is the bracket. As you can see on the left middle, Tigris Dios 1-0 up on the Lindbergh Flyers. The winner of that match will move on to face CBC.
I feel that seeing as it is an attack map next round, we will see a lot of Sojourn and May, especially when it's an escort map. May can either block people from touching point or keep the team off long enough to get an advantage.
Especially on Dorado, a map with a very large amount of choke points all the way from the beginning at various points. Gates that they have to go through, arches that they have to navigate under. May could be very good at closing off those areas, whether you want to keep them in or out of those enclosed spaces, rather. A lot of places that a May wall can completely shut off.
Considering what Tigris Dios did well was timing and placement, I am very interested to see how they're going to do on Dorado.
And here we are, game 2 on Dorado. It looks like it will be Lindbergh starting on defense. Once again, blue team on the left, Tigris Dios starting on offense. Some new characters coming out. Tigris Dios replacing both DPS's, 2 snipers, running Hanzo and Widowmaker. Going to be looking for a lot of long-range shots, potentially. Just here at the start, Milkman Mason immediately taking down Eshrak. Several seconds into the game, haven't even hit the 3 minutes 50 mark. Eshrak already goes down, falls to Milkman Mason's Widowmaker, and they will have early aggression now. Diving up now, Winston trying to keep everybody alive. Turtleman already finds Slushy. Going to be trying to take them down. Tigris Dios trying to force on up onto this arch. Backing away now for Lindbergh. However, the point going to be going back and getting pushed as Tigris Dios try to come back up and stay forcing. Turtleman going to be backing away to get some healing. Tigris Dios, amazing pick by Milkman Mason, they have already swapped back off the Widowmaker Hanzo, going back to this Reaper and Sojourn that we've been seeing so much of. Just able to find those early picks that define the course of the early game. And almost the first checkpoint already going to become completely irrelevant as Tigris Dios absolutely siege it.
Tigris Dios seems to be using a really good combination of push characters.
Tigris Dios forcing their way in. Milkman Mason, more big picks, finding multiple players. Pig Dini able to take down the Lucio. Nothing that Feather Apple can do, getting dived on by his own, or by a fellow Winston rather, as Tigris Dios do finally capture the first point, and they have the payload moving once again. Tigris Dios, a very offensive approach, staying very far up.
I'm seeing a lot of strong pushing power coming from Tigris Dios. Lindbergh at the beginning was trying to use snipers to pick them off so that they just couldn't push forward, and it didn't seem to execute too well because they got pushed immediately and just couldn't keep up.
We'll see some fighting up on these higher arches. Going to be coming out with an ult. Or I believe that is Pig Dini on the Winston this game. Milkman Mason finding 2 more picks. Wisp on the Baptiste, able to take down Kiriko, finding another pick. Tigris Dios showing absolute dominance here on Dorado. Just now getting toward the second checkpoint. Lindbergh, no opportunity to do anything. As just 2 more meters and they get contested. Going to be trying to hold this here. Turtleman coming out with an ult. Going to find one before the Lucio ult can come off. Kiriko ult coming out, doing everything they can. Random blow, gonna use his own ult. Feather Apple taking down 2. Tigris Dios seeing their first major loss of the match, losing down 4 players. And Turtleman, the last player, will fall for Tigris Dios. 0.4 meters left before the checkpoint. Very far spawn away now since they didn't end up getting it. As the point begins to regress now, slowly moving backwards. Lindbergh winning their first major fight of the game, holding off checkpoint 2.
Lindbergh is truly just going to have to play for time now. Keeping Tigris Dios off as long as they can is the goal at this point.
Both teams now regrouping. Tigris trying to set up. Winston hanging around the top right of the map. Turtleman almost gets picked off very low, presumably by Milkman Mason Sojourn. Or not Milkman Mason, sorry, Eshrak Sojourn. Turtleman trying to get healed back up. Pig Dini though, an early fall to Random Blow. Reaper on the back flank. Random Blow able to find a massive pick. Milkman Mason going to be getting dived on now. Tries to get away, which he does indeed do so in time. However, without a Winston, without a frontlining tank, the 4v5 is definitely going to be an uphill battle for them.
It seems for Tigris Dios, they need to be looking for a height advantage. So being in the air or any place elevated above the other team. When Lindbergh deploys the same tactic, it doesn't seem like Tigris Dios can compete. So what they're now doing is changing position to push in from a different side. Tigris Dios on the right flank on this top right bridge. Lindbergh on the left. Both teams bridge warring. Going to be crossing through the top portion of, I believe, this church. Trying to be forcing a fight now as Tigris Dios jump right in. Sojourn's going to come out. Let's see what Milkman Mason can do, but immediately taken down by Ishrak. Lindbergh Sojourn wins this bout. Feather Apple now in the Primal Rage. Going to be trying to jump down now on Wisp. Taking away the disc. Going to try and shut them out. Tigris Dios able to win the Sojourn battle. Milkman Mason able to hit Ishrak able to hit Milkman Mason before the opposite happens, and the fight just collapses from there. Lindbergh able to defend this point once again. Point almost halfway regressed now, back 2 full corners. Lindbergh seems to be especially talented at holding a point they can keep an upper advantage at and push in quickly. So playing for time definitely seems to be their strong suit.
Going in now, once again, Tigris Dios is going to be going up these stairs, trying to take a direct fight. Lindbergh using everything they can to regroup with their team. Kiriko teleporting up, the Reaper teleporting up. And Tigris Dios still downhill, however, Milkman Mason finds a hit on Slushy. Up a healer, going to be trying to force in. Kiriko going to be able to make him immune for just a short amount of time. However, Tigris Dios trying to dive on. Ishrak takes down Turtle Man. Missing that key Reaper now. That's found so many hits before. However, Milkman Mason still alive, able to take down Tech. Feather Apple on the top ropes here, not at the highest health of all time. Is able to just get away with his bubble. Random Blow trying to take away, gonna go into the Wraith form to back away. Not able to get close enough with those Hellfire to shotguns to make it count. As once again, Tigris Dios now in control, pushing the point. Gonna be looking to secure this second checkpoint as they will get more time once they do so. Only 35 seconds left as of now. Going to be jumping back in again. Lindbergh using everything they can, but the Sonic Barrier comes out just in time. Random Blow is able to take down Wisp, take down Vitamin C. Both healers missing for Tigris Dios. The Kiriko ult going to give the Random Blow the attack speed he needs. Tigris Dios fall with 18 seconds. Milkman Mason at literally a singular health has almost nothing over there. Have to touch the point in 10 seconds or the first half of this map will end.
When it comes down to almost a full team kill like that, your only goal is to go for contest time and try to make it so that your team can get in.
They are back in time, however, Pigdini changing over to the Hammond, the Wrecking Ball, trying to get in. Turtle Man trying to use his Death Blossom, not able to find anything. Knocked off the point on the Hammond, falls down just before, and it looks like nobody from Tigris Dios will be able to get to the point as the first half of the map ends 95 meters in, just before the second checkpoint, and that will be what Lindbergh looked to surpass in the second half of this map on offense.
Switching sides. Initiating match.
What Tigris Dios did there was try to play for position again, and they did very well at it. But Lindbergh, once the payload got far enough, they could respawn quick enough to push back in and keep up a strong defense.
2 seconds left before we see these starting compositions. As we see Lindbergh starting off, or both teams rather, staying with the same compositions. Tech and Wisp, the only variation. Lindbergh running the Kiriko, Tigris Dios running the Baptiste. Looks like Lindbergh might be trying the same thing, changing their Reaper Random Blow over to the Widowmaker. Might be looking for an early pick, replicating Milkman Mason, trying to retake early control of this attack, just as Tigris Dios did just several minutes ago.
In the beginning moments of the game, it's really about finding positioning, setting up at a choke point, and knowing how you're going to approach the situation, be it attacking or defending.
Stop the payload.
Random bloke. Looks like on his original grapple, he did not find anything immediately. Gonna be heading back to his spawn room. Looks like he'll change right back over to the Reaper, keeping that few ult percent as he will look to regroup with his team. Potentially, they'll be teleporting her back up, copying what Lindbergh did, and they will indeed. Kiriko, slight mess up on the teleport, though, is going to be able to get up in time. That's a Sojourn, apologies. However, Milkman Mason able to take down Feather Apple, immediately denied by Tigris Dios. They've taken the first pick on both of these rounds, on defense and on offense here. However, the fight's not entirely over. It looks like Tigris Dios have moved to the point. They have possession for now. However, it looks like Lindbergh have just respawned now. Feather Apple rejoining the team. As now these are these arches I was talking about. Very, very tight, very tight positions. One team going to have to decide when they want to make their move. Both Winston bubbles coming out, taken down roughly almost immediately. Reaper on the top corner. That's a random bloke trying to find some poke damage up on this bridge.
Both teams trying to take advantage of the Sojourn. Sojourn has been a really strong character since release, so she's kind of the meta currently. It just seems that Tigris Dios is taking amazing advantage of it, and it's really winning for them.
Looks like they're getting some ults now. Are going to pop the Sojourn ult, see what Ishrak can do on this. Sonic Barrier comes out. They're going to be backing up. Ishrak still trying to find some picks as the Sonic Barrier runs out. However, 6 health, gets healed up, isn't going to die quite immediately yet. No players to die yet. However, Tech, Ishrak both taken down. Tigris Dios, once again, early domination on this first checkpoint, not letting Lindbergh get any breath. Taking back their victory still to the point now, as they will continue hoping to hold this choke as they have for the last minute or two.
What I just saw happening on Tigris Dios side was that Ishrak from Lindbergh was doing constant damage and was right there about to kill many of Tigris Dios players, but they immediately got healing and it just couldn't keep up.
However, once again, another fight coming out. Baptiste using everything he has. Turtleman able to find a massive ultimate, potentially aided by the Baptiste window. Wasn't able to fully see if anyone got shot through it. Is able to take down almost the entirety of Lindbergh. I believe Ishrak got away, takes down 4. A minute and a half left. Lindbergh have to get this first checkpoint for a potential to win this map. Once again, turning back around this corner, trying to get past this arch, has been their greatest enemy so far in this map. Vitamin C takes down Ishrak, finds a quick pick. Tigris Dios once again look to be in domination. A minute and 10 left. That timer's being stopped temporarily, or the timer not stopped. However, Tigris Dios cannot push, or Lindbergh cannot push for now.
Tigris Dios taking strong advantage of that corner right there. Once that payload hit the threshold, they were completely ready to use it to the best of their abilities.
Full commit now, both teams going all out, and Lindbergh know that they need to get something going. Random Bloke able to take down Wisp. Lindbergh starting a good attack here. Random Bloke takes down Turtleman, get taken down by Feather Apple. Trying to dive onto the other DPS, trying to get both DPS out on his own, and it looks like he will be able to do so as Tigris Dios lose their first true fight of the map. And it looks like Lindbergh will get a small additional time grace. 2 meters left, and they are indeed able to get it. Up to 3 minutes on the clock and ticking now. Lindbergh have to get to that second checkpoint. They have to surpass the farthest distance reached by Tigris Dios, which is essentially just the second checkpoint. And that will be the goal for them to take a 2-0 lead in this series. Or that will for Lindbergh to get a 1-1. Tigris Dios looking to defend it for 2-0 in the series.
Lindbergh, just in the last 30 seconds, managing to truly take advantage of their character's abilities and ultimates to make that final push. Tigris Dios, though, it worries me that Lindbergh won't be able to make it much further with how quick Tigris Dios will be able to rush in based on their spawn being so close.
Very early pick. Turtleman takes down Random Bloke. Once they have the player lead, they decide to take the full commit. The entire team jumping down. Wisp able to take down Tech. Lindbergh missing out on 2 players now, trying to back away. The Winston bubble should be enough to get them out for now. They do indeed all get away. Going to be healing up, making sure they can try and get that ultimate charge to the healers.
Tigris Dios seems to be taking advantage of the same exact choke point that Lindbergh did previously. Same placement, same area.
And now we'll see the exact same play now, but reverse sides as Lindbergh up in the top of this church, going to be pushing it on Tigris Dios. However, Tigris don't want to allow them through. Random Bloke going to be teleporting around, trying to find a massive flank. Tigris Dios taking refuge in the top floor of this church. Now both teams on this original bridge that we've been seeing used so much. Random Bloke still sitting down on the point, trying to get some push in. However, does get noticed. However, Tigris Dios able to find 2 picks. The Lucio and Winston both down. Going to be diving now on Kiriko. Have to back away from the point. 1:08 left to get to that second checkpoint for Lindbergh. Tigris trying to get back up to their staple bridge that both teams have been absolutely utilizing here on defense. Tigris Dios, however, definitely have the advantage going into this last fight, holding on to every single ultimate, have one more key fight. Turtleman's going to be throwing his ult out, not able to find anything, can't get off the bridge in time. However, the fight's still going. 3 ults now I've seen coming out. Every single ult coming out from Tigris Dios, doing everything they can to win this one crucial fight. Tech taking down the barrier. Another Reaper ult comes out. Random Bloke finds one. Gonna find a lot. Finds the Baptiste, finds the Winston, finds the Lucio. 27 seconds left. Lindbergh potentially pulling off a miracle here, trying to get this last bit that they need, another 30 meters on this checkpoint, and they will be able to win the map. However, they might respawn in time.
Lindbergh doing very well, making that final push. Each time, they let the timer run low and put all their effort into making that one last push that's needed to make it to where they have to go.
The crowd absolutely ecstatic. 2 seconds left, overtime situation. Ults coming out for every player that has them still, doing everything they can. Winner of this fight will win this map. Trying to do everything they can overtime. They must stay on the point for Lindbergh. Milkman Mason takes down Ishak. Every player still here. Milkman Mason finds another. Random Bloke able to take down Wisp on the Moira. Milkman Mason finds a third. Trying to take down as many players as he can. It looks like Tigris Dios will be able to defend. Milkman Mason finds 3 crucial picks, and Tigris Dios will be able to defend. Milkman Mason, absolutely amazing shots. Able to take down over half of the Lindbergh team, 3 out of 5. And the game will go in favor of Tigris Dios as they take a 2-0 lead. Play of the game here. Absolute crucial here in this the second to last fight. Random Bloke on the Reaper once again, able to take down the entire roster as all 5 players fall. Tigris Dios up 2-0 now going into game 3.
Tigris Dios has definitely managed to take the advantage. Lindbergh seems to be on a pretty equal footing, but Tigris Dios manages every time just to take that one last push.
Taking a look now back at both teams. You saw there at the start, Tigris Dios changing over to the Lindbergh Flyers, down 0-2. Need to make something happen to come back in this series, I believe. I believe it's first to 3, right?
Yep.
So we will be playing another map to our knowledge as we see the... Oh, no, it's not. It's a best of 3, not first to 3. Well, we were told first to 3, but that seems that is it as Tigris Dios. It looks like we'll be moving on to face CBC in match 3 in a bit. Moving forward in the bracket. They've been placed now at CBC, so I suppose we're playing best of 3s and not first to 3s. And so that will be it for match 1, I believe. Tigris Dios moving on. We'll see them again after our Hickman and Blue Springs match. Lindbergh moving down to the consolation bracket, I believe.
I'm excited to see how Tigris Dios will do against CBC. I'm not completely sure about how CBC has been playing this season, but I know that Tigris Dios managed to take the advantage against Lindbergh regardless of how close it was, so it was definitely just a play style.
And we do have the first game, I suppose, over as Tigris Dios able to take them down 2-0, I suppose.
Coming back and analyzing the previous game, I'm completely unsurprised that Tigris Dios did win and was able to take the advantage. Tigris Dios, each time that one positioning didn't work, they immediately adapted and went in a different direction. There was one play in Dorado where they tried pushing directly, it didn't work. They went the left side, it wasn't really working. So they tried to run around and approach from behind, which I don't see often in a lot of games. And it didn't really work for them at the time, but it gave them that advantage so they could push back in.
Both teams coming out a lot of, once again, in that game there on Dorado, a lot of fights going both ways. However, Tigris Dios able to start Dorado. Milkman Mason finding an absolutely massive pick on the Widowmaker to get an early pick in the first fight on that first checkpoint. And all the way at the end of the map, finding 3 more massive picks changed over to the Sojourn. Able to get away, winning the first fight and winning the last fight for Tigris Dios as they will move on to face CBC.
At this point in the game, there's so much that is skill. I've seen so many talented players just in the last round, a lot of strong Reaper and Sojourn plays, a lot of talent shining through, but in reality, it does end up being positioning and timing, and a lot of players will tend to rely on their talents because it gets them very far. But when it's evenly matched, it really does come down to it, and I think that's where Tigris Dios really was excelling.
And then, yeah, looking at what we'll be seeing in the future, we saw a lot of the same characters. We saw a lot of Winston for the most part when it comes to what the tank players were playing. We saw a lot of the main, I suppose the main 3, Sojourn, Reaper, and we saw some Mei earlier on the first map. And then the same few healers coming out, seeing a lot of Lucios, Baptistes, and Kirikos staying with the same main meta roster of characters. But we have seen a couple of more interesting strategies. For example, both teams pulling out the Widowmakers at the start of Dorado, trying to find those early picks, using whatever they can to get early advantages where possible.
Yeah, none of them truly stayed on sniping characters, but they did use them to try and get the advantage, and that definitely is a decisive factor in games. Knowing when to play a character, what to deploy, what abilities you need to use, how far you need to push, and where you need to go. And that's truly all it came down to.
I've been seeing a lot of critical plays from Sojourn. All right.
coming back into it, we are the high school Overwatch state finals at Columbia College for MOSEF. It is best of 3, which is technically first to 2.
So yeah, after that first match, we had the Lindbergh Flyers take on Tigris Dios. And we saw Tigris Dios come on top here in Stevens College, Columbia, Missouri. Still playing 5v5 Overwatch 2. However, now we know it is a best of 3, first to 2, as was just mentioned. Still in a single elimination bracket. Have to win every match if you want to go all the way. So yeah, there we saw match 1, Tigris Dios able to take down the Lindbergh Flyers in a very close 2-0 series. Both matches, single fight could have changed it. Moving on, match 2 there toward the top middle of the screen. Hickman High School will be taking on Blue Springs in match 2.
For Blue Springs High School, we have Eben Noodles, Okezia playing, Toasted Oreo, Radar, Casey Fett, Huntsman, and Ultra.
And then on the Hickman side, we have Banjo, Grass, Sparkly Mo, Wolf Blaze, Peaches, Bouncing Bean, and Cool Man. And here we have the teams. I believe that, is this Hickman on the left? Or is
this is Hickman.
This is Hickman on the left. So here we can see the Hickman lineup.
We have Blue Springs High School now on the right. Each of the teams seem to be warming up, getting ready for the next round, confirming with their teams that they are ready to go, and maybe discussing character lineups, how they're going to play.
And so once again, the winner here between Hickman and Blue Springs will move on to the championship match here on the bracket. We can see the winner going straight to the championship. And then right after this match, we will have CBC versus Tigris Dios. The winner of that will face the winner here in the championships, going on to map 1.
The loser of this match will be facing Lindbergh, move on to another one of the losing teams to determine the 3rd placement.
Alrighty, 4 seconds left before we get into this game. Both teams running, I believe, the exact same competition or compositions. Very similar to what we've been seeing, of course, as the last few games, the best few characters. Winston, Sojourn, Reaper, Kiriko, Lucio. Oh, a very early pick. Casey Vett able to take down Bouncing Bee, and Blue Springs High School coming out with the first kill of the match and the series. As it will be the robot unlocking in 2 seconds. Blue Springs have advantage, or have pressure. They've pushed a bit forward. They will be getting the robot now, getting their first points of the match.
From the looks of it, when Blue Springs High School pushed in, they looked to be trying to use the advantage of the map, peeking in and out of places, but immediately changed when they realized they could push Hickman back far enough for them to get the point immediately.
And Blue Springs still pushing, able to take down Sparkly Mo on the edge. Reaper versus Reaper action. Able to take it down as Hickman are backing away, trying to wait for their Reaper to get back up. Blue Springs in control of the round so far, up 35 meters now with this robot. Winston could be diving in now. Hickman trying to take the fight to Blue Springs on the objective. Jumping in, Grass takes 1, Banjo takes 1, Hickman up 2 kills. Still, though, the fight isn't completely over yet. Grass takes down Huntsman, and it looks like Reaper will be able to take down Okezia on the end, or on the right flank here, as Blue Springs lose their first fight of the match. All 5 players down.
What happened there was that Hickman managed to focus their supports. Once their supports were gone, they couldn't get that healing, couldn't keep up with the damage they were taking, and Hickman focused their damage dealer and then their tank and gained the advantage. Hickman getting their first points of the game, already up almost 20 meters now to Blue Springs' current 37.
as it will be Blue Springs now diving onto the objective, trying to bring the fight here back. Going to be popping some ult, so Kizzy on the Winston, popping the Primal Rage. Getting one, getting two, getting Lucio and Sojourn, diving all the way back in, deep into the Hickman backline. Reaper going to be teleporting up as Blue Springs once again have control.
That well-placed Winston ult, pushing their entire team back, taking out 2 of their members, and giving Blue Springs the advantage to be able to push the robot far enough to start making headway again.
Both teams now still sitting around here. Kiriko ult is going to both Kiriko ults coming out. Every single player now higher rate of fire, higher stats. Huntsman will find the pick onto Sparkly Mo with the Death Blossom. Trying to get back in range now. One player still in the point. Blue Springs off the point now, but they will go back to it eventually. Hickman completely back away. Hickman have 4 ults up. Everything other than the Kiriko ult. Blue Springs still now have no ults up. Lucio ult's coming up soon. However, it's not up yet. Hickman have an opportunity to force win a fight here with ults.
What's happening here is
Sparkly Mo finds one, Banjo finds another, Grass on the Sojourn finds 1 and 2. 4 players for Blue Springs down. Sparkly Mo will find Huntsman at the end of the fight. Team kill for Hickman High School. Blue Springs, of course, going to be looking to respawn. However, Hickman have the aggression for now.
each of these teams are just playing back and forth, looking for the advantage. For Blue Springs High School, it was the Winston ult. For Hickman, they had one Kiriko ult, which negated the previous one. And then they used the bridge to push Blue Springs, get a team kill, and move that robot a little bit more.
Fight coming in now. Hickman High School using a lot of ults, trying to get damage in, but the sound barrier comes out, able to keep them all alive for a bit. Banjo trying to take down Sojourn here on the back flank is going to end up, they are going to end up finding it. Even Noodles go down. Hickman High School seem to be slightly up in this fight, but Huntsman absolutely trying to do everything he can to get back into it, taking down 2. As it does look like Blue Springs will be the ones with the aggression now. Fight saved by Huntsman, getting a lot of the damage out as Hickman backs away and respawns. Blue Springs have control of the robot once again, pushing it toward this first checkpoint.
Blue Springs, once again, trying to just stay on the payload, get that movement on the payload, ended up taking it back to try and get some of those angles as Hickman had the bridge again, and as we've learned, that is a highly dangerous situation.
Oh, the Sojourner coming out for Grass. Huntsman going to be taken down immediately. Grass still trying to find some hits with the railgun part. Even Noodles able to take down Sparkly Mo. Both teams missing 1 now. However, Even Noodles able to find 2, able to find 3, taking down 3 players for Hickman High School, one of every role. Or sorry, both DPS and a healer, I believe that was, as Winston Banjo going to get taken down at the very end here. Blue Springs do get the checkpoint.
4 Sojourn ults right there Sojourn kills that they used to really gain the advantage. It could have just been placement, perhaps, but I think it was a skill. They had a good spot. They were avoiding that bridge again, so they were able to push in and get the robot past the bridge, which was previously a very bad situation for them.
Both teams a full dive. Kiriko ult. Both teams fully going in across this top bridge. Hunchman takes down Bouncing Bean. Okizia takes down Sparkly Mo. Grass finds Casey Bet. They are diving in now. Blue Springs will be up 3 kills to 1 as they get back to the robot. Radar takes down Banjo. Hickman High School fall here again as Blue Springs taking this first push, this last line down to the end of the map.
Going into that fight that just happened, Blue Springs could have been in a lot of danger, but their team worked together, tackled it together in close proximity, and managed to defend each other very well. And I think that's what gave them the advantage to win that.
Another flag coming out now. Huntsman takes down Banjo. Okizia's Winston ult, able to find another, trying to take down this Kiriko in the back line. Gets away with a couple hundred health, gets healed up to full by his team. As Blue Springs, this last offensive here, trying to go all the way. Winston has to jump onto the point. Banjo alive for now as Hickman gets onto the point. Both sound barriers coming out. Everyone doing everything they can to stay alive. Sparkly Mo holding onto this Reaper ult, will decide to use it. Ends up finding Huntsman, trying to find more. Doesn't find it with the ult though. Both teams still doing everything they can to fight. Hickman ahead in the fight for now, trying to get the robot just a bit further away from their own base. As it looks like Blue Springs will opt to back away for now, trying to wait for Huntsman to be able to rejoin them.
Going into that, Hickman definitely had the advantage. They had 3 ults up. It was close to their spawn. They could group up easily, and they could come back right into the fight.
Kezia now on the point. Blue Springs fully regrouped, looking to fight. 100 meters more push than Hickman. Banjo gets taken down. Okezia finding Reaper somewhere else in the map. Eben Noodles takes down Bouncing Bean. Okezia takes down Grass. Blue Springs still coming out, winning almost all of these fights. Not going flawless every fight, of course. However, they're making the right decisions when they need to back up, and it's worked out a lot so far.
We're back in a very similar situation. Blue Springs seems to be taking a higher advantage so they can kind of support from a distance, help pick off some of those people. But the issue is that Hickman is currently using an ult, has another ult ready, and Blue Springs really doesn't have anything just yet other than the Winston ult that they had active.
Speaking of those ults, as both Winston ults run out, another pretty extended fight here. Both teams getting very low, trying to do everything they can to heal back up. Winston going for some poke. Blue Springs look like they're trying to back away. Still have a player on the point. Gonna be looking to just back away now as Hickman bring this robot down this bridge.
Hickman, once again, trying to push the robot. They haven't seemed to have been able to get too far out of this start area with the robot, but they can definitely pull a really good defense. We have a Reaper ult coming up.
Oh, Huntsman shut
Cut
down
off
into the Reaper ult.
on Blue Springs' side.
Fight now breaking out in this lane. Banjo ends up taking down 2 players, finds a third, I believe that was. Blue Springs losing their first major fight of the game. Obviously, they've lost several fights before, several lives before. However, Hickman now going to be taking another major hit here, or another major fight here on the offensive, getting their first true pushing stretch now, getting past that first corner.
Hickman, with a little over a minute left, is finally able to leave that starting point where you begin to push the robot. Blue Springs, a little split up. This fight seems to be just about everywhere, but in terms of people, manpower, Blue Springs had the advantage.
Blue Springs getting the robot back into this alley, doing everything they can to burn time. Hickman have to push 100 meters. However, Sparkly Mo going to be doing everything he can to make those 100 meters come to reality, finding 2 with the Death Blossom. Hickman will be again in charge of the robot pushing this point. Banjo takes down Okezia, trying to find some more stalling points. Even Noodles taken down. Half a minute left and another 90 meters to go for Hickman High School.
Right there, Blue Springs gained the advantage, and Hickman had just a few guys left in the fight, but they managed to keep it up, defend themselves long enough for the rest of their team to get in, and it worked really well in their favor. They're managing to almost get another point and get up to that bridge that they were previously fighting for on the other side of the map.
Fight will come out now. Okezia using this ult, going to try and knock some players off the map, pointing everyone with these major knockback swings. Hasn't quite gotten anyone off yet. Grass finds a pick onto Huntsman. Fight going to be coming out in mass now. Everybody on this point trying to do everything they can. Both teams dire to win this fight. Okezia gets away at 100 health. However, it looks like Hickman High School are going to be in control now. KC Vet finds Peaches on the back, but Grass takes back down KC Vet. Both teams missing a player. Radar goes down now. Blue Springs have more players down, but their spawn should be slightly closer. So they should be able to get back in plenty of time to take at least 1 more fight, potentially 2 more fights if they can get there quick. Okezia getting healed up now, giving that ult charge to his healers.
Now that it's gone into overtime, it truly just comes down to push ability. The only thing Blue Springs needs to do here is push in, get everyone off point. Hickman just needs to contest, keep it up, and hopefully push it far enough to get to the end, at least tie with Blue Springs or make it a bit further.
And their move is coming through finally. Grass taking down 1. Even Noodles able to take 1 back on his own. Both Sojourners trying to find every single headshot they can. Grass will take down Even Noodles. Banjo takes down 1. Sparkly Mo finds 2 with the Death Blossom. Hickman High School win the fight for now. However, they still have to push 13 meters with a rather slow robot. Potentially time for Blue Springs to spawn and refight. However, just another couple meters. Might not have the time. Trying to jump on the point now. Very small distance left for Hickman High School to go. Doing everything they can now. Hammond coming out as well, knocking everybody up, trying to win the fight. Sparkly Mo takes down another though. Banjo taken down. Grass takes down Huntsman, missing a DPS for Blue Springs High School. Hickman doing everything they can. They know they want to win this fight. Winner of this fight will realistically win the game. Everybody doing everything they can. Even Noodles changing to Tracer to get to the fight quicker. Trying to do everything they can. Reaper shooting away at the Hammond. Overtime still. Casey Vet taking down Sparkly Mo. Grass taking down Radar. Every player coming out. Blue Sonic Barrier is going to hold it off for a tiny bit. However, Blue Springs High School, I believe, got it. They did indeed, held them off for just long enough. Overtime went on. The overtime timer ticked away. And Blue Springs, I believe, take game or map 1 here. Play of the game here. Sparkly Mo with the Reaper ult, able to get credit on 3, hunting down the entire team, and they do find a team kill off that fight.
I can definitely see why that was the play of the game. It was a pivotal point for Hickman. In truth, they were 3 meters away from tying it up. They definitely could have made it. Blue Springs pushed in 2 ults, managed to get them off. Their only goal was to knock them back. There are many ways of doing that, and they, in the end, achieved it.
Able to adapt in time with an incredibly long overtime. Again, as the longer overtime goes, the quicker that clock will run down. The second they all got off the point, the game essentially ended. Blue Springs not even able to push a meter or 2 before the match ended due to the overtime. As now Blue Springs, as we can see are here on the bracket, up 1-0 against Hickman High School. Very, very, very close first match, going down to the wire in overtime once again, as we saw several times in that first series.
In truth, it's just adapting, working the times. Overwatch is an amazing example of that, as each ability is timed. I believe one of the things that really helped them there was the Wrecking Ball ult from Okizia, which it got everybody backed up. It was just perimeter control. That's the whole point of Roadhog's ultimate. They used characters that could push, and it was just the perfect setup, the perfect carry through to get Hickman off of the point.
And here we see the team's Blue Springs absolutely ecstatic after being able to come back there after losing a fight or 2 in overtime, able to change over to those quick characters, the Wrecking Ball, the Tracer, as mentioned, that Hammond ult, the Wrecking Ball, able to take down and completely zone off the area. That combined with the Reaper ult, able to help Blue Springs win on Colosio as we move on to Gibraltar once again in the escort category.
At this point in time, you kind of know what some of the things each team from fighting the other you'll be expecting. So they might be prepared for one thing. They might have noticed one player is good at a certain character. They might have noticed that they need to pick off healers, or we'll just see how each team has adapted to each other. We have a Winston plushie coming out.
The Winston plushie carrying Blue Springs.
Definitely there to support morale. Maybe that's what truthfully gave them the advantage in those last 3 meters.
Which is quite ironic, as one of the biggest plays was changing off of the Winston and getting that Hammond ult there in the last fight.
The Winston is definitely the good luck charm right there.
They took Winston out of the game to put him on the bench, put him right up there with him on the monitors. Getting some thumbs up, I believe, there, as we might be hopping into game 2. Blue Springs still up 1-0. Going to be looking to, I suppose, close the series out after game 2. Hickman going to be looking to do everything they can to claw their way back. I suppose technically a reverse sweep, winning back 2-1 for them.
So obviously we can't hear it, but between each team we can see a little bit of talking, which could be anything from strategizing, small chat, I mean, deciding the next team comp, which truthfully we're not seeing a lot of variation on, because as of yesterday when the game updated, there was definitely a meta that was happening, and most teams are preparing to play that or play for it.
And we do see a couple of, not necessarily new additions, however, characters we haven't seen on the main comps yet. Hammond coming out, the Wrecking Ball for Blue Springs. They're starting with Tracer Widowmaker, likely to see the Widowmaker look for an opening pick and then change back to a different character, such as the Sojourn. However, we might see it as a mainstay this match. I've seen a couple Widowmakers, for example, last match on Dorado, trying to go for the early picks.
We're not seeing any change from Hickman High School, but a lot more variation coming from Blue Springs as we have a Tracer, a Mercy, and a Wrecking Ball instead of a Winston.
Looks like Hammond's going out, trying to do a bit of scouting. Rolled straight out, already into the back line of Hickman High School. Knocks them all up, does some nice poke damage, and then rolls right on away back to his team on the point. Back in again, Okezia just going in for these nice little pokes. Getting some damage in, getting his ult charge up so he can get that minefield ready to go. Already at 66%, 2/3 of the way to his ultimate.
Okezia seems to be dodging in and out, taking the boosts from his teammates, doing occasional damage and waiting for an opening.
Almost finds a pick. They do end up finding a pick onto the Lucio. Okezia gonna dive back in, finds a Lucio and a Sojourn, trying to get some more damage in. Mercy coming back to help support the Wrecking Ball. As Blue Springs, definitely more of a hit and run, trying to get some damage in with this. Okezia takes down the Kiriko, as they are gonna have complete possession of this first point. Wrecking Ball, Okezia already has the detonation minefield available. A minute into the match, it looks like Blue Springs will be pushing for this checkpoint. However, they aren't giving it up for free. Okezia going to use his ult to try and hold it down. Even Noodles takes down Bouncing Bean. Hunt's been able to find the pick on the Tracer, getting rid of Reaper. However, Mercy is going to go down on the back line, but it's a bit too little, a bit too late. The Mercy not able to be the card of the team necessarily, as Blue Springs able to take down Hickman High School and do get the first checkpoint in just a minute time.
What happened there for sure was that Hickman, they were grouped together as a team. They had a strong formation. It was working well previously, but the true chaos factor was the Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball goes in, can dodge out, kind of fray team composure.
See him on top of the train here, trying to get some good poke damage in. Wrecking Ball already 60% to his second ult. No other player in the lobby has their first ult, except perhaps the Tracer might have used a bomb. I did not notice. Gonna be diving back up now, just trying to get some more hits in. Jumping down in, 90% to his ult. Even Noodles takes down Lucio. The Mercy falls for Blue Springs. Trying to dive back in on this backline Sojourn. Taking it, trying to take it down with Okezia. Just standing, reloading, taking as long as he needed. Good dodges, though, by the Sojourn. He is going to just jump back on the point. He'll drop his second detonation minefield. Able to take down Reaper. However, Banjo takes down the Kiriko. Taken down by the detonation minefield and the Tracer. Blue Springs seem to be in the lead of this fight. However, as grass gets bad, Hickman will be trying to find a few picks. But it will look like Blue Springs get the second point in just a minute 15 after the last.
From what I'm seeing, I've really got to give compliments to their healers. I've seen a lot of players from both teams get very close to dying and being revived from the brink of death. And truthfully, the tides of the game
on the
turn.
Roadhog finds Sojourn, able to get the one shot. A very early pick for Blue Springs. Just standing there, taking a bit of damage, getting the ult charge back with his own heal and the Mercy heal. Trying to find some flick hooks. Does find the Sojourn again, taken down immediately. Grass being abused here right after his own ult. Oh, I'll find Sparkly Mode too. Okezia hitting all of the massive hooks. Hickman's DPS, nothing they can do. Standing in the spawn door now. A change over to Orisa. Even Noodles takes down Peachy's on the top rope. Okezia trying to do everything he can, trying to look for more picks. 90% to his Roadhog ult already. Okezia takes down Sparkly Mode 2 mid-Reaper ult. Absolutely demolishing the DPS of Hickman High School.
Truthfully, at this point, Hickman is likely just playing for time.
Okezia finds another hook onto the Sojourn just off of his own ult. I believe that is the 5th kill coming directly from his hooks. And Blue Springs get a 3-point lead on Gibraltar. Amazing performance in Okezia the entire round, whether it be absolutely farming the ults on the Hammond to all those massive Roadhog hooks there on the last checkpoint.
It was definitely their time to shine coming up to attacking. They just pushed in relentlessly. Hickman couldn't keep up, and truthfully, made it to the end. And I think it was the change up in characters. It wasn't what they were expecting. It wasn't the meta. They followed a different pattern, and that is likely a lot of what helped them.
I must say that I love to see the variation. Obviously, of course, play the best characters that are best for your situation. However, seeing Okezia changing over to this main team Wrecking Ball, changing over to the Roadhog, using those characters to the absolute maximum, very, very entertaining to watch.
Hickman's still going the same characters. Truthfully, it does make sense, as they are more of a meta for attacking, not defending, so maybe some variation in defending would have helped them. I'm thinking that they're going to come out with a very strong play right here.
Nearing the beginning, we see several new characters for Blue Springs coming out with the Ashe, which we have not yet seen today, the Mei, which we saw a bit earlier in Game 1 of our first series. The Mercy Wrecking Ball stays in the comp, the Kiriko, of course, staying as a mainstay for almost every single composition we've seen.
Blue Springs staying back at the choke point. I see Hickman going lower. Some of their team tried to play higher, but the Wrecking Ball is dodging in and out. Okezia trying to keep them off the top field to really hold up that advantage.
Jumping up on the Winston, trying to find something to hit. The Mei absolutely draining him, though. Getting some heals now from the Kiriko. It looks like Mei's going to be caught out, but does have her own ice. Is going to full heal herself.
We see a Mei coming out, walls off their Winston. Truthfully, the support from the Mercy and him being able to turn into an Ice Cube and heal must have saved him.
Huntsman able to find a long-range icicle onto the head of grass on the Sojourn. A late pick as Hickman were retreating. Going to have to wait even longer before continuing their next push. Lots of poke coming out from these two ranged characters. Mei with the icicles and these Ashe sniping shots. As Blue Springs push up onto the Hickman spawn now.
I'm seeing a lot of strong Ashe plays. You can hear the ticking of people's health going down constantly from that viewpoint, meaning that whatever they're doing truthfully is working. The dynamite likely lit people on fire.
Okezia still continuing to just roll through, trying to get as much of this ult charge as he can. 898 max health with all of his shields. Absolute drain tank, getting the Kiriko heals. Lots of good poke coming out from Even Noodles, Huntsman, and the rest of the team, keeping Hickman High School at bay as they try to farm up ults. But with a closer range, more dive composition, don't have a lot of opportunity to, but they will be going around the left here. And Bouncing Bean almost knocked off the map, is able to teleport in time. Okezia and the rest of the team able to take down Peaches. Hickman High School down on Lucio now, down on Kiriko as well. Huntsman on the backline, able to find both healers. Blue Spring High School now going to be looking to finish up the rest of the team. Okezia getting full dived on by this Wrecking Ball, is able to take him down in time. Not every player for Hickman dead yet, though. Banjo is able to take down Huntsman, as it looks like they will start retreating back to the point.
Hickman High School, with a full roster of ults up, they can definitely make a final push to at least hopefully push it, gain control of the point, get it past that choke point, and just keep going. That's what they're going to have to do in order to win this game.
As we will see the point now getting past this lowest edge. A lot of ults coming out for both teams. Going to be trying to force win this fight. Only a minute left. The Hammond ult comes out, getting rid of a lot of the proximity mines with the Winston. However, they aren't able to stay on the point. Sparkly Mo falls, and Hickman are going to have to try and back away. Trying to gun one down with is Okezia. However, isn't able to find anything. Jumping in now, just farming up that ult, potentially going to be looking for another detonation minefield before this match ends. Trying to take down Huntsman, is able to do so with the burst of damage from the jump.
I did see a similar thing happen with Blue Springs Mei Huntsman. He got taken out, but the Mercy had perfect timing and was able to revive him, which had just happened once again.
here we are now, 10 seconds left. Hickman yet to reach the first checkpoint. One of the penultimate moments of this game. So for Hickman to stay in contention to win this tournament, they must win this match and they must get this checkpoint, as overtime will now begin. Hickman High School do seem to be in charge of this fight for now. However, the Okezia is still alive, 90% toward that detonation minefield. However, it looks like Hickman High School might just have enough. Hammond gonna try and get out there, doesn't need 1.6 meters left. Is gonna get on the point, tries to farm up the ult, drops the detonation minefield. Bastion comes out for Blue Springs. Will they be able to do enough to pull it, or will Hickman get their checkpoint? Eben Noodles takes one, Huntsman gets another. Banjo ends up going down, Eben Noodles taking another down. One player left on the point, can't seem to find the Lucio as he's taken down finally. Blue Springs High School do indeed 2-0 Hickman High School. Absolute domination here on Gibraltar. And Blue Springs High School will move on. Even Noodles on the Sojourn with the play of the game. Here we saw, I believe this was towards the start of the match when Blue Springs were taking their big fight here. Just finding a lot.
Also an extremely unsurprising play of the game, as both their tanks and DPS worked in very good harmony, and Hickman just couldn't compete.
Beautiful play from Blue Springs overall, working almost perfectly together to utilize all their different characters to the absolute greatest strength, and knowing what characters they even want to bring with them, going to several different characters throughout the matches. And there it is, Coliseum and Gibraltar, Blue Springs, able to take a 2-0 over Hickman High School as they will move on. And we will see Hickman High School facing, I believe it is Lindbergh later on today.
I could definitely see some strong play styles coming from Hickman. I just don't think that they had enough variation in their characters. If they did, they definitely could have gained advantage, because each of these teams does play very strong. Hickman had great team comp. I mean, they worked well.
And yeah, once again, another look at the bracket. Tigris Dios taking a 2-0 over Lindbergh in the first match. Hickman High School just now falling to Blue Springs 0-2. Lindbergh will be taking on Hickman High School for an opportunity to play in the third place match. And CBC versus Tigris Dios is where we'll go next. Blue Springs, as we can see, already qualified into the finals, into the final match, where they will be once again taking on the winner of CBC and Tigris Dios.
A lot of the time, it is truly being able to deal with somebody's changing characters, their change in team comp, and I just think that Hickman didn't have that. There's nothing wrong with the way they play. They played very strong. They had good character setups. They knew what they were doing. It just came down to the variation.
Yeah, Blue Springs able to do what they needed to get done. The several different characters that they pulled out throughout the set, seeing a lot of variation, going away from necessarily what we've been seeing a lot, these meta characters. We've been seeing the exact same tanks a lot of the games. A lot of Winstons are coming out, even from Blue Springs themselves in that first match. However, changing over on Gibraltar, able to take down Hickman High School, a lot of variation, and they are able to win 2-0, and they will move on to the finals. And we will now head back to a break. Join us again in, I believe that is 27 minutes at the top of the hour, where we will have CBC taking on, I believe it is Tigris Dios, for an opportunity in the championship. Alrighty, welcome back everybody watching from home and here in person to the MOSEF Fall State Games Finals for Overwatch 2. We've had a great day of competition so far with the few matches we've seen so far today, and we're looking to have another great one here between CBC, the Christian Brothers College High School, and Tigris Dios, who will be taking each other on in this next upcoming match.
Going into this, so far we've had a lot of good matches. Match 1 was a successful match for Tigris Dios. They'll now be going against CBC. The previous match we shoutcasted was Hickman versus Blue Springs High School, the winner being Blue Springs High School, moving on to the championships. Being the third match, this will determine the final team to play in the championships and possibly win.
And so, yeah, here on the rosters for CVC, Christian Brothers College, we have Joe 45, E doubled, Nade, Edible Cheese, Jello, Luma, Schmeep, Jacob, and Butterman.
On Tigris Dios, we have Pigdini, Turtleman, Milkman Mason, Wisp, Vitamin C, Ender Dragon. The abbreviation will be DK, Bioshock 18, and Pixis Rose.
And so here we can see our two teams here. The camera focused on Tigris Dios. Saw them take on Lindbergh earlier, coming out with two very close games, but they did end up on top in both of them. And they will be taking on CBC here on the left. We have not seen them play yet today. However, we know that they are absolutely ready to take on the Tigers.
I personally haven't seen CBC play before, but there's definitely there's definitely a reason that they are here, so I'm really expecting good things.
And looking at our maps, we will be seeing, once again, Coliseo, which we saw earlier. We will be seeing Gibraltar again on the Push and Escorts maps. And if the series ends up going 1-1, we will be on Busan, the control map, for our Game 3, if we make it there.
We haven't seen any games on Busan for control today, as all of the matches have stopped at 2 points. Hopefully, going into it, we will see close games that result in plays on the map, because each game brings up a different play style and highlights very different aspects of each team. One can shine on a push map, one can do well on an escort map. I'm really interested to see how one of the teams, if at all they do, would do on a control map today.
And yeah, as we've seen so far, it looks like the match 1 for everything push, where both teams will compete, trying to get a robot to push as far as they can. Then the second match map, which we've seen, will be Gibraltar, which is another escort map. Both teams will take turns alternating between attacking and defending in an attempt to push a single objective through a map. And then if we make it all the way to Busan, our third map, which is Control, both teams will fight over a standstill objective. As we hop here into Game 1, into Coliseo, Christian Brothers College, CBC on the left in blue, Tigris Dios in red on the right.
We're seeing a lot of the same metas on each team. CBC is switching to Zarya instead of going Winston and following the meta. I'm really interested to see how they're going to play, because Tigris is playing the same as before.
We did see a Zarya earlier, I believe it was in New Queen Street, to help lead Tigris Dios, I believe it was, to one of their victories over Lindbergh. So now seeing them face the same composition that they themselves have used, they've ulted back. However, Milkman Mason, first kill of the series, Sojourn headshot onto Sojourn, as Tigris Dios will try and push forward with their advantage. The robot has just now unlocked. Tigris Dios will have the first opportunity to push the robot, but they are going to be looking for more while they have the man advantage, trying to fight here under this bridge. CBC trying to play very carefully. Pigdini backing away now as Tigris Dios have just begun pushing the robot.
Right here we're seeing Tigris Dios playing very aggressively. They're ready to go, I think, with a win under their belt.
A lot of damage coming out from everybody. It looks like CBC are in control of this fight so far. They're taking down a lot. Nade finding 2 huge kills as Tigers Dios will begin to fall, losing their first fight of the match. Shmeep taping down Turtleman. Joe finding Wisp at the end of the fight. And now Tigers Dios losing on a major fight here. CBC are going to be getting a lot of progress here as they do eventually, as they have now taken the lead away from Tigers Dios here just a minute or 2 into the match.
It seems for CBC that their varied play is really working out for them. Changing up characters, they're not following the meta. I think they're specifically trying to counter Tigris, and they're doing pretty well at it too.
The Graviton Surge is going to come out now, trying to do as much damage. Joe able to take down Vitamin C, trying to get as much damage here. They're able to take down the Reaper. CBC absolutely dominating Tigris with this Graviton Surge. Trying to hit the back line now as CBC pushes the robot. Going to be trying to get to this first objective, holding a very aggressive approach here. Trying to keep using the Zarya bubble, staying as far ahead as they can, pushing toward this first turn on the bridge.
Tigris clearing out the floor, forcing CBC's Zarya to retreat. Now they're definitely just focusing on pushing the point.
A lot of ults coming in for both teams. The Primal Rage will come out, potentially a knockoff kill, and that will be Tigris Dios, a 4-man kill. 1 player left alive, and he will be taken down. Tigris Dios now going with the robot, a team kill. Very, very clean taken fight. Pigdini getting, I believe he did end up getting a kill with a knock off the map or his jump, as Tigris Dios will now look to get a bit further than 3 meters on this next push.
We definitely saw the ult for Tigris from the Monkey completely turn the tides of the battle. They got the Sojourn off, they managed to contest, and they got the rest of CBC out of the way.
Oh! Luma tries to go in with the Death Blossom, is taken down by Milkman Mason, able to keep his entire team alive. The ult will not be refunded. Luma burns the entire ult percent as Tigris Dios able to take down Kiriko as well. A lot of poke trying to come in. However, Tigris Dios in charge of this fight, able to take down the entirety of CBC. As Tigris Dios now trying to push, get a true push going here, 15 meters in.
From what we've seen so far, CBC has definitely got a lot of area, very close to a checkpoint. Tigris playing aggressively, taking out a bunch of the CBC players, but CBC still managing to contest, to hold up that defense, and once again reclaiming the point.
CBC able to get past Tigris Dios with the robot, using the Sojourn ult just at firing range back behind them, trying to push the robot with the enemy team behind them. However, there is a major fight breaking out now. Joe has a Graviton Surge, is potentially going to be throwing it in, does indeed do so. I believe he finds 3. Kiriko's going to try and get the players out using the invulnerability. Joe very low, only 80 health left, but he is going to get healed a bit for now. Getting dived on, however, Kiriko's able to keep him alive. 200 health here on the side room, but does get taken down. And the Kiriko as well. Tigris Dios taking down 2, take down 3. Take down 4, Turtleman out with a non-ulting triple kill. And Tigris Dios once again have possession of the robot, looking to push a bit further.
From Tigris' side, once again with the Reaper plays, extremely strong. They've used his ult multiple times to clear the board throughout both last match, and hopefully we'll see more of it this match. From CBC, I saw a lot of very strong Zarya plays, but I have to kind of tip my hat to Tigris. Their healers are doing amazing, and it's giving their DPSs just enough support to be able to clear out CBC and regain the point.
Tigris Dios come out with not necessarily a team kill due to the staggered respawns, but they do end up taking down all 5, and it looks like they're going to be trying to get this checkpoint here, catching up to CBC. And they do indeed make the checkpoint. Both teams tied exactly.
We need to catch up to them.
Ults coming out now for both teams, trying to do everything they can. The robot is pushed in. Turtleman takes down 3. Pigdini finds 1. Turtleman finds another. Tigris Dios, a 3rd major fight win in a row, as they will continue to go up, taking these turns onto the overhead bridge. 80 meters now.
The Reaper ult once again cleared the board, allowing Tigris to get the advantage. They're now pushing to the bridge, which is a very important choke point. They've got a Winston ult coming up. There it is.
Big Genie trying to stay on, trying to find a pick. A big Graviton by CBC, completely neutralized by the sound barrier. Big Genie able to jump away, trying to jump around on these back lines on the Reaper. Tigris Dios, complete control over CBC. Just barely finds the Reaper at the end. CBC on the final stretch to winning the first map here on Colosseo.
From Tigris' side, their Winston and their healers, their DPS, they're working really well as a team. They're getting the healing that they need. They're getting the support that they need. They're keeping their tank alive. They're keeping him active, and they're playing extremely well. CBC managing to take out most of Tigris' team, regain the point, and hopefully push it back to at least approach the next checkpoint.
A very large Sojourner coming out in that fight by Nade, able to find several massive picks. Wasn't able to quite find the headshot onto the Lucio, but what they did do was get back the possession of the point, and I have to almost double their distance so far to catch up to Tigris. However, with another big fight winner too, such as Tigris took, they might be able to do it as another fight breaks out here around the robot. Both teams taking some serious poke. However, CBC holding on to some ults, have 2 ults ready. Tigris getting a couple up soon as well. Trying to come out with a lot of healing. Luma's going to be trying to go in for an ult, but doesn't get it. Milkman Mason takes him down with the Sojourner ult. A lot of damage coming out, but it looks like Tigris are ahead now. Vitamin C taking down 1. Nade finds the opposite Lucio. Both teams taking serious casualties here, but it looks like it's going to be Tigris coming out on top. Nade doing everything he can to keep his team alive, though, finding massive picks. Joe 45 taking down Big Dini. And on Nade's back with the amazing shots by the Sojourn Railgun, able to take that fight. CBC still control.
We've been seeing this sort of back and forth on the point with kills all day from every team. CBC is regaining the point. They're taking Tigris Dios. They're throwing them off. They're doing what they can to get that point back. They've saved their ults. They're waiting. It seems they're more focused. They're pushing strong.
Graviton is going to come out from, I believe that was CBC. However, Tigris are able to defend it properly. Enough healing is able to keep them alive. Does seem that they are going to still be fighting. Reaper's trying to take everyone down, but gets taken down by Turtle Man. Tigris Dios flip the fight. Must hold for a minute and a half. Decide to get off the robot. They want to keep the robot here. They don't want to give CBC the opportunity for a very large push. So by holding the robot here, they're burning as much time as they can. Gonna push it a bit more forward now so they can fight in their ideal spot. Waiting for everyone to group up. Don't want to get forced into a bad fight. Lots of ults coming out now. Seems like it's gonna be a Pig Dini on the Winston, getting a lot of damage here done on the back line. Doesn't end up finding any kills. Has the Sojourn dead for now. A minute left in the match. Simply need to not lose. Reaper gets found on the flank, might be trying to go for an ult or quick pick. He does get taken down though. 1 kill each team.
It seems that Tigris is very focused on playing for time, which is exactly what they should be doing because they have such a huge advantage. We've got 40 seconds left, and CBC is contesting strong.
Both teams, once again, trying to do absolutely everything within their power to win this fight. 30 seconds left. Tigris wants to stall the timer out as long as they can. The more the kills, the merrier, though. 20 seconds left. CBC going to need a miracle to win this fight. Luma might be beginning to find it. Takes down 1, takes down a second. Joe finds another kill. 3 players down for Tigris Dios. Is able to find another. Lucio's the last player alive. Not going to be able to kill him, but what they do have right now is control. 5 seconds left. We're going to see another Colosseo overtime here in the almost exact same spot as we started it last time.
Within these last 10 seconds, CBC has not only managed to wipe their team, get them away from the point, completely regain point, and push a little further. All they have to do is make it a few more meters.
And here we go. Joe's Graviton Surge able to find 2, finding both DPSs, deciding to hold on to the ultimates for now. Unfortunate use by Milkman Mason. Reaper, Lucio still both have their ults, doing everything they can. They need to win a single fight in 28 meters. Tigris Dios going to wait in their spot and regroup, get some poke in as CBC. Crowd is chanting. That yellow line there is where CBC are looking to reach. Ultimates coming up for both teams. However, Milkman Mason finds E-doubled, and this is where they're going to make their move. Huge play goes in. Death Blossom followed by Sonic Barrier, the Sound Barrier. Huge kills for Tigris Dios. Only a few players left for CBC. The Zarya on its own, not going to be able to do anything. And Tigris Dios pushing in the overtime and with the lead, taking game 1 over Christian Brothers College.
Once again, the Reaper play of the game. Also completely unsurprising. Well-placed ults, perfectly timed. Each of these teams seem to be extremely evenly matched. Tigris, while they gained the advantage early in the game, CBC looking to gain it back near the end of the game. It's truly just a play on timing.
Both teams, a lot of back and forth. Tigris with a very large push, and then CBC able to win a couple of fights, getting their own large push. However, at the very end, Milkman Mason finds a key pick on the Kiriko, and with only one healer, CBC could not withstand the damage unit that comes from that Reaper Sojourn. And even with their own Reaper Sojourn to match it, I believe they are just not able to sustain long enough, as Tigris Dios holding on to both healers, able to win, and Tigris Dios take map 1.
I truly do have to applaud both teams. The way that they work together, each of their healers, I've seen amazing support from each. Truly, in a matter of seconds, it is just leveraging the advantage.
And here, looking back at the maps, as we saw with our last set, Game 1, Coliseo, Tigris Dios able to take it in a close overtime. That massive pick, able to find it. Moving on, Game 2 will be Gibraltar. We saw Blue Springs and Hickman on this map. Saw some interesting strategies coming out, some character variations. Interesting to see if we'll see it again. And another look at these teams. Tigris Dios, the ones able to take some of the massive picks, and the ones able to take game 1. However, CBC nowhere near giving up yet. They still have 2 more maps to try and claw back through to make it to the championships here in the MOSEF State Overwatch Finals.
It looks like we're getting ready to go into the next round. Tigris seems to be prepared. Going back into it with 40 seconds on the clock, we see CBC going the same: Winston, Reaper, Sojourn, Kiriko, and Lucio. We see Tigris going Reaper, Widow, possibly looking to get some kills starting the game to gain that advantage. And then we see pretty much the same setup.
Yeah, assuming that we see Milkman Mason doing the same as he did earlier on, I believe it was Dorado, finding that big pick on Widowmaker, allowing them advantage and changing back to the Sojourn. We will be seeing another Ditto comp with the same Winston, Reaper, Sojourn, Lucio, Kiriko. Gonna be looking for an early pick. Milkman Mason trying to find something, however, staying very, very safe inside CBC. Gonna be trying to jump out now, seeing what they can get onto the Widowmaker. Winston diving onto the back lines. Both teams now trying to find each other's back lines. Neither team necessarily able to find anything except for Pig Dini actually is able to find E-doubled and nade. 5v3 advantage now for Tigers. 5v2 as Pete Hurdleman takes the Luma Reaper Ditto on and is able to come out on top.
When Tigris pushed out, they tried to take the top to take the height advantage pretty much. It worked well. They got scattered. They still managed to regroup and clear the point.
And now we see as the payload comes up this next hill rather, But the team's getting into another scrap, trying to do as much damage as they can, trying to dive back into these back lines.
That feels much better.
There's definitely always a battle for the upper positioning. I can see Tigress going up the left to try and get a height advantage, try and move around to even the playing field. And it seems to be working out really well.
Ooh, coming back up on it, Milkman Mason finds both the Winston and the Reaper. Team efforts, of course. However, Milkman Mason finishes off a 3rd kill on the fight. Pigdini gets another. Tigress Dios get another 5-man kill. Again, not necessarily a team kill. However, all 5 players did end up dropping. Tigress Dios going to be looking to secure this first checkpoint, and unless the Winston jumps out, they will indeed get it in just a few meters, which they do. 5 minutes left on the clock to get to this next payload, or this next checkpoint.
We can see the CBC was definitely prepared to lose that point. Once they realized that Tigress was pushing too far, they got ready for the next choke point to defend.
Going up onto the high ground now, Milkman Mason found some absolutely amazing picks, trying to find another, seeing if he can hit any railgun headshots here. Trying to get a lot down onto Luma, isn't able to pick him off yet though. Backing away now, does end up falling to nade. Milkman Mason coming up near his ult, has finally fallen. As several players on Tigress are still pushing the point. Joe and Nade grouping up though to take down as much of Tigress as they can. Pigdini gonna back away as Turtleman falls. Wisp falls as well. The Lucio and Winston are gonna be backing up for Tigress as CBC finally stopped the push for a bit, taking this high ground here on the top left.
At this point, the payload is moving back, which is definitely looking good for, I believe, CBC? Which one? I'm sorry.
We will see another fight up here in the top left. Winston ulting, trying to knock everybody off this high ground. However, so much mobility on every single character here, all able to teleport or jump right back on up. Trying to find a shot, hits nade, not quite a headshot though. Potentially would have killed. Milkman Mason trying to farm up as much as he can, as it looks like Turtleman going to be diving onto Joe. The Winston ends up falling, and now Pigdini and Turtleman teleport and jumping into the back line. No tank left to protect them, as they're going to do everything they can to get onto this back line. Turtleman has a Death Blossom if he decides to use it. However, they're going to stay inside. They're going to do everything they can to secure the next checkpoint, as that is always the goal. More checkpoints is more time, which gives more chances to win. A lot coming out now from Tigress. Both teams using everything they can. Multiple Death Blossoms, 2 kills to 3. Luma finding a massive Reaper ult, trying to take out everyone they can. Turtleman, last player alive, tries to teleport away but doesn't get it in time.
What I just saw, CBC tried to stay at bay, make sure that their team was grouped, definitely get a better feel for the situation, while Tigress tried to play aggressively. CBC pushed right back and cleared the point.
Gearing up for another fight. We've seen a lot of the same repetitive, trying to dive into the back or burst the tank and then dive into the back. Just so much mobility on every character here, but Turtleman dies with Wraith Form up, isn't going to be able to get it off in time, gets bursted down, and without that major DPS, they're going to be diving in. Joe goes down as low as 30 HP, but gets healed back up. CBC able to stop this attack for now, allowing Tigress to back off. Don't want to overcommit.
CBC kind of getting a groove now for the defense. It seems that this area is working well for them as they can gain the quite literal height advantage.
Now Mason with the ult. We've seen him do so much already in just a few games with this ultimate. And Nade, however, is going to be the one coming out with the massive Sojourn ult, able to find 3 players. Turtleman trying to save it, but cannot do enough against the entirety of the CBC team. And Nade coming out with his own massive Sojourn ult. We've seen so many game-changing plays from these Sojourns with those non-stop headshots, absolute pop-offs.
Now that we're nearing a minute left, I know that CBC either they've noticed a groove, it seems that they're feeling themselves more, and I feel that they can definitely keep Tigress off the point long enough.
And here we go, Milkman Mason with his own Sojourn ult. Will he be able to replicate Nade's success? Can't quite find a pick immediately, however, he still has another second or 2. Joe's able to find Vitamin C. CBC in control of the fight as of now. Both tanks, both Winston's in the Primal Rage, able to find it. Joe 45 popping off this fight. That's his 4th kill of just this fight, I believe. 35 seconds left. Tigress gonna have one more chance.
CBC with impeccable placement for ults, perfectly seeming to avoid the Sojourn ult we saw coming out from Tigress.
And here we go.
We see Tigress now just trying to move the payload. They're not trying to fight anymore. They're not trying to clear it. They're just trying to contest with 5 seconds left.
Potentially the last fight of this half of the map, and it will probably be CBC, Joe 45, Nade, Luma, and Sheep, able to take down the entirety of Tigress Dios in a team kill. Overtime ends almost immediately. Almost 1.5 checkpoints probably for Tigress Dios. CBC going to be looking to beat that.
CBC right there with an amazing defense. If they're possibly feeling themselves more, they know exactly what they're doing when it comes to defending. They got a team kill at the end. They were perfectly prepared.
Gearing up now for the second half here on Gibraltar. CBC will be our attackers. Tigress Dios on defense now. Likely to still see very similar compositions across both teams. And we will indeed.
"30 seconds before the game starts, we can definitely hear some cheering going on. We've got an amazing crowd today.
Everything's online. Functionality looks good.
We're seeing the exact same team comp from each side.
And here we go, just a few seconds until round 2 starts. CBC are going to be looking to surpass Tigress Dios in order to keep their championship hopes alive. And they will immediately get on the point. Tigress Dios hiding out behind the wall here. Going to be looking for some poke as per usual.
CBC coming out extremely similar to how Tigress did, but Tigress was in completely different positioning, and now it's truly just a dogfight down in the bottom section for who will get the point.
And now we see the first true fight breaking out. Milkman Mason once again the first kill of this part of, or this half of the map. Trying to dive back into the CBC offensive. Aren't going to completely commit to it though, as there are still several threats alive for CBC. However, Milkman Mason trying to do everything he can to eliminate those on the Sojourn. Diving in now, going to be looking to take the fight to Tigress Dios. Nade taking down Turtle Man. A lot of Tigress Dios health draining down the Tesla cannon on the Winston. Lucio gets dived. Nade able to take down Pig Dini. And it looks like it is going to be more players following. Milkman Mason taken down. Wisp taken down. Of 5 kills coming out for CBC.
From what I just saw, CBC, their Winston and Sojourn duo, they focused on each of the players that were low. They took out everyone possibly so that they could focus on the bigger hitters.
Potentially a slight blunder there from CBC. They missed a few seconds of point pushing, and now they can't get the checkpoint in time. However, Joe 45 able to take down 2 early kills. Primal Rage available, not going to decide to use it. 3 kills for CBC. Make it a 4th, make it a 5th. And the blunder did not matter at all. CBC, another team kill, stacking them now. Going to be moving forward here. Have to get to almost the end of this room. Looks like they have to push 60 meters into this room with this payload in order to take map 2 and bring us to our first game 3.
At this point, we're in the area that we've learned CBC performs best in, and all they have to do truly is play for distance. They've got the time. If they can push far enough without much contesting.
Ooh, Turtle Man jumping in with the Death Blossom, not able to find anything. Here we go, ults. Nade's gonna find 2. Every player looking to do as much damage as they can here. Milkman Mason gonna fall before making any major picks. And it looks like CBC have taken complete control once again of this fight. Big Dini trying to stall it out. And I don't think the Tigers are going to be able to get back. Reaper's the last player, taken down immediately by Joe. Running at the spawn, Tigris Dios fall in Gibraltar. And CBC will take us to our first Game 3.
From the looks of it, Tigris' playstyle was quickly picked up on and adapted by CBC. CBC went in knowing what they were doing, and they eventually came out with the win. Strong plays. I'd say that this one went very smoothly for them.
The Sojourn so impactful in so many of these fights, whether it be finding the first kill or helping as just an amazing DPS dealer to help take down the opposing team. Sojourn doing a lot in almost every one of these fights. Almost feels like a Nade versus Milkman Mason competition. Who can hit a headshot first?
It is definitely a competition between the two. The two are both extremely heavy hitters from each team. They're performing extremely well. They're getting the support they need. Their team seems to be focused on supporting them, pushing forward, and it's working well for both teams so far.
We do face it now, taking a look back. CBC doing a little bit of strategy, trying to make sure that they can secure themselves in for this Game 3 on Busan. We are yet to see a control map, so it'll be interesting to see if we see any new composition changes for the game mode, or if we'll be running the same several characters that we've seen already today.
Each team has 1 point so far. This will be the determining point as to who moves on to the championships and who goes into the bracket to make third place. Seeing as how both teams have played, Tigris played very strongly on the first map, pushes their specialty. They can definitely push in, take the control point. CBC, they did an extremely well defense, so I'm sure that if they claim that point, they'll definitely have a very strong advantage going into this game.
You can still see a little bit of conversation between the teams, trying to make sure they have everything hammered out for this last map, or this last map for the series on Busan, where we will have, once again in control, we will have one objective that will not move the entire round, and a team that has stood on it for a few seconds will begin scoring points. First team to 100% will win that round. And inside of this best of 3, the control is another best of 3. So first to take 2 of the objectives, which will be in separate rounds, not at the same time, will win map 3, win this series, and move on to the championships to face Blue Springs.
From what I'm seeing, both teams are ready to go into the next round and more excited than ever. At this point, I truly cannot say who will be winning this. Both teams are strong. They're good at what they're doing. If they can get that advantage that caters to them, I can definitely see where the competition will come in.
Both teams in both maps have had a lot of large stints of winning 2 to 3 fights in a row, both on the push map and there on Escort. Seeing both teams, CBC and Tigris Diaz, winning a map, or winning a fight, then winning a fight, then winning a fight, and then the other team comes back and wins 2 or 3 on their own every match, coming almost down to the wire. Just major fights going slightly different could flip the game for the other team.
Going into this, from CBC, we're finding the same team comp. From Tigris, we have a Reaper, a Sojourn, and the difference is that we have a Baptiste and a Sigma. So they're catering possibly more to defense, or they could be playing very aggressively, but from the looks of it, they're catering to defense.
Have seen a bit of the Baptiste earlier today in the healer position. However, when it comes to tanks, we have not seen any Sigma yet. Gonna be seeing if Pig Dini can truly live up to the title, trying to win this game, help lead his team to the championships. That's both teams here on Busan. Point unlocks in 6 seconds, but neither team are worried about the point right now, both fighting on the high ground.
Each team going for the higher advantage. From the looks of it, CBC was able to push them off as Tigers changed their focus to claiming the point. Now it's just a matter of contest time.
A fight breaking out, absolute skirmish, started by a Kiriko knockback, knocking some off the high ground. It looks like it will be CBC, led by, once again, this absolutely amazing performance by Nade, finding so many of these crucial shots. Trying to just get that little bit of extra poke in, trying to get to their ultimates.
The CBC is moving in close to their spawn to try and keep them at bay so that Tigris can't push out and claim the point. We see that the Winston on CBC's team already has his ult up. That was extremely quick, meaning he's been contributing to the team very quickly.
Finally getting out through the door now. Turtleman almost getting dropped, but doesn't need to come out in time. Absolutely amazing Death Blossom. Finds 1, 2, and 3, getting both DPS and the Lucio. Gonna be trying to chase down the Winston. Does end up dying on point, doesn't want to stagger the spawns. Tigris Dios able to recapture the point at 38%. Gonna be looking to hold out for as long as they can now. Looks like they'll be holding the same strategy.
Reaper ult completely gained the advantage for Tigris, allowing them to unlock the point. But from the looks of it, they're moving forward to keep CBC at bay, just like CBC was trying to do. They don't have anyone on point, sadly.
The first full fight won by CBC. They got their 38%. The second one by Tigris. They're at 23 and counting. Looking at the third fight will give one team another major lead here. However, a lot of ults coming out. Sigma ult coming in, countered by Lucio Sound Barrier, but the Sound Barrier isn't going to be able to keep them alive. Kiriko falls, Sojourn falls. Both Sojourns down in this fight now. Both Reapers trying to do as much damage as they can. Luma, Milkman, or Luma and Turtleman are going to be taking the fight here. Turtleman ends up being the one that wins it. Tigris Dios now nearing 45% on it, almost halfway there. And they stay in control for now. Trying to jump in, the Winston is knocked away, taken down by Turtleman. Joe cannot live through that, however, Luma able to take down Turtleman in another Reaper Ditto. CBC trying to fight their way back on point, still holding on to some of the ultimates. Reaper gonna be looking potentially for a big Death Blossom flank, which is what helped Tigris regain control earlier.
Seeing as control is just a matter of playing for time after truthfully pushing in, Tigris is doing amazingly. They made that final push, now they're just playing for time, trying to contest and keep CBC away.
Take Dini, a critical find onto Luma.
From CBC, we're seeing a Winston ult, hopefully giving them the advantage to be able to push in on point as Tigris gets to 95%.
Turtleman on the back of the fight on this Reaper, finding some massive picks. Gonna end up Death Blossoming 99% on the point. Unfortunate timing with the Sigma ult, ends up taking the players out of the Death Blossom. However, Tigris Dios still seem to be in control when it comes to player count, but they have not won yet. Sonic Barrier comes in. Luma takes down Turtleman. Reaper missing for Tigris Dios. Joe trying to dive as deep as they can. However, Tigris' own Sonic Barrier will come out. 99% overtime. Both teams looking to do everything they can. Joe takes one, Luma takes another. CBC gonna be regaining control here. Up 5 players to 1. Tracer takes down another. Joe finding 2. And Tigris will lose control at 99%.
CBC knew exactly what had to be done. They had to group up, get prepared, get ready, and play aggressively, and that's exactly what they did just in time. They're approaching 50% now. CBC doing the same tactic they did previously, the same one Tigris did, just trying to keep Tigris away from the point. We're seeing a Winston ult in this one hallway. CBC managing to almost completely wipe Tigris out.
Massive dive there by Joe with the Tesla cannon, chaining it on to several various players, ends up ulting to help get rid of the Frisbee and almost kick the team back in, knocking the entirety of the fleeting team back into his own, and they are able to take it down. CBC, 85%, need to hit 100 to win. Another fight breaking out now, and Pulse Bomb comes out, finds both DPS. Nade, a critical ultimate here in potentially the last fight of this round. 99% though, trying to get back to the point, and while it's not enough, They cannot get there in time, not necessarily a C9. However, we do see round 1 going in favor of CBC.
CBC they really well near the ends of the rounds. They push out, they group up as a team, they know what they're doing, and they time out their ults. From what I saw, they didn't ult over anybody, they didn't waste an ult. They waited until that BAP window was out, they hit them with the Tracer ult, and that gave them the advantage, kept them at bay, won the round.
Amazing pulse bomb coming out from Nade. Made the decision to switch over to the Tracer for speed. Gets a beautiful bomb onto both of the Tigris Dios DPS, and they're able to take it. Going into round 3, several new characters, not several. However, we will see the Echo, which we've seen pulled out a few times at the end of a round. However, it is now in the base confirmation. No Sojourn for Tigris. Speaking of Sojourn, Nade able to take down Vitamin C. Joe trying to get as much value out of this Tesla cannon as he can. Jumping back onto the point behind everyone. Finding Wisp and taken down. However, taking down Wisp is enough. CBC able to dive in with the Winston now, able to take it down, and the first possession of the point goes in favor of the Christian Brothers College.
From what I just saw, CBC, their Winston, Joe 45, decided upon seeing that the Reaper was alone on the point against all of Tigris that he was going to push in. The Reaper ran off. Tigris focused the Winston, and the DPSs, the rest of CBC, as the Winston died, decided to funnel in and push them just in time.
Take Dini now, going to be jumping in onto this backline, trying to find Nade. Knows where a lot of the big picks are coming from. However, a lot of support coming out, ensuring that they can keep their Sojourn alive. Nade, speaking of, turns his fight, takes out Wisp, takes out Mason. 2 players down for Tigris. 3, 4, and the 5th is going to go down. The switch back to Sojourn, not enough for Tigris to win here.
I'm seeing some amazing plays from CBC's Sojourn. Nade, he's perfectly timing it to wait for the enemy team to focus on somebody. Their teammate gets low, and he takes the advantage the second anyone from Tigris' team gets low.
The Sojourn ult coming out for Nade. Not necessarily able to get a ton of value off of it. Only ended up shooting off of 1 railgun shot the entire ultimate. Nothing else to shoot. Tigris make the smart decision to hide. Want to stay away from that deadly gun. That deadly gun and aim of Nade.
From what I saw on CBC side, Nade's Sojourn ult was anticipating the team to push. They didn't. Tigris stayed back, waited long enough, and it definitely helped them in this.
CBC, bored of waiting, decide they're going to take the fight into this choke point, dive the fight onto Tigris, end up taking 4 down, trying to find the Lucio on the back here. They do indeed. Vitamin not able to hide for long with Joe sneaking up behind him. And that is the map. CBC 100-0 on the second point, able to win 2-1 as CBC take the map. Play of the game, Joe 45, absolutely pivotal to so many of these fights. Here it is back on the Mecha base in Busan, jumps behind him, and as I said, ults back, ults all of the leading players away back into his own team, stops them from returning to the base, zoning them off of their spawn as CBC make it to the championships. Taking a look back at the map, or the map's routing, Coliseo, Tigris Dios able to take a close game, but do end up winning game 1. Then Gibraltar and Busan, both CBC coming with the 2-1 reverse sweep, able to take the series over. And
Tigris Dios doing amazing to start out with. From what I've seen, CBC watches the enemy team's playstyle, adapts, follows through, and tries to cut them off before anything can happen.
Now taking a look back at the bracket, we can see match 1, Tigris Dios qualified into match 3 after a 2-0 win against Lindbergh, then end up falling here to CBC 2-1 in match 3. Hickman as well falling to Blue Springs 2-0. So we'll be moving on to the Lindbergh-Hickman match next. And then in the championships, Blue Springs High School versus the Christian Brothers College High School. And in the consolation, Lindbergh and Hickman. Winner will take on Tigris Dios for the bronze medal. And once again, as per usual, we will be back in right about 10 minutes at the top of the hour, where we will be watching Lindbergh and Hickman take each other on for a chance at the bronze medal.
excitement, competition, and new learning opportunities in a safe environment. It's no wonder schools across America are turning to esports as a way to engage students and offer them the chance to hone skills that will be relevant in the tech-driven careers of tomorrow. SHI has been helping K-12 and higher education institutions build effective and secure esports programs that support science, technology, engineering, and math since 2016. We're proud sponsors of the hugely successful Battle Academy Esports Tournament, with over 200 K-12 and higher education schools participating across the U.S. From building complete esports programs and state-of-the-art gaming arenas, to supplying the latest devices and components your students need to compete, SHI's team of dedicated esports education specialists can help you not only realize the right esports strategy and curriculum for your school, we can also help you identify and secure grant funding as well. Don't get left behind in the race to evolve your educational and sporting curriculum with esports. Learn more about how to get started in the world's fastest growing sport. Speak with an SHI specialist today and discover how we are helping K-12 and higher education institutions across America become competitive.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the MOSEF High School Overwatch State Finals. Now we have finally made it to the placing rounds. Here we will have Lindbergh facing Hickman High School. The winner will move on to the bronze medal match where they will face Tigris Dios. The loser will end up in 5th place. As we can see here on the bracket there in the bottom left.
This will determine the bronze medal, who it goes to, and I hate to say it, but one of these teams does have to end up in 5th place. Each of them have played extremely strong. They've put up a good fight. They were extremely good competition, and every game we've seen has been so close.
And now, once again, we will reintroduce the teams. First off, we have the Lindbergh Flyers with Ishrak, Tech, Random Bloke, Op Tempo, Seckley Slushy, and Feather Apple.
With Hickman, we have Banjo, Grass, Sparkly Mo, Wolf Blaze, Peaches, Bouncing Bean, and Cool Man.
And here we have the teams here in the purple jerseys. On the left, we have Hickman High School.
They've got a Winston too!
All I'm saying is that we haven't seen a Winston plushie that has lost yet, but that might not be definitive, as on the other side, they are taking on Lindbergh.
Winston is the unknowing mascot.
Yeah, Winston is truly the mascot of Overwatch.
We see each team getting ready for the next round to begin.
Both teams making sure they have everything set up, making sure their hands are all warm, and making sure that they are ready for another best of 3 here. Again, the winner of this match will move on to the championship, or sorry, the 3rd place championship match, playing for a bronze medal, the loser ending in 5th place.
With 20 seconds, we see Hickman and, well, sorry. We see both teams pretty much playing the same. They're playing the meta, what we've seen remotely each round.
3, 2, 1.
And so yes, with Ishrak, we have a Lindbergh on the red team on the right, and on the left we have Banjo and his Hickman High School team. Robot unlocking in 15 seconds. Both teams going to be looking to get the first kill, the first fight, and the first push in this match and series.
It honestly is very hard to say who will win this going into it, because both Lindbergh and Hickman put up a very good fight. They won by the thread of a hair, or they lost by the thread of a hair.
Alrighty, 30 seconds in, we're having our first full-on fight. Both teams trying to get to this robot. It's going to be Hickman trying to walk forward, finding the first pick. Grass takes down Ishrak. More damage is still coming in, though. The fight isn't over yet. However, it does look like Hickman will be in control. Trying to push forward, still have 2 players with the robot. Making sure they can keep getting that objective going while still winning the fight. Banjo takes 1, Grass gets the Lucio. Both healers missing now for Lindbergh.
From what we're seeing, Hickman is moving forward. They're pushing Lindbergh back as their team is trying to regroup. Hickman is truthfully just trying to keep them at bay. There are a lot of different choke points on this map and a lot of ways to go around. It looks like Lindbergh is going to make use of some of them.
Another fight coming in now. Feather Apple jumping into the back line, trying to get as much done as possible. Jumping once again all the way over to the opposite side now where the backline is relocated. Ishrak able to take down Sparkly Mo. Now both teams trying to get back and make sure they can heal up. However, a Reaper teleported behind, trying to take on Banjo. Banjo jumps into the backline, isn't going to die immediately. However, only at 40 health, does end up going down to Random Bloke. Lindbergh now, Random Bloke and Ishrak both finding a kill, missing a tank and a healer. Grass ends up going down to Feather Apple. 2 players left for Hickman, as Lindbergh now have their first controlling state of the game. Ishrak takes down Peaches, and Lindbergh have now begun pushing, nearing 10 meters in now.
Lindbergh ran in very aggressively, pushed the Winston, took him out. The team was a lot weaker without it. Hickman seems to be a very group-based team. They immediately picked off the Kiriko. leaving both DPSs and one support without much protection.
And Lucio just absolutely staying on this point as Sparkly Mo takes on Tech. Seeing this fight here, going into Sparkly Mo's positioning, has the Reaper ult, might end up deciding to drop it. Random Blow puts his in, finds 2 with it. Sparkly Mo might immediately decide to use this here, ends up committing it. Random Blow finds 3 with his ult. Sparkly Mo only gets 1. Lindbergh will end up being ahead with a very, very large amount of value that Random Blow gets. Sparkly Mo, though, not done yet, is able to take him down, trying to use his passive as much as he can to heal up. However, just out of ammo, can't keep shooting to get the healing. Feather Apple takes him down and will attempt to push not only to this first checkpoint, but past Hickman, which they do finally do. Oh, another meter, it seems. Didn't quite get there in the end. Hickman able to catch the robot and have it run him back toward the middle. Gotta back up now, have a second before, so they can regroup.
As expected, there's a lot of back and forth happening. We had one Reaper ult, we had another Reaper ult. It kind of canceled out because they both did extremely good damage. The robot, it's just going back and forth. Truthfully, this game is going to be extremely close.
We do have a large amount of ult commitment. Banjo ends up finding a couple players on the back line. However, Random Blow, Feather Apple not giving up quite yet. Banjo's going to have to back away now, getting almost sandwiched away as Lucio's trying to get away, trying to keep him alive. Feather Apple does end up backing up as he got quite low. However, Lindbergh still have a small advantage right now, but they are going to wait for their team to regroup with them. They'll try and push this point if it's given to them. However, it will be Hickman now with a player's advantage. Random Blow does end up getting dived. And now Hickman will have a small advantage while Reaper's still dead.
Hickman now just has to defend the robot and push as far as they can. If they can get that slight advantage, which they already have, if they can keep it up, they'll be in a really good position.
And so now pushing the robot down, looking to get the checkpoint 2 meters away from it, and they do indeed get the checkpoint. 53 meters in now, taking a small pause so the robot can set himself back up. As Banjo trying to hold this top balcony position to keep his team safe while they get to this arch. A fight coming in now. Banjo gonna have to ult, immediately takes down E-Track with the first hit, trying to get a lot of damage in. Random Blow ends up throwing an ult. A lot of damage coming in from both the Reaper and the Winston. However, Grass able to take down Random Blow by immobile while in his own Reaper ultimate. Hickman have an advantage in this fight. Sparkly Mo taking another. Grass gets another on the Lucio. And now it's going to be Feather Apple trying to run away, but he isn't able to get away as Hickman High School take this fight and keep pushing the robot.
We had a lot of very strong plays going on right there. We had a Reaper ult, and then we had a Winston ult following it up immediately. The Winston ult, the timing of it kind of sort of countered the Reaper ult, and it just gave them the small advantage that it took to win that fight.
Now Feather Apple trying to dive back onto the Sojourn, is going to use the slide to try and get away. Almost switching positions now, both teams trying to get onto the back line, end up swapping. However, Sparkly Mo, Reaper ultimate comes out, finds 1 and 2. Ashtrack, Random Blow, both DPS down for Lindbergh. Trying to fight it in now. Winston Bubble stopping a ton of these bullets here. Feather Apple finds one back on the Lucio. Fight still going on. Reaper trying to focus on the Kiriko. They do end up finding Banjo getting the kill onto Tech. Feather Apple trades one back. Both Kirikos missing now. Both teams absolute scrap. Random Blow finds Sparkly Mo. Banjo left on his own is going to have to try and run away. Going to be getting poked down by Random Blow. Going for the absolute chase here. Bubble is going to keep him away. Random Blow backing up. As the robot out
Hickman
for a
now
jog.
trying to regroup. Lindbergh just continuing to push the robot, trying to even it out, maybe get a little further than Hickman did, but Hickman seems to have stopped at a choke point, hoping that it will get them the advantage.
Kiriko is coming in now. Banjo leading Hickman High School into the fight, trying to find a quick pick. They do indeed find the Kiriko. Reaper low on the back line, trying to dive in. Can't quite find the kill immediately. Does find it eventually. Bouncing Beam finds the Winston. Get Grass able to trade the kills out on Sojourn. Trying to push the point now, taking down a large amount of the Lindbergh team. Getting the Lucio on the disengage. Slushy's going to be slightly delayed on the respawn. 4 players absolutely going with this robot, trying to catch back up to where they pushed.
With 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, Hickman has a very strong advantage. I've seen their Winston especially focused once they've done enough damage, run in, take the person out that's low. They're working well as a team. If they can keep their defense up long enough, that's when they truly get the advantage.
The fight now going back in. Peaches and Grass take 2 off of Lindbergh, but Random Blow takes away the Reaper of Hickman. Potentially might be missing a bit too much DPS, but Banjo able to take 1 away. Trying to stay with it. Pops his ult to stay alive, fighting this Reaper. Trying to jump back on him now. Doing everything he can to stay with him on the Primal Rage. Ends up waving. Gonna be able to take him down, stagger the spawn a bit as Hickman have a very good opportunity to push here.
Even in a competitive match, you have to stop to make friends just for a second. Hickman High School mostly staying behind things, just trying to keep Lindbergh at bay. Lindbergh trying to take an advantage, waiting for an opportunity to push in.
Ishrak going in, finds 1 and 2 with the Sojourn ult. Feather Apple, his own Primal Rage, finds 2 on its own. Lindbergh commit 2 ults. Each ult finds 2 players, still holding on to some. Lindbergh have an advantage in the fight, holding on to both a Death Blossom and a Sound Barrier. Hickman, no ultimates ready as of now. Feather Apple did end up taking Banjo out. Another delayed spawn there as 2 people go on a jog with the robot to catch up to this first checkpoint.
If they can continue to push strong, keep Hickman at bay, they've got 60 seconds left. They can definitely pull this one up from under the rug. They've got 2 ults working for them while Hickman has only a Reaper ult. They just have to be wary. If they use Beat Drop in time to counter the Reaper ult, they'll definitely have a huge advantage.
Ishrak almost getting taken down, does end up finding Peaches though, is able to live for just a bit longer, hasn't gone down yet, is getting healed up now. Random Blow trying to stay on the front line here, teleporting behind, has the Death Blossom, gets into the hotel. Jumping out behind now, is completely behind Hickman. Will they notice him? He starts shooting. The Kiriko comes out and Grass takes him down before the ult comes off. Sound Barrier comes out for Lindbergh, trying to stay in this fight. Only 17 seconds left. Ishrak takes away Sparkly Mo. Has to stay with the robot. 10 seconds left before overtime. Feather Apple takes down another. Lindbergh have control, but they have to push another almost 80 meters. 4 seconds left. Ishrak being pushed off the point. Lindbergh might, or rather Hickman might have the opportunity to just end the game here. Feather Apple having to try to jump away. Nobody's here. Lindbergh pushing.
As long
Hickman
as Lindbergh can stay on the point and contest, they should definitely be able to make it. But Hickman does have a Reaper ult, and now a Winston ult. They can push in, clear them from the point. That is their main objective.
1 opportunity left to Lindbergh. If they want to win this first map here on, I believe, Esperanza, they cannot lose a full fight. They can lose a life or 2 in a successful fight. However, a full fight loss will lead to the end of game 1 here. Have to stay alive. And with 3, almost 4 ultimates for Hickman, that's looking like an ever harder challenge. Sparkly Mo's ult comes out, finds 1 and 2. Gonna be trying to take away the fight. Finish out this map. Sparkly low, very low. However, the Sound Barrier comes out. Banjo able to take down Random Blow. Two players alive for Lindbergh. Ishrak coming out. Ult just goes away. Banjo takes him down. Feather Apple, the last player alive, trying to do everything he can to stay here. And he does end up falling. Nobody to TP2 for the Kiriko. And Tech cannot make it as Hickman win map 1.
In the end there, Lindbergh was lined up. They just didn't have the timing. It just ended up not working out. They could have pushed in for sure. They could have used the Reaper ult, but it was canceled a bit before they could have.
A very tame Kiriko play of the game. Presumably ends up finding this on Lucio. 3 off-screen assists, but 3 off-screen assists is enough for the game. As we move back in, taking a look back at both teams, trying to talk through their strategies and make sure everything is ready for map 2.
Some teams deciding the characters they're wanting to play, maybe watching the camera, getting a setup going on.
Trying to talk through their strategies, see a couple of the Lindbergh players standing up, potentially making a substitution.
Rely on the Winston plushie for good luck, you know. Get ready.
The Winston plushie got them through game 1. Lindbergh going to do everything they can to deny the power of Winston, getting back into the series 1-1. Taking a look at the maps, as we can see on Esperanza, indeed, Hickman able to take map 1, moving on to map 2, which will be another escort on Junkertown, where both teams will trade opportunities to attack and defend, with Ilios, another control map, coming in at map 3.
I'm hoping that they do make it to Ilios, because there are a lot of different characters in play that you can use for a lot of various strategies. I've seen a lot of pushing off the map on that. But the Lucio would be strong, the Winston would be strong. With the meta that each team is going now, it'd be a very good map to see what happens.
Taking another look back at the teams, attempting to channel the power of Winston Overwatch to help them win this series 2-0. Hickman looking to advance now, 1 map away from advancing to the bronze medal match. And then, of course, Lindbergh doing absolutely everything they can to not get not disqualified, but not to get eliminated here, ending in 5th place.
Regardless of placement, both of these teams are very good teams. They're strong. They've made their way here with a good reason.
Is that Winston substituting in, I believe?
We have a little bit of rivalry going on.
Winston Overwatch is truly the star of the show. Been on almost every team. He's on the benches. Winston gets lower every time we see him.
I'm glad that the meta happened to include Winston, because for a lot of people, he definitely is the mascot of Overwatch if you disclude D.Va, who I haven't seen anyone play all day.
Trying to make sure all the players, I believe there is a substitution for Lindbergh, although we'll have to wait a moment and see. And I believe we're just trying to make sure everyone can get in and get set up. Some fun Winston shenanigans going on between the teams.
Truthfully, I'm at the very least glad that the teams are having fun rather than taking it too seriously. Any good sport includes its own dosage of fun.
And once again, another look here at the bracket. As we saw in the, I suppose, winner's side of the bracket, we end up with Blue Springs High School and CBC taking each other on in the championships. And here in the lower left corner, as we just see the update, Hickman currently lead Lindbergh 1-0. The winner of this match goes on to face Tigris Dios. The loser will end up in 5th place. Still a top 5 team in the state. Absolutely amazing performances from everyone involved. And we do have audio. That means we're getting right on in here. Junkertown for game 2.
We're seeing some variation from Lindbergh. Instead, they're going Sigma and Widowmaker, possibly looking to get a slight advantage right off the bat, maybe get a few kills. Oh, we also see a Tracer on Hickman's side.
And yes, Hickman will be defending first. I believe I see the Sigma outline in the Lindbergh spawn. And yeah, here's Banjo on the Winston. So Hickman will be defending first. Lindbergh will be attacking first. Have the Widowmaker to potentially try and find an early pick, as we saw Milkman Mason do several matches ago. And here we go, 3 seconds in, seeing if Random Bloke or any other player can find an immediate pick. We'll be heading out the right door now. Doesn't quite find the first head.
The Widowmaker playing aggressively, waiting for that perfect time to shoot any of the Hickman players, hopefully just to get that slight advantage that will allow them to push a lot further.
Lots of very close shots from not only Random Bloke's Widowmaker, but Grass's Sojourn trying to almost get them with a railgun shot. No deaths yet. Slowly pushing for Lindbergh. And now they're going to be going onto the point. Banjo trying to go in, ends up jumping back to get a bit of healing. Is able to farm some ult charge while he was down, though, giving some back to healers while getting healed. Is going to be jumping on, trying to find the Kiriko. Banjo does indeed. First kill of the match for Banjo. And then dies immediately to Ishrak. However, Random Bloke finds a shot, headshot onto the Tracer.
We see that Lindbergh was definitely able to push very far. Hickman pushed them back. Lindbergh got right back into the fight and cleared out the board.
And it will be Lindbergh, almost 100% on point. End up, I believe that it's a 50 seconds checkpoint if we start without, or if we start on a flat minute. 5 minutes now to get, I believe it's 2 to 3 corners, get around this turn to get to the next checkpoint. Banjo now changing over off the Winston over to the Wrecking Ball, trying to do what we saw Blue Springs do a while ago, trying to get some ult charge, already up to 63. Above the point now, going to be trying to gun them down. Sees a couple players trying to teleport up, potentially going to find a pick here on Kiriko, but the Reaper is able to peel in time.
We see Hickman trying to use Wrecking Ball as that instance of chaos that we saw earlier that separated the teams, gave them the advantage. I don't know that it's completely working, but their Wrecking Ball hasn't died yet, and his ult is 97%. He's looking good. He can definitely clear the board for them.
Trying to stay away from this red herring of a Wrecking Ball, trying to stay with the point for most of the time. However, with this bridge directly above them, very hard to take an immediate fight. Are forced to take the low ground in order to push the payload. Ishrak going to be teleporting directly up, might immediately Death Blossom. Does just end up finding a pick on the Lucio. However, Hammond comes out. Lucio sound barrier in order to counter it, trying to stay away from those minefield. Random Bloke, 2 headshots. Getting dived now by the Wrecking Ball. Will likely be taken out, does indeed go down. However, the Wrecking Ball on low health as he gets away. And Random Bloke, despite getting picked off in the back, was able to get 2 quick frags before going down, as Lindbergh, 5 more minutes to end this map.
There's an extreme amount of back and forth happening right there, but Lindbergh knew what they were doing. They focused on point, and Hickman was more focused on fighting than contesting, or they just couldn't push in there. Either way, Lindbergh focused. They got in there within almost 4 minutes. Now they have around 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and they're approaching the 1/3 mark.
Banjo once again trying to copy what we saw Kezia doing earlier, getting as much ult charge. 1,600 temporary max health, trying to get a ton of damage in. Ishrak goes down for Lindbergh. Trying to stay with it now, going to be trying to look for another pick. Sigma doing as much as he can to tank for every other character on his team. However, Banjo knows what he wants. He finds the Kiriko, hunting the Lucio, does end up finding it. Picking his target, likely calling it out to the team, and they are diving. Has the detonation minefield ready. Both teams holding on to some ults, trying to farm several up. Random Bloke staying on this Widowmaker, finding several big picks that have helped them get these checkpoints.
Lindbergh being extremely cautious, trying to stay as a group, not wanting to get picked off immediately if they run in too soon. They truly are trying not to overshoot it.
Detonation minefield comes out. Hickman trying to take a fight here. Gonna end up finding 2 on the Wrecking Ball before heading back into the main part of his own team. Ishak gonna try and get away. The Sigma ult comes in. Gonna be looking for as much damage as he can. Gonna try and find a kill. Doesn't immediately find anything. Trying to get away now. The Tracer doing everything to stay alive. Didn't end up finding any kills with the commitment of the Sigma ultimate. And off tempo ends up falling. as Lindbergh, their defense is coming up a bit short. Hickman holding this one spot amazingly.
The Sigma ultimate in an extremely good spot, maybe a little overshot, didn't manage to get the kills as the other team had a lot of great supports.
The healing coming in when needed. Tracer able to just barely evade all of Sigma's rocks. And lives for now. 2.5 minutes left for Lindbergh to push further.
It's once again a lot of back and forth. They're trying to see who's going to make the first move and work on it from there, kind of capitalize on some of the mistakes that each team's making. They're just waiting.
Sparkly Mo coming up for a flank, has a pulse bomb on hand. Is he going to commit it to the Sigma? Backing away now. Tries to find it on the Kiriko, doesn't find the kill, but does find some dice damage. Grass ends up taking down Ishrak with the Sojourn ult. Wrecking Ball now trying to jump into the backline. Another detonation minefield coming out. 5 health left on the Kiriko, does fall. Both healers dead for Lindbergh. Op tempo going down as well now on the Sigma. 1 minute and 50 left.
From here, both teams are preparing to push in and defend. Lindbergh trying to group up, be wary of any sort of flank that Hickman could pull out. Hickman just trying to take the upper level, trying to get that small advantage.
Hacks coming out as the fight gets started again. Banjo trying to get away, just barely lives. Got as low as, I believe, 80 health there. Is going to get full healed here, having a health pack to ensure his safety. However, Lindbergh on the offensive. Sombra taking a kill, Sigma taking another. Trying to dive onto the back line. Banjo trying to keep his team safe. They are able to retreat back to their spawn. However, Lindbergh quickly approaching the end of the map here. 1 minute left, and realistically only another 1, maybe 2 more fights will take place this game.
Ironically, both teams have a Kiriko and a Lucio ultimate they can use at any time.
Ishrak Reaper ult will come out, finding Peaches, have a man advantage, find Sparkling Mo, find Bouncing Beam, 3 kills for the Reaper. Slushy finding Banjo, gonna be pushing, 37 seconds left, and plenty of time to make it. Not able to touch for Grass. Grass could not touch. And round 1, Lindbergh will get all 3 potential points. Hickman have to make it just as far. Not necessarily with more or less time, but in order to keep the game going, Hickman must make it all the way as well. Ten seconds left before we see the compositions here. It'll be interesting to see if either team comes out with any newer picks or anything we have seen a bit less. And it looks like there will be a Mercy for Hickman as of current.
We've got a lot more variation going on in this game. For Hickman, we've got a Mercy, a Wrecking Ball, a Pharah, the Sojourn once again, and a Kiriko. For Lindbergh, we also have a Reaper, same as before, a Kiriko, a Widow, a Sigma, and a Lucio. So a lot of people have strayed away from playing Winston and the Kiriko Lucio. Lindbergh continuing the same pattern with their supports, but changing it up a little bit with their DPSs.
And yeah, as we saw, for example, with the upper bracket Blue Springs match, we saw so much good synergy with the Wrecking Ball and Mercy. It'll be nice to see if Hickman can live up to this combo, as well as the fact that we have, oh, Random Bloke finds a pick onto the Kiriko immediately. Quick early pick by Random Bloke on the Widowmaker. Immediately revived by the Mercy, but that's a key ability that is down for a bit. Tracer lurking around, potentially going to be looking for a pick. Random Bloke just getting some damage. Tries to find a headshot. A lot of damage coming in now. Tracer on the backline. Looks like they might have an opportunity to pick off the Widowmaker with no help. Banjo going to be trying to jump on the Sigma while the entirety of Lindbergh is stuck trying to get the Tracer, which they do end up doing. Mercy going to be trying to revive the Echo. Gets the revive off at the cost of their own life. Ishrak able to dive in now. Does find Grass. Echo short-lived.
What happened there was Hickman pushed really far. They were doing good, but they got thrown into a little bit of a chaos factor the second that too many Lindbergh members arrived on the scene.
And with 2 minutes 30, Hickman going to be trying to near this last line for the first checkpoint. Changing over to a Sigma of their own, both teams using the character now.
Both teams kind of trying to stay back, gauge what the other one's going to do. Definitely just fighting to take the advantage.
Ooh, Tracer gets immediately stunned, doesn't quite get bursted down though. Could have potentially been disastrous for Hickman. He's going to be able to back away though. As Hickman attempting to regroup. Almost a headshot found there by Grass, but it doesn't quite connect. Sigma shield will come out, is able to block the Widowmaker. As now Sigma, it seems Sigma's getting focused. He's almost on his own. However, the rest of Hickman have to be somewhere, looking for a flank, trying to find a pick somewhere. They have 1 minute and 40 to get this point to that checkpoint.
Each time a member of either team seems to go out, the remaining ones seem to be able to hold out until they can get support.
Seeing a lot of ults coming out now, potentially going to see off-tempo Sigma ult come out here as well. Might not be needed. Grass and Sparkly Mo both finding a kill. Slushy finds one back. Low amount of players left. Off-tempo finds the pick onto Grass. Kiriko ult's coming out now. The fight for the point. Kiriko trying to out-damage. Both healers trying to take down off-tempo. Does indeed end up hitting the stun. However, off-tempo does fall. Banjo is on the back line, completely destroying Lindbergh.
Hickman with 1 minute left, managing to take control of the point, and from the looks of it, quickly approaching the checkpoint, which will give them more time and allow them to continue the fight.
Hickman will need, or rather Lindbergh will need a very quick contest if they attempt to end the game here. And it looks like they are going to go for it, diving back onto the point. Eshrak an immediate pick, although Random Bloke falls. Still holding on to a couple of Lindbergh ults, potentially wanting to take away a bit more time. However, as more and more players go down, the Sigma ult almost completely misses. Banjo taking down 2, Bouncing Bean gets another, and the Sigma on his own will not be enough as Bouncing Bean takes him down. And Hickman High School get the first checkpoint here on Junkertown.
If Hickman can manage to get the next 2 checkpoints, it looks like it's going to come down to the wire every time. They will be moving on to another match. Well, technically, continuing to try and push the payload to at least 1 point to get the advantage and win this game.
And here we see where potentially the most back and forth in a single fight was when Lindenberg were on offense. Here, everything involving this bridge becomes such chaos. Later on, once the payload is under a sound barrier in this stairwell, Banjo gonna try and back away. Full team diving onto Banjo, does end up getting taken down. Eshrak with those Hellfire shotguns finds him. Lindbergh able to hold on for now. And as Peaches and I believe that is Grass back away, the time continues to tick down, nearing 1 minute 45 left for Hickman High School to get this next checkpoint. Remember, in order to stay in competition for this map, and while this map won't end the series if Lindbergh win it, Hickman High School looking to get all 3 points, make it all the way to the end. Both Sigma shields coming out, taking large amounts of damage.
Each team trying to use the choke point to their advantage, using corners, angles, just trying to take the advantage in this fight. Banjo, specifically the rest of Hickman High School's team, trying to stay lower and duck behind corners when they know that they're being shot out to mitigate some of the damage that they'll be taking.
And now we see once again resolving back to the same characters. Both teams opting for the Sigma instead of the Winston. However, throughout the course of the match, both teams have found themselves on the same comp as we've seen so much throughout today with the tank change. Sparkly Mo finds Slushy to start this fight. 30 seconds left. Hickman need to win this fight to keep going. Off tempo, able to take out Bouncing Bean, then finds Peaches, both teams down 2 players. Banjo taking down off tempo. Looks like Hickman have the advantage here. Lindbergh have to back away. 20 seconds left, and they are just now nearing the checkpoint. Here we go, coming in. Lindbergh gonna try and stop it again. Sparkly Mo, comes in, finds 1 and 2, taken down, Slushy taken down. Lindbergh decide to burn the sound barrier just to make sure they can get the point. A minute and a half now to make it all the way to the end.
Lindbergh tried hard to stop it, but Hickman used their ult in hope that they could push in time and gain that advantage, and they did. They made it just that little bit, got the next point, have put this fight a minute and 30 seconds longer.
And now as they slowly push into this room, looking for another roughly 80 meters in this room, the timer continues to tick down. Random Blow taking away Reaper, taking away Sparkly Mo, one of the main offensive units, doing some of the most DPS for Hickman. As they will now move forward, try and slow this point down, give themselves the opportunity to lose another fight if they end up doing so.
Hickman trying to go for the height advantage. In truth, their Sigma just ended up drawing all the attention, making it so that he has to back up. They have 40 seconds left. They're going to have to push out at least 2 times. There will be likely 2 big fights based on the respawn times if they can win this one.
And now we have some kills coming in. Peachy's taking out the opposing Lucio. Random Blow taking out the opposing Sojourn. Both players missing one of their key members. And now Hickman on the point. Other team, Lindbergh, trying to stay in a position to defend. The Sigmas both very low in this room. Ishrak ends up being the one taking down Banjo. Lindbergh currently seem to have the advantage. Need to stall. Dame going into overtime just now. 1 second left, but Ultra coming in. Peachy's taken down off tempo on the Sigma, holding on to his ult. Gonna end up using it when he needs it. Overtime is here. Kiriko on the point, trying to do everything possible to stall. Taken down now. Sojourn. Both Sigmas looking to use their ults, trying to use them on the ult. Banjo lifted up. Still giving credit on the point. Banjo taken down. The overtime timer ticks down, and the map will end. The game in favor of Lindbergh. Hickman High School 1, Lindbergh High School 1, going into map 3 on, I believe it was Ilios. Ishrak with the play of the game. Coming in here, it looks like at the end of their own attack. Able to just push in under the aid of this Kiriko ult, getting so much attack speed. Able to take it down as the series goes 1-1. Now readying back up to get into match 3, which will essentially happen once both teams have talked about their strategy, doing whatever they need, playing some rock, paper, scissors. And as we take a look back at the map route, Hickman taking the first map on Esperanza. It looks like Lindbergh there taking Junkertown, map 2 as we just saw. Map 3 going on to Ilios, another control map as we mentioned. We will see several varying objectives, or not varying objectives, but varying maps as we take another look back at the bracket. Again, match 1, Tigress win against Lindbergh, which sent Lindbergh down to this bracket. Tigress lost to CBC and now place themselves in the 3rd place match. If Lindbergh win here, they will have a revenge match, avenging themselves potentially from the first match. However, Hickman not just going to let that go by for free, losing 2-0 to Blue Springs High School in match 2. Both of these teams, they have a lot to go for, trying to do everything they can to make it to this bronze medal match. Another look back at both teams. Lindbergh able to, at least for the short term, overcome the Winston plushie, not able to get the quick 2-0. However, Hickman not near giving up either, as both teams go over their strategies and everything that they need to win on this Ilios map. As we do once again have the Winston plushie, Hickman trying to summon the power that we've seen before. We do have conversations on both sides. Both teams, again, still just trying to ensure everything is ready, talk about their targets, get themselves personally ready. I believe something there is happening with some shoes. Not quite sure what's happening over there. There's a second shoe. Have seen a lot of variation when it comes to these compositions. Both teams, while they're staying with the same main batteries, they're keeping the Reapers and Sojourns for most of the time, although there are some changes. We've been seeing this tank change around a lot. We've been seeing some we've been seeing Wrecking Balls, some Sigmas, still some Winstons. Again, Lindbergh taking on Hickman. Going now, not necessarily right now, but eventually going into Game 3 on Ilios.
Seeing as how these games have been going, this is going to be another one down to the wire. A lot of these teams are very evenly matched. There's a definite reason why they're here at the state level today. A lot of them have been doing very well.
And yeah, even looking at that last round on Junkertown, if that last fight were to go the other way, we'd likely still be in an overtime right now, trying to replay those rounds out to have a winner. These teams are both just a single fight away from making it to the bronze medal match in so many of these situations, and we're likely to see that right again on Ilios.
Each team has had an extremely strong performance, and I'm excited to see who will go into the next round. The next bracket. This is also a map coming up at Ilios where a lot of interesting things can happen. A lot of people will play Lucio or Roadhog to hit the enemy team off the map by throwing them into the middle, hook them into the middle, various things that will provide a total chaos factor.
And as we get into the game, the first map here, this is the one map where you won't necessarily be seeing a lot of knocking off the map, although it is still definitely possible. You have a lot more of a divot point where whatever team isn't on the objective will have the high ground if one team is on the objective. And then once we get onto our future maps, perhaps the well might be next, we will see a lot more of these environmental hazards that the teams have to be aware of and attempt to utilize. As going in 4 seconds until the doors open. Seeing a new comp for Lindbergh, pulling out Diva and Pharmacy with the Pharah and Mercy.
Not a lot of variation coming from Hickman. They're going back to the meta, which I feel that they may be a bit more comfortable with, which is always fine. Comfort picks normally tend to win the game for you.
And now Hickman, once again, using the same idea as the composition holds, dive into the back line. Banjo almost getting taken down, trying to jump back away, getting back to his healers. And he is able to start getting healed up. Not able to take it down with Sparkly Mo. Sparkly Mo takes down E-Track. The Reaper missing now for Lindbergh, because Lindbergh are going to decide to simply just back up. Both supports trying to get out. One of them might end up falling. Mercy does indeed. Banjo gets the pick on the edge there as they return back to the point. Already had somebody back there to get it as they begin ticking it.
Hickman pushed Lindbergh back quite a bit. It seems Lindbergh's waiting for the rest of their team so that they can regroup, have a stronger push force, and hopefully take that point.
It is worth noting for Lindbergh that enough hope has been done. The Pharah ult is indeed ready. Grass ends up finding a pick on E-Track. E-Track having an unfortunate game, getting picked off twice at the beginning of both fights. Diva is going to be backing away, helping the Mercy secure an escape route. Feather Apple trying to use that defense matrix to block some serious damage coming in from the Hellfire shotguns of Reaper. As Hickman stay in complete control, 40% to none.
Hickman continuing to push Lindbergh back quite a bit. trying to keep them as far away from the point as possible. I'm sure if Lindbergh really wanted or they needed to, they could use the D.Va Pharmacy combo or even the Reaper teleporter to push them a lot closer to the spawn and completely ignore the line that Hickman has made.
Using the ult doesn't necessarily get all 3 kills, but helps cause 3 kills. 3 players going down, a Lucio, Winston, and a Reaper. And Lindbergh will end up taking the point. A beautiful sonar back, knocking 2 back into the team. Random bloke able to cause almost every single death there from Hickman as Hickman lose all 5.
The Pharah, truthfully, capitalizing on the support of the Mercy, that's one of the reasons that a lot of players will go Pharmacy. Damage boosting a Pharah, which pretty much throws bombs, it's just a bit too good.
Kiriko ult coming out now. Both Kiriko ults coming out. Both teams going to be looking to use just about everything here. Both teams really, really want to win this fight. D.Va Bomb isn't going to immediately find anything. Ishrak with his own Reaper ult will end up finding a kill on grass. As Reaper now still trying to find some picks. Kiriko forced to TP into danger on the point. Random bloke finds one. Ishrak finds another. And Hickman have been wiped. An actual team kill.
Before that ult, Lindbergh was losing a few characters. A lot of them were low. They got really good support. The Reaper ran in, he ulted appropriately, and it gave them that huge advantage.
And now Lindbergh just about to match a tie on 65%. However, Lindbergh will keep going up as they just now do tied and leading. Trying both teams very, very heavily want to get this first round. Another Pharaoh ult is ready when needed. Does end up using it, picking off Sparkly Mo, might try to find another, doesn't quite find Lucio, however, he did get poked a bit, does end up finding him on the ground. Random bloke gonna hide around a wall, trying to get the Mercy healing, which he will, jumping back in the air, trying to sonar boost back. Grass finds a kill, bouncing being traded back. Grass gonna end up getting picked. Absolute destruction coming from Random bloke's Pharah in this round. Slushy using the revive on Ishrak as well, just making sure that all 5 of them are there and ready for the next fight. 98%. Overtime has begun. Lindbergh, if they continue and win this fight, keeping Hickman off, they will win the first part of this round. Hickman looking to recapture to start getting toward their 100.
From what I'm seeing from Lindbergh, both Hickman and Lindbergh have extremely similar play styles. They both do very well. But on Lindbergh's side, I'm seeing a lot of the Mercy saving people from the brink of death, pretty much.
Ishrak absolutely popping off, finds 2 huge kills, finds a third. Grass finding away a kill on Random bloke, however, it might not be enough. As Grass, despite finding another Feather Apple, is able to take down Grass. A Genji, the last player alive. Sparkly Mo isn't able to do it. Lindbergh secure round 1, moving on to the second round of potentially 3.
I truly have to accredit a lot of that on Lindbergh's side to Slushy. I've seen the constant support. Their Reaper, Ishrak, got low. I saw many times that their Pharah was about to die, and the Reaper was paying attention. The Mercy was paying attention, was there when they needed, and healed accordingly, saving a lot of their team.
Truly amazing team play coming out from not necessarily even just Lindbergh, both teams getting a lot done, but Lindbergh able to keep their main stars alive for just long enough to help secure the first round here as round 2 starts on well. As you'll notice very quickly once we get to the objective, in the middle of this objective point, there is a well. If you fall into it, you will die. And it seems Banjo looking to take advantage as he has gone the Roadhog, going to be looking to hook some players down into the well on a large flank now. Looking to see what he can find. Sparkly Mo staying on the Genji.
I wouldn't be surprised if the control point ended in another tie and they'd have to go into like a final elimination sort of round. Considering both of these teams are extremely evenly matched, they've got great support, they work well as a team. Truthfully, I can't say who's going to win. It'll come down to the wire, and the team that gets 5th place or ends up in 5th place, there's no loss in it, regardless.
D.Va making sure to get the spawn as unstaggered as possible, going to just jump in the well. Banjo taking some poke, however, will be able to donate the heal to his healers or himself for ultimate charge.
From that quick switch over from the Roadhog to the Sojourn, you see that the Roadhog was completely unaware of one of the enemies, but the Sojourn was staying back in time to watch and guard the Roadhog's back. And that is a testament to their teamwork.
Genji Blade comes out, is going to be able to find one, does end up finding a second. Grass finds random bloke with the Sojourn. More keep falling, and Hickman, I believe that is indeed a team kill. And I'm not sure if that was a misclick. Banjo ended up ulting after the team kill. Will end up back at 0% there. So I suppose they technically used 2 ults for that fight. Hickman able to win while actually only getting any value out of 1 ult. However, we'll be looking to refarm those now. Sparkly Mo on the Genji had a huge opportunity for a Blade as a Diva Bomb will go in. And the only person that will die as a result of the Diva Bomb is Diva herself. Reaper ult coming in, finds Peaches. Lindbergh trying to take momentum back. Sparkly Mo is seeming to be borderline on his own now. Not many people left. Grass falls. 2 plays left on blue. Bouncing Bean on the Kiriko dies. Genji also is going to end up falling as Lindbergh at 94% will capture the point away from Hickman.
From Hickman's side, I'm really hoping to see some Lucio plays. There's a lot you can do on this map with Lucio and Roadhog, and it seems that they know that. They're looking to take advantage of it, and they're doing well so far. Lindbergh was just able to push in near that last 6% and hopefully can keep up the advantage.
And now we can see Banjo finds a hook onto the Kiriko, isn't able to get the one-shot combo due to a knockback though. Beautiful peel by, I believe it was the Diva, driving in with the mech. Banjo does find a hit onto Tracer, which is end up being lethal. Sparkly Mo taken down by the Kiriko.
Banjo looking to pick off some of their...
the Kiriko.
Looking to pick off their supports, take their team out, hopefully weaken them so that they'll be an easier target.
Does end up having an actual Roadhog ult here, trying to fire it into as much as he can. Doesn't end up finding any kills, but does get a lot of damage. Banjo ends up hooking Feather Apple, gonna have to try and run away in the Diva form. Trying to get some poke in. Very, very quick ultimate to get back. Almost
Hickman
gets picked off by Banjo.
Hickman now 1% away from the objective. It will come down to the next round.
Hickman able to find those key hooks with some of the Roadhog hooks, getting some of the big picks, do end up winning the fight, taking the point, as now the penultimate round of this match, of this series, the winner of this round will move on to the bronze place match. We can see Lindbergh immediately changing almost their entire comp. Hickman staying very still on what they had.
Now what I'm sure we'll be seeing here in this specific part of the map are a lot more environmental kills, people trying to get those environmental kills. It may be backfiring.
When it comes to characters, Hickman, same comp as they ran last match, same 5 characters. Lindbergh coming out with some new picks. The Genji has not been played much, but it's being played here by their opponents as well. Bringing out the Ana, which we haven't seen since the first match of the first round, or the first round of the first match, and bringing out the Reinhardt, which is new today.
Lindbergh pushing in, managing to stay in the center of the point, which is a fairly dangerous place to be. Banjo from Hickman trying to focus their Ana.
Does find the Ana in the end.
Lindbergh's Ana honestly put up a good defense. He didn't die immediately. He somewhat survived.
Lindbergh trying to keep their Reinhardt alive, but there just isn't enough to do so. Can't quite find the pin. Taking the point now, all 5 Hickman members on point as they will begin their timer. First team to reach 100 moves on to the qualifier, the 3rd place bronze match against Tigers Dios.
Lindbergh pushing in the far left, hoping to get that advantage, push them out, maybe get some environmental kills. Hickman trying to take a higher approach, get the advantage over Lindbergh, who is trying to push a bit below. We've got their Roadhog.
Roadhog gets grabbed, is not going to get thrown off the map. Reinhardt almost takes himself off. However, while that was happening, E-Track Reaper ult does find 2.
There's a huge attempt by the Reinhardt to push the Roadhog off the map. Didn't work. The Roadhog managed to get out of it just in time. Lindbergh still managing to take the win.
And now Lindbergh, now that they have the point, they'll begin their tick. 45% of Hickman to the counting 15% of Lindbergh. However, Banjo will hook onto E-Track, is able to find the one-shot kill. And now Banjo going to be sieging the point, using his ultimate, trying to pin as many players in this corner as possible, looking to kill the Ana, going to make sure he can stay topped up. The Earth Shatter will come out, Sound Barrier comes out, Sparkly Mode kills Tech. A pin now, Feather Apple grabs somebody. Who is it? He ends up getting the Genji. Trying to stay on the back edge here. Random Bloke's sword will end up killing Bouncing Bean, and Lindbergh. Random Bloke, an ace by them. Both teams now nearing 45%. Lindbergh with point possession and a respawning Hickman High School will be looking to take the advantage here in the final part of this series.
A ridiculous amount of strong, well-placed ults just went off there, making it look a little hectic. Lindbergh managed to get the advantage. It looks like they had good support. The Genji 1v1 going to Sparkly Mo from Hickman High School. A Genji ult coming out, almost completely clearing the point.
Sparkly Mo finding amazing value off of his team's combo. The Kiriko ult and the Genji ult in synergy allow for a lot of opportunities. So many things you have to worry about. An entire buffed up team and a massive sword.
Sparkly taking an almost full team kill. An extremely strong Genji ult right there. Very well placed. Possibly a huge point for Hickman.
And now in potentially the closest match we've seen today, 67-73. Feather Apple decides to sacrifice himself to take away Banjo. Both teams left without a tank. However, the decision was for naught as Lindbergh end up falling in the 4v4. Every player is dead. That is a team kill for Hickman High School. 80% now and ticking. Hickman looking to keep Lindbergh off the point. 15% left. Lindbergh have to regroup and they have to get to the point now.
Hickman definitely took advantage of the positioning and the walls on that point.
5% left. They will make it to the point. Lindbergh now on the point, capturing it. They have a lot ready for the counterattack by Hickman.
Hoping to see a
Roadhog coming into the point on his own, gets slept on his hook, trying to do everything they can. Now both teams in an absolute last win or lose situation. Must win if they want to stay in. Banjo trying to back away now. 85% for Lindbergh, trying to give their time to respawn.
From looks of it, Banjo is trying to find the proper positioning to use his Roadhog ult, hopefully to push some of the other players off the map. It's going to come down to a...
Now the same situation comes out. 99-99. One more team fight. The winner of this fight most assuredly wins the game. Feather Apple getting knocked off the map. The Roadhog ult finds 2. E-Track coming in with the red loss. They're able to take down the Genji. At both teams trying to stay absolutely full on the point. Banjo doing everything he can. Grass gets picked off by Random Bloke. E-Track takes down Bouncing Bean. Lindbergh in advantage. Have to 3v1 the Roadhog. Doing everything they can. E-Track takes him down. Lindbergh. Can the Lucio touch? He cannot! And Lindbergh Flyers will take down Hickman High School and proceed to the 3rd place match.
An extremely good matchup there. The Roadhog managed just in time to use it to avoid the Reinhardt ult going out, but there were 3 remaining members and the Roadhog just could not take it.
And Banjo getting play of the game even in a losing fight, finding so much with that ultimate 2 environmental kills. Just is not enough. Lindbergh, the 3 remaining players, able to regroup and take the fight as Lindbergh defeats Hickman High School.
Extremely strong plays right there coming out from both of the teams. A lot of competition going on between both of the tanks.
Round of applause being given for both teams. Very easily the closest match we've had, or the closest series rather we've had so far, going down to the absolute end of the wire in Game 3.
An amazing job from all of them, and truthfully, in my opinion, there are no actual losers here. Each team fought to get here, and they made it with good reason.
And now we'll look quickly at the bracket before we head to break. We have Tigris Dios Lindbergh in the third place match, Blue Springs High School, CBC in the championship match. We will begin with the bronze medal match once we return from break with Tigris Dios and Lindbergh, and then we will move on to the championships with Blue Springs High School taking on CBC for the MOSEF Overwatch State Championships. But for now, we will be back after a break for that bronze medal match. Thank you everybody for tuning in.
Hey, if anybody has not gotten lunch or needs lunch, we have some extra lunches in the back spot there that we can sell. We were just making sure everybody got fed. So if you have not gotten a lunch and need to eat, we can sell those. They're $10 in the back. There's a tall gentleman, wave your hand, Kev. He can help get you hooked up. So if you did not eat lunch and need food, that's your man back there. And then we're gonna get hyped here in about 6 minutes. right, we are back with our third, fourth place matchup here between Wellington Napoleons and Tigres Dios. However, I know you didn't win the championship, but you are the #1 hype fans in our heart, so you will be taking that home with you all. Great job. And they will be going up against the challengers, Lindbergh Flyers. This match is going to get started here. We'll do the same thing with that 10-second countdown, as this is our second to last match. A big note of change for this final round here for our third, fourth place match and our championship match. The previous matches this morning were best of 3. So teams would take 2 maps. Whatever team took 2 maps, the game was over. This is now best of 5. So your team is looking to take 3 maps, and then they get that, they win. So matches are going to go a little bit longer, a little bit more hype, a little more drama at the end, as these are 2 more evenly matched teams. So keep the cheering going, keep the hype going, have a whole bunch of fun, make your noise, and like I said, let Stevens College know that we are playing esports in their fine Kimball Ballroom. So thank you all for being awesome, and let's get hype.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody to the MOSEF High School Overwatch State Championships, where now after an exciting morning of Overwatch, we will be moving into our placement matches. And right now what we're about to hop right on into is the 3rd place qualifying matches. And as we can see here on the bracket in the bottom there, Tigres Dios will be taking on Lindbergh here for the bronze medal. Got both rosters here. On the left first, Lindbergh, led by Eshrak with Tech, Random Bloke, Op Tempo, Seckley Slushy, and Feather Apple.
On Tigres Dios side, we have Pigdini, Turtleman, Milkman Mason, Wisp, Vitamin C, Ender Dragon, DK, Bioshock 18, and Pixis Rose.
And now taking a look at these teams coming in, Lindbergh coming off of a very, very, very close best of 3 against Hickman High School. They will be facing Tigres Dios, who had some quite strong matches earlier in the day. Winner of this match, once again, will end up as the 3rd best high school Overwatch team in the entire state of Missouri. And here is our map road for this game, or for this best of 5.
As you can see, we have Lijiang Tower, which is a control point, King's Row, which is a hybrid, Route 66, which will just be escort, New Queen Street, which is a push, and Ilios, which is the chaos factor control point.
Very excited. Some more maps that we haven't seen so far. We haven't seen Kings Row or I think any hybrid map. Haven't seen any Lijiang Tower or Route 66. It'll be exciting to see if any of these teams have some new interesting compositions for us to check out as we hop straight into Game 1 on Lijiang Tower.
From the looks of it, we have Tigris Dios going the Kiriko, Symmetra, Reinhardt, Reaper, and Lucio. So quite a bit of variation coming from Tigris. Lindenberg actually going pretty similar. Instead of Kiriko, they have an Ana, and instead of the Symmetra, yeah, Junkrat.
So yeah, definitely some more variation, seeing both teams with the Reinhardt, a Symmetra, and a Junkrat. Have not seen either of them yet today. As the first point is underway, 10 seconds until it unlocks. Both teams once again trying to farm up some ult charge, trying to get first control of this fight to start getting their control points up.
Both teams started far left, which is commonly an advantage point. It's just when you clash head to head, you kind of lose the advantage and it's an even playing field. So truthfully, going back and forth, whoever comes out triumphant.
Lindbergh now in complete charge of this first fight. Big's trying to throw some symmetric turrets onto the middle of the objective. However, with their Reinhardt just now getting back after an early death, that will be Lindbergh in charge. Tigris not able to keep first control of the point. Lindbergh start off with an early lead. Already up to 2 ults, holding onto the Riptire and the Nano Boost. Tigris still trying to get up to their first ult.
As Lindbergh has the lead, they're still trying to hold Tigris back, trying to keep the choke point so that they can't push any further onto the point.
Riptire is taken down. That is one ult missing from Lindbergh. Random bloke not able to get it off before the Reinhardt swing took it out. Trying to get back in on this point now. Reaper's going in behind. However, Milkman Mason taken down before he can get the Death Blossom off. Kiriko ult is going to come in. Random blow gets a second pick. Both DPS are missing for Tigris. A third kill, a fourth kill. Feather Apple coming off with 2. Random bloke with 3. And Tigris Dios wiped once again by Lindbergh.
On Lindbergh's side, Ishrak has his ult up, which on this map can be either extremely well placed or a complete waste.
Both teams now stalking onto some of these ultimates, missing the Ana and Kiriko ults we saw in the last fight. However, both teams are Reaper ult, both teams are Lucio ult, and then Tigris have a few extras under their belt. Trying now, 70% for Lindbergh, going to be trying to hold off here. Sound barrier comes out for both teams, going to be trying to hit this Reaper before he can get anything serious. However, he does hold on to the Death Blossom, does end up using it right before he dies. Not able to get anything. Ishrak uses his own. Symmetra picks his Rose on the edge, trying to take out this Junkrat. Just barely can't get it and gets taken down. Lindbergh in complete control, just now nearing 90%. Tigris are going to have to rush to get back to this objective. Full speed ahead, Hammond is able to contest in time. The point will continue. Symmetra wall goes up, trying to block as much as possible. Tigris need to win this fight here if they want to stay winning on this round.
Tigris is able to push in the point, but it's definitely a matter of who can survive at this point. If Lindbergh can get them off of the point, it'll be an immediate win, but the entire game right here is up to whether or not Tigris can push in and hold it.
Tigris trying to change over, almost a borderline C9. 2 to 3 players still alive, just got off point for a bit too long, but it likely was not that impactful. Lindbergh still had complete control, getting back up to some of those ultimates. Very, very quickly here in this bronze medal match, Lindbergh up 1-0 on map 1 here in Lijiang Tower.
Going into this game, on Tigris' side, we now have a Moira and an Echo. I'm not seeing any changes on Lindbergh's side.
Tigress end up changing both of their, so they change back to the Lucio. However, they have changed that Moira over to a Baptiste as we head into the second portion of this map. Once again, every player going to be looking to get as far ahead as they can, trying to get that early ult charge. Lindbergh TP to the site, already on the control point, trying to hold it as long as they can, setting up the Symmetra turrets in the middle. Anybody who comes in immediately going to be starting to get burned. Random Bloke immediately takes down Bioshock. Missing a tank, the team is going to dive. Lindbergh looking on the back line. Do end up finding Pix's Rose, find Turtle Man. Lindbergh, complete control. Find DK, find Milkman Mason. Every Tigress member is down. Lindbergh, complete control on Lijiang Tower.
From Lindbergh's side, the plays by Feather Apple have been winning them so many fights. And that's... half of it is great support from his team, but I can say there's definitely some good skill going on there.
Charging up some ultimates now. Reinhardt has his, several more ults, such as the Symmetra coming up soon, and a couple of Tigress's ults, mainly the Baptiste comes in. However, the huge Earth Shatter does get blocked. The Baptiste does keep some alive for now. Milkman Mason finds a kill on Tech. Feather Apple trades one back, Bioshock trades another. Feather Apple trying to live, taken down in the end. Tigress taking down a lot of kills. Eshrak not getting up yet though, taking back the Reinhardt. Milkman Mason takes down one, Pix gets another, and it looks like after taking down the turrets, Tigress will have taken down every Lindbergh construct on the map. And they will now, 38% into Lindbergh's reign, take the point and begin taking their own score.
Sadly, right there, I believe Feather Apple pushed a little too far and got isolated from the rest of his team.
Reality bends to my will.
We've got a Symmetra ult going out.
Getting back in now, that is a pin, dead Lucio. However, Lindbergh are losing a lot of players as a trade of it. Reaper ult's gonna come out, just isn't unable to do enough. Pix's Rose, Bioshock, both finding kills. Pix with a double kill, and Lindbergh will fall once again. Both teams now nearing an equal percentage with Tigress in control. An exact tie now, and Tigress take the lead. Lindbergh, of course, never gonna give up here. Still another over halfway at least in this round.
Lindbergh going for the frontal assault, not going to take the side, just going to blatantly push in and hope to get the advantage. Feather Apple immediately stunned by Tigress's Reinhardt.
Oh! Eshrak, huge Death Blossom. Able to find both DPS and both healers. Just trying to take out Bioshock. Eshrak gets it too. Potential play of the game there. Eshrak pulls all five. And Lindbergh back in control of the objective. Just able to navigate in. Death Blossom takes away the Baptiste disc. Able to find then 4 and getting a normal kill on the tank at the end. Tigress have to try and get back now. Still ahead by a bit though. Feather Apple finding a kill onto Pix while Bioshock is frozen and stunned. Slept put in the front line as the team dives the back, and once again Lindbergh take them all down without a death of their own. Gonna be healing up now as now both teams are tied with Lindbergh in control.
I again have to revisit the positioning on those Reaper ults. I don't know if he just watches well or pays attention to the timing. He sees when the team's there, he knows that they're low enough, and takes them out.
We do hop back into our next fight. Bioshock and Feather Apple charging into each other. Bioshock with a bit more healing behind him. Pix's Rose finds 2. Mason finds 1. It looks like Tigress are in complete control here. Still a bit that they have to worry about. Turtle Man gets 1. Bioshock able to take down Liana. A team kill for Tigress Dios. However, Lindbergh 98%. One more full win fight, and they will end up taking not only this round, but this entire map. However, Tigress Dios in control of the objective for now.
Lindbergh only 2% away. If they can make one full push and clear the point, they can definitely win it.
And now Vale coming in, trying to keep everybody zoned in. Have 2 frozen, do indeed find them. Eshrak 1, Random Blow 2, Feather Apple another. Takes down the Baptistes. Baptiste not able to stay alive forever. That is a team kill for Lindbergh, and that is map 1. Lindbergh will take Lijiang Tower. No characters can get here in time. Up 1-0, Tigress Dios fall down.
When you leave something like 98% left on the point, The second they reclaim it means that there's nobody left.
Play
So
the
they'll
game.
win undoubtedly.
Going to the Mei here in the end. Huge Mei ultimate. Ended up not going to the Reaper. However, this was potentially, arguably, the game-winning play. Beautiful Mei ult, able to freeze. I believe that was 4 different people as Lindbergh lead away to game 1.
Some very strong plays by each of the team. I'm seeing a lot of back and forth going on. And I feel like it's because they're both so evenly matched.
Yeah, both of these teams, once again, we've been saying it all day. Every single team taking turns, winning fight, then losing a fight, winning a fight, getting control of the point, then losing it. Any fight that goes a different way could mean a completely different end to the game. However, for now, Lindbergh stay up 1-0. Tigris down by a deficit, trying to come back. Moving on to Kings Row, our first hybrid map, I believe, of the day.
In terms of hybrid maps, claiming the control point generally is a one-shot thing. Once the point's clear, you've got it. There's not really much rushing back in and taking it. But the escort aspect of it is where a lot of teams can struggle.
And once again, as we'll see here as we get into this Kings Row, this first control point, pivotal. It's based on borderline a single choke for the first control point. Both teams going to be having to do whatever they can to keep control of that choke and the associated areas, as if one team can fully break through safely. They are very, or if the attackers rather can break through safely, very likely to have a very good attack on the point. As we do potentially see some substitutions for Tigris Diaz.
Small greeting there from Lindbergh's side.
Making sure we can get everybody connected properly. Lindbergh still saw a bit of talking there, likely talking about their upcoming strategies here on Kings Row, trying to talk through the compositions that they want to bring and how they want to either attack or defend here, as we have not seen a hybrid map today. Interested to see if any new picks will arise with going from a control to an escort so quickly. As Tigris finish getting prepared, making sure everyone can get, once again, everything connected.
There is a huge difference you can see in playstyle from escort to control to push. It is very dependent on the teams, their playstyle. Sometimes the characters they choose just can't keep up versus the others. There are so many dependent factors, one of them especially being that each of them are timed, the skill times, using something in the right circumstance, which is something that these teams are very good at. Using ults in the right place, for example.
Lindbergh finding ways to stall the time on their own. They have no Winston to keep them energized as Tigris Diaz continue getting set up.
The substitutions causing a bit of a delay in the matches, but I'm sure that the teams are confident in their substitutions. So I'd really like to see how it changes up the play style.
Lindbergh grouping up around the camera, I suppose. I'm not really sure. Oh.
That paints a clearer picture.
Looks like we're getting thumbs up from the Lindbergh team. Not quite sure if Tigers are ready, but once they are, we will be hopping into Game 2 on Kings Row. Yeah, taking ahead, looking at the future maps, because even if Lindbergh do end up winning on Kings Row and going up 2-0, we will still at least see Route 66, which will be another escort map. Again, both teams taking opportunities to attack and defend. Push on New Queen Street if we make it to Game 4, where once again we'll have the robots attempting to push barricades as far as possible, and Ilios, one of the more chaotic control maps. But for now, we stay on Kings Row with, I believe that is Tigris Dios on the defense, and Lindbergh will be attacking first.
Around 30 seconds out from Game 2, Tigris has gone Reaper Lucio, Sojourn, Baptiste, and Reinhardt, so a little bit of variation. Lindbergh has gone May, Reinhardt, Reaper, Lucio, and Ana. I can definitely see the Ana-Reinhardt pair going well for them.
Interested to see if anyone changes over to anything like a Widowmaker to try and take a shot at the very beginning here. But for now, Lindbergh will begin their attack on Kings Row, trying to get through that first choke and get onto the control point.
Defend objective A.
Forward, my friends!
Trying to organize themselves. They do get through the first choke. Tigers decide they want to hold the point. Maywall kind of splits them up, taking a bit of poke damage to the Sojourn. Reinhardt charges into each other. Feather Apple caught way out of place here, taken down quickly. Lindbergh will fall apart, get caught away from their tank as he gets stuck behind.
Lindbergh immediately trying to push to their left and go around behind Tigris, and it just does not work out. The push seemed to be a little less collective than some of their previous ones. So their team got a bit separated, and it just...
We do see the Baptiste on the very top right of the screen there, healing all the way from the top balcony. Maywall splits the point in half. Lindbergh are going to be trying to push through. They find the Sojourn before the Baptiste gets there in time. Lindbergh now taking over. Regroup, goes straight ahead into the point, and they seem to be doing well for themselves. A 1v1 now, Milkman, not really a 1v1 at all, but Eshrak and company are able to take down Turtleman. And once again, as mentioned, one winning fight is enough for this first objective.
Objective loss. Escort the payload.
From the looks of that previous push, Eshrak and Feather Apple kind of led it. I could see that their May was supporting them, throwing out some ice shards, I suppose. And their Lucio and Ana stayed at bay just enough to support them. Currently, we have a little bit of back and forth between Tigris and Lindbergh. It's definitely before they have to get too close and personal. They're trying to take some pod shots, do their damage, so when they do have
Reinhardt
to
caught
push
off by a Maywall. Gonna try and dive him. They do indeed get the kill off in time. Earthshatter coming in now, immediately breaking the Baptiste disc. Gonna end up finding the Baptiste. DK falls, Turtleman falls to Slushy, and Tigris completely take it over. The Reinhardt caught literally a foot too far forward, cut off by the Maywall, and it wasn't broken in time. Pigdini getting taken down, followed by the rest of the teams. Or the rest of the team's players, rather.
We have Lindbergh playing very strong. They have a great setup for defense, and they know exactly what they're supposed to be doing with their characters. It seems to be working out for them so far.
Reaper ult coming in. Eshrak able to take down a Baptiste disc and the tank. Takes Turtleman down on the back leg of it. Teleporting on top of the Maywall, keeping himself a bit hidden. Drops down immediately, takes down at Vitamin C. Headshot by Milkman Mason, but Eshrak got his damage in time. 3 players on the point. Lindbergh, complete control once again here on Kings Row. 5 minutes left to get just another half of a point.
What I find interesting is that they gave Lindbergh time after losing some of their people. Tigers didn't push in immediately, and that's giving Lindbergh some time to recuperate and get their team in.
Nail on the point now. Several players throws in random blow, able to help assist in several kills. Sound Barrier was used to block a Death Blossom. And Lindbergh once again winning another fight here on Kings Row. Outside of that first mishap at the very beginning before they even got the control point, Lindbergh yet to lose almost even a player, but yet to lose a full-on fight with only a few deaths here and there. And 3 meters left, is going to be forced to contest. Lindbergh now on the point. Both teams looking to do everything they can. The Baptiste ult comes out in favor of Sojourn. Going to be putting down as much damage as possible as Reinhardt holds the shield backing away. Gets taken down though. And Lindbergh going to be forced back by Tigris, who are actively chasing, trying to find any picks they can.
Tigris attempting to contest. Their main goal now should be playing for time, because the likelihood is that Lindbergh will push in and get the point, but playing for time means that they can tie it up and eventually, hopefully, win this match.
Earth Shatter comes in. Feather Apple going to be trying to storm the Reinhardt into the back wall, trying to take out this 1v1. Eshrak has dived in with him, going to be diving into the room. 3 players down, 4 players down for Tigris Dios. And unfortunately, the Reaper, even with the death blossom in the last frame, isn't going to be enough, as Lindbergh take round 1, 3 points in, getting all the way down. 3 minutes left as well if Tigris do make it back into an overtime, where they will be able to use the rest of their remaining time.
Some very strong Genji plays coming out near the end of that match.
Initiating match.
Now is the point where Tigris will have to make it all the way to the end to tie it up, or they face losing this round. Going into this, Tigris has a bit of variation with the Widowmaker. On Lindbergh's side, we see the Genji coming back out.
I will say with Tigris attacking, it is very likely that Milkman Mason will look for an early shot as he did earlier, finding it on Dorado, and then change back to his iconic Sojourn, which he's found so many massive picks on in earlier series.
Listen to your mommy. That's how you get the night.
Within these last 5 seconds, it looks like Lindbergh is trying to hold him a bit past the choke point.
Oh, Mason does find a tag onto the Lucio. Isn't enough to find a kill. Trying to stay here, seeing if he can find anything. Does indeed drop straight on down, and does turn right into the Sojourn. However, while he's doing that, Tigris are forcing Lindbergh back, not necessarily off the point, just a bit away. Baywall is going to be used to try and keep Bioshock. I believe that, no, that's Pigdini. Pigdini alive. He does end up falling, though, to Feather Apple's Fire Blast, as Tigris will be forced to back away. For now, Tigris just trying to farm up some ultimates. Not necessarily going to win the first fight every time. However, they still have plenty of time to farm up ultimates and try and get a push going onto this control point.
We've got some strong plays coming from both Tigris and Lindbergh. I'm sure Tigris will be able to make the push in, although they are being held pretty far away from the point.
Gaining 100 health, being kept alive by his shield, is going to be able to get away for a bit, get some healing. Turtleman does find a kill onto the Genji. Will potentially have a 5-on-4 for a bit if they can regroup and go immediately. Genji, random look, still dead for a tiny bit. However, Reaper on the flank, 70% to the ult is Eshrak, going to Wraith form away. Trying to get in close. The closer he is with those shotguns, the more damage he will do, of course. 1 point into the objective for Tigris. If they want to contest, they're going to have to go now. Trying to get toward that ultimate, however, he's going to fall just before he gets it at 91%. Lindbergh completely fall down. A team kill for Tigris Dios.
From Tigris' side, right there, I saw some very strong plays. I saw the BAP window mixed with the Mei wall so that they could not back out.
And now Tigris Diaz will begin their escort mission. Must get to both checkpoints, preferably with plenty of time to spare in favor of their overtime chances. So need to get moving and need to move fast.
We've got a sort of line going on from Tigris' side.
Ooh, Eshrak coming out. Reaper ult is able to find one. However, the Mei ult is going to be able to freeze several players. Genji still jumping around. Several players popping their ultimates, trying to win this fight.
From Lineberg's side, they're getting pushed back quite a bit, but they're still trying to keep up that contest.
Random blow diving in, a massive usage of his ult. Able to find 3 kills with the ult and DK with the dash. Coming out with a quadra kill on his own there. And Lindbergh will slowly begin pushing the point back. Even if they do end up going to overtime, the more time Lindbergh can deny, the absolute better. Tigris regrouped as 5, trying to get back in. Know that they need to get pushing. Again, the same Mei wall as we saw last time. Going to be trying to execute this pick.
Tigris using the Mei wall to gain just a little bit of an advantage. Feather Apple from Lundberg managing to kill their Mei right after the wall was gone.
The missing player in Mei. Lindbergh are going to be looking to take a massive fight here, take down Eshrak and Tech, and before Pigdini can grab somebody and get away, slept by Tech. And Lindbergh once again winning another fight. 2 minutes, 40 seconds now for Tigris Dios. Will of course get some time back when they get to the checkpoint, if they get to the checkpoint. However, Lindbergh have 3.5 minutes to go toward their overtime fund if they need it. Tigris trying to regroup, have to start using some ultimates here. Lost 2 straight fights in the same spot. Trying to use the Mei wall to pick off the Reinhardt again. Baptiste window coming out as well. Trying to use it to get whatever they can, however, they don't get any kills off of it.
Tigris managing to push back Lindbergh, giving them a bit of an advantage so that they can push at least a little bit on the point. Oh. We're seeing a Reinhardt ult coming from Tigris. Manages to get at least 1 kill on Eshrak. They're Mei taking out the Ana, their supports are gone, so they might end up pushing here. They're trying to take advantage of it, but not separate from the payload too far.
But it does look almost for certain now Tigris Dios will make at least the second checkpoint. Just another meter to go, and they do. 3 minutes now on the clock. Already less time than Lindbergh going to overtime if Tigris make it all the way. However, they have to finish this first round first.
Now it's a sort of wall situation. Each of them is trying to take advantage of the angles, get a few shots off, and try not to take too much damage. The further that payload pushes, though, the more trouble they're going to have.
Ooh, Earth Shatter blocked the Mei wall coming in. Feather Apple going to try and take a pin down. However, the Baptiste Frisbee is going to keep them alive. Random bloke, another massive Genji blade, finding 2 with the kill and another on the dash. As Lindbergh, again, trying to burn away as much of this time as they can.
At this point, regardless of if Tigris makes it all the way, Lindbergh will have the advantage. So if Tigris is planning to tie this up, they're going to want to push as quick as they can.
Now Tigris trying to take another fight. The Mei ult's going to come in. Reaper ult stacked on top of it. Eshrak is pinned, doesn't end up dying immediately. Turtleman takes down Slushy. Random bloke, another kill on Pigdini. Looks like Lindbergh are in control of the fight again. However, it's not completely over. Random bloke takes down Sojourn as well. Trying to jump back to the rest of the team. The Reinhardt has a pin on Lucio, and Lindbergh will kill all but Mei. Mei is able to take down Random bloke, the Genji on a retrade. Tigris Dios forced to back away now to regroup. Random bloke will be spawning in and rejoining his team as well. 1.5 minutes now on the Tigris Dios clock.
Tigris trying to push in again. Lindbergh's main goal seems to be just keeping them away from the point or from advancing any further than that choke point.
Both Reinhardts, one with Shatter, one at 92% of it. Reinhardt goes down, Feather Apple has died, which means the Earth Shatter is fair game. Nothing can block it except for a personal invulnerability. Reaper goes down on the back. Eshrak not able to do much about it. Trying to swing on the Lucio. 1 minute left on the dot. Still holding on to the Earth Shatter. However, they might not immediately need it. Tech and Slushy both down. No healers for Lindbergh. But they are going to have to attempt to get to the point. 2 meters left. Has to charge on to get there in time. Random bloke taken down by Milkman Mason. Milkman Mason finds a second. Both DPS are down. Vitamin C fell off the map on accident. However, it's looking like it's not going to matter. Pigdini taking down Feather Apple, Milkman Mason taking the Ana, and May taking the Lucio. Both teams make it to every single point.
Score 3-3.
And so while the game is even 3-3, both teams will get another opportunity to attack and to defend. Tigris Dios have to make it as far as they can with 1 minute. Lindbergh will have 3 minutes 50 seconds, an advantage of almost 3 full minutes to get further than Tigris get in their singular minute.
Ready for battle.
Tigris will be pushing first, which means that they may end up deciding how far that they can actually defend.
Tigris Dios going to have a minute on the clock starting in 18 seconds. Going to need to make use of almost every single second. For every 1 second they spend, the Lindbergh have 4 seconds going for them. And Tigris' Dios very short timer will begin right now, as immediately with the Lucio, they're going to be trying to make as much movement as they can. Turtleman trying to find a pick on the Hanzo, isn't able to do it, changes back over to the Mei. Pigdini trying to wait for his team. 45 seconds, already lost a fourth of their timer. Going on to the point. Lindbergh backing away for a moment while the AoE still stand. Maywall's going to hold some of them back. Trying to find as much damage as he can. Pigdini with these swings. Diving on, Turtleman finds Tech, no Ana. Milkman Mason finds Random Blow, no May. Down 2 players now, finding 3 and 4 and 5. Every player on Lindbergh is dead. A team kill for Tigris. They will begin. 20 seconds left, taking the first objective, beginning the escort portion of the map. No more time granted. 4-3, they have 13 seconds before overtime begins.
Tigris pushed in immediately, took out Lindbergh very quickly. It was a very strong push.
And from this point on, if Lindbergh win a fight, the round will go to Lindbergh's offense. Overtime has begun, and there's no way to make more time back. Lindbergh going to be looking for an opportunity to fight. Trying to be as sneaky as they can. All 5 jumping in same time. Immediately taking the fight to Tigris Dios. Everybody jumping in. Eshrak taking down the disc. First death is on Tech. Pigdini, a beautiful charge. Feather Apple takes 1. Milkman Mason another. Both teams absolutely scrapping. However, Milkman Mason finding multiple players. Pigdini finding the Lucio. Eshrak isn't going to be able to do enough, and Tigris Dios win a second straight fight, and they will continue pushing.
Lindbergh attempted to sacrifice time to gain the advantage, but in the end, it didn't really do much. Tigris immediately negated the push and was able to make it further. If they can get to the first point, they'll be in a really good position.
And you could see there on the player view the absolute focus that Tigris Dios is putting into this. They have to stay alive, as going down 2-0 in the last match of their tournament will be a bad thing for them. Nearing the second checkpoint. Earth Shatter comes in. Every single Tigris Dios player is hit. Lindbergh, an amazing advantage in this fight. The Mayo comes in to try and counter, and Feather Apple takes down 1. Milkman Mason gets a trade, gets a second. Milkman Mason going off, getting 2 kills. Continuing the fight, a lot more blue players than red. Milkman Mason, another kill. Vitamin C taking down the Ana. Tigris Dios, a 3rd fight win in a row as Random Blow goes down on the back end of it. 5 points to 3 now. Lindbergh's 2 to 3 minute advantage. Not looking like that big of an advantage anymore as Tigris Dios near the end of the map again.
Tigris managed to keep Lindbergh at bay, even just with the May wall, long enough to claim that point. They then proceeded to follow that up with a kill, and they're halfway to the final checkpoint. This is an extremely good position for them, considering they only had 1 minute on the clock.
And now with Reaper ult coming in, Sound Barrier to keep him back. Vitamin C ends up going down to the Reaper ult. Brandon Bloke's Mayo gonna come in, takes down 1, takes down 2, 3 players are missing for Tigris Dios. Pigdini's gonna end up going down. The last player is the May. May's gonna try and wall herself up, doing everything she can to stall. It does end up going down, however. Tigris Dios, with only a minute, make it down almost the entire length of the map. Make the control point, make the first checkpoint, and over halfway to the next checkpoint. Lindbergh have 4 minutes to beat Tigris' time.
Going into this, Lindbergh has a bit of an advantage based on time, but the issue being they'll have to push pretty far.
And Lindbergh's much longer timer will begin in 45 seconds. We see the comps, very similar comp for Tigris Dios. Lindbergh starting out with a Widowmaker, might change off of it, might stay on it.
Long ago, in a haunted castle on a hill. Are you listening?
From Lindbergh's side, we're seeing a Widowmaker, surprisingly. Not much change from Tigris, though.
Widowmaker on the top row there, I believe, will be looking to try and find an immediate pick. Random blow, taking a bit of poke, backing away into his healing zone. Immediately changes back off to the Mei. Lindbergh's 3 minutes 50 seconds has begun as they near the point now. Maywall gonna trap off Feather Apple for just a bit. He's able to charge back away. All 5 players now grouped back up for both teams, both hiding behind their Reinhardt shield. A Maywall now will try and lock in Pigdini. However, a Maywall now is gonna trap Tigris Dios, or Tigris Dios gonna try and trap them in. Feather Apple gonna back away with the shield. All players still relatively high health. Feather Apple's lowest at half.
Lindbergh getting 1 full tick that will remain, almost at 2. If they can push in just a little bit more, they should be able to get that, and that will give them the time advantage if they have to push in again.
DK going down, Mason going down, Feather Apple down. Lindbergh have a 1-man advantage, trying to go in now. They are able to take down Vitamin C, they are able to take down the Mei, and they are able to take down the Reinhardt. No players left alive for Tigris Dios at the objective. 2 minutes 50, Lindbergh take the first control point. Must pass Tigris Dios is escorting within 2 minutes 40 seconds plus overtime.
They definitely have a lot more time, which means it's very possible for them to make this. I believe they had 13 seconds on Tigris' side. Now each of them are trying to make use of this small little choke point here.
And now we can see the Mei walls are going to be coming out, trying to cut some people off. The Mei team, the Tigris Dios Mayo comes out, countered by a sound barrier. Earth Shatter comes out. Pigdini finds Tech, going to be diving all in. Tigris Dios all up in Lindbergh's face. Finds the Mei, finds the Lucio. Lindbergh lose this fight for now. They back away, but that's the advantage of having time. They don't have to win every single fight. 1:40 left on the clock. Going forward now, the Baptiste goal coming out. Eshrak using his ult, finds 1 and 2. Tech falls though for Lindbergh. Feather Apple takes away Pigdini. Mason finds Eshrak, but Feather Apple able to take back down Milkman Mason. No more massive picks coming from him for this life. Turtleman taken down, and Lindbergh have started their stretch, nearing 1:10, almost half the time that Tigris Dios started with, and they are roughly halfway there, nearing the first checkpoint of the escort, and they have to make it halfway past that.
60 seconds.
A minute left now. It had the exact time that Tigris started on.
Tigris definitely looking to hold this choke point. On Lindbergh's side, I can see that their Reinhardt is trying to take advantage of them not knowing where he is.
However, the main disadvantage of having your tank away from the team is there's no one to literally tank for you. However, Feather Apple, Earth Shatter from behind finds 2. They are going to be able to take advantage of it. Mei's down, Lucio's down. Continuing the fight, they seem to be doing perfectly fine for themselves. Team kill for Lindbergh. Tech is down, Lucio's down, both players.
Lindbergh down
Maybe
to
might have
20 seconds, roughly, with less than a checkpoint left to go. As long as they don't get separated from this payload moving forward, they've got it.
And now, once again, as Lindbergh have just in the last series, a very, very close game down to the absolute wire. Must push 20 meters in overtime. Cannot lose another fight. The Mei ult coming out. Turtleman trying to find everything he can. Baptiste Disc is down. Pigdini is gone. Eshrak and Tech, however, traded away.
From
Lindbergh
Tigris, we're
down
also
to
seeing
DPS, but Tigris
Sojourner.
have no tank. Lucio trapped off, is able to wall right around. They do take down Vitamin C and DK. No healers left for Tigris Dios. However, the DPS for Lindbergh are still not quite back. Lucio and Tracer now getting back, teleporting over, changing over to the Tracer now. Feather Apple trying to do everything he can. However, the overtime, he C9s, he gets off the point! And that will be 1-1. Tigris Dios win.
Tigris managing to push
Feather
Lindbergh
Apple walks
off the
away
point.
from the point, a C9, as the map ends there, just short. Team almost got it back, but was off the point. Slight error, Tigris Dios take King's Row. Play of the game, as we saw earlier, 4-man Nano Blade. And it goes 1-1, Tigris Dios. I suppose I would say coming back there in King's Row. 2 to 3 minute time disadvantage. And looking back now at the map road, Lindbergh taking Lijiang Tower, then Tigris in a game that went to the absolute wire, able to take King's Row. 1-1 in the series, both of these teams doing absolutely everything they can in an attempt to get their team the bronze medal, the third best Overwatch team in the entire high school state of Missouri. And we'll be moving on to see who can take the 2-1 lead in the series when we move on to Route 66. See Tigris Dios, energy refueled after that last game, coming back from a 2-minute 50-second disadvantage, and they are able to claw their way through, getting almost down to the entire length of the map in a single minute. Lindbergh trying to regroup, they're preparing their Route 66 plans. Full attack and full defense. Route 66, a much more, I suppose, open map, so potentially might not see some of the characters working as well as they have in the past. That might not have as many opportunities for choke points, so we might see them revert back to more of the default compositions we've seen, where we have the Winstons, we have the Sojourn Reapers, the Lucio Kirikos, where we might see them continue with the compositions they've been using, bring out some of the different characters. Both of these teams seem to very heavily favor Reinhardt as a main tank, as both teams now are getting re-prepared up for this Game 3. Energy fueled for Tigris, looking a lot more emotional than during Game 1 and 2.
Ending off here, I'm sure that the coming games will be just as close. Truthfully, there's no telling who will end up in third place.
It'd be very interesting to see what would happen if this tournament was literally yesterday with Mei disabled, as Mei has been such a pivotal part of both of these last two games, especially on King's Row. They're trying to find so many large amounts of picks, particularly on the main tanks, then diving onto the back line. However, today is not yesterday, and that means Mei is enabled. OP tempo is apparently loved. Thumbs up from Tigris. Once again, looking back at these rosters, we can see Lindbergh have only 6 players, 1 substitute that they can change out with Eshrak, Tech, Random Bloke, Op Tempo, Slushy, and Feather Apple. Tigris with a plethora of subs.
With 9 players, meaning at least 4 subs on Tigris' side.
Everybody dialing back in now as Route 66 is underway. You can see Tigris, a very typical composition for what we've been seeing. Sojourn, Reaper, they've changed the Kiriko over to a Baptiste, and they have the Sigma. Bastion currently on Lindbergh.
Each team with 1 win, we're seeing some difference in Tigris for sure. Yeah, the Bastion from Lindbergh is a bit bizarre, per se.
Do you think that they're going to try and just get the Bastion on the point and sit there?
Pirate ship, that's a genuine tactic that I've seen a lot of people play.
They do have Mercy and Ana to try and help keep them alive with the moving Sigma shield. And of course, Eshrak, I'm sure, would love to roam around, try and find some picks. But we'll see what they do. They do keep the Bastion on the main comp. However, Tigris seem to be holding the roof of the gas station. Don't want to hold this first turn. Commonly seen as unfavorable for the defenders.
Because Bastion, after being nerfed, does not just have a constant turret mode, I do not know that Pirate Ship would be something that they could get away with. We've got a lot of back and forth with Tigris taking the height advantage. I'm hearing a lot of damage being done, but each side has very strong supports.
Still not a death as we're turning around the second corner, nearing almost the end of this checkpoint. No player deaths yet. Lindbergh staying with the point. Tigris don't want to drop all the way down and commit yet. Will have to eventually, as this is almost a checkpoint for Lindbergh. Still no death, 4 meters until the checkpoint. Two players now dropping. 3 players on Lindbergh down. Eshrak takes 1, Eshrak takes 2. However, Eshrak, one of the last players on Lindbergh, trying to get away. Very low health, almost, I believe that's less than half health for Eshrak, but he does almost have his ult. Ana has the ult ready as well. And that was honestly a pretty successful first push, almost getting all the way to the checkpoint for Lindbergh.
Yes, Lindbergh made a very strong push out. Tigris just honestly had to stop it before that point in order to be able to do anything, which they did execute extremely well.
Now Eshrak teleporting into an unseen position right in front of the sign for the gas station. They do finally see him as he goes in. Is going to Sigma ult, trying to focus out on the Lucio, but a beautiful stun, knocking the Sigma down. Milkman Mason finding the headshot with the Grailgun as well. Off tempo, getting completely denied on his potential checkpoint making play. A beautiful stun by Pigdini. Mason capitalizing on top of it, able to completely turn off tempo's ult into a death. Gonna wait for the Sigma now. Don't want to try and rush into anything that is definitely not winnable. However, the Reaper still unseen. Is gonna try and go in now. Ana ulted, but he gets knocked away. A nano death loss of getting completely sent away. Cancels the ult to try and get some use out of the nano boost, but isn't able to find an incredibly large amount.
We can see a lot of ults ready on Tigris' side, just waiting for the proper positioning.
Macy gonna pop his ult as well, trying to find some of these Sojourn headshots. Hasn't quite found any kills yet. Trying to hit these flicks, ends up hitting random bloke. Turtleman taking down Eshrak on the back half of the fight as well. Changing over, Milkman Mason almost bursted. Just barely misses his next railgun shot. Pigdini taking down off tempo. And Lindbergh down to a minute here on map 3.
Tigris managing to almost, well, near the end of the fight, gain the advantage, completely keep them at bay. They've only got around 40 seconds left to continue to contest. It seems as though Tigris has got this in the bag, but what we've seen from Lindbergh means that the likelihood is that they will be able to wipe Tigris and get that final point, or at least push them back and keep them at bay long enough.
Lindbergh now getting back up, random bloke almost getting bursted, however does have enough healing, trying to find a pick onto Milkman Mason. However, it doesn't come to fruition as he immediately gets healed. Trying to take the point now, down to 10 seconds. Sigma ult sound barrier at the same time. Didn't quite hit off tempo with this shot this time. However, Death Blossom is going to get knocked away. Milkman Mason taking down Tech. Overtime goes into effect. Gonna have to make sure they stay with the point. Eshrak takes down Vitamin C. Random Blow trying to take away. Eshrak finds 2 with the Death Blossom. 1 before, 1 after. Random Blow takes down Mason. All 5 fall for Tigers. That is a Lindbergh team kill. 4-man Reaper ult. 4-man Reaper play, I suppose, is a better wording for Turtle Man.
To show truly how close that fight was, there were only 2 people left on point, and both of them, I'm sure, have some serious chunks out of their health.
Eshrak coming off that 4-man Reaper play. Turtleman and Eshrak both with these critical Reaper ults. Both still 20 to 30% of their ultimate recharge. Sojourn ults are coming up now though. They may see some use soon. Reaper teleporting high. Doesn't quite have an ult to drop on them with.
Up top, we see Lindbergh trying to take the height advantage again. Tiger is trying to contest them from it. We do see that one of them is waiting to snipe. Their Reaper is waiting for a good advantage, a time that he can jump in and truly take advantage of the situation.
Oh, Random Blow with the Sojourn ult. Able to take away Milkman Mason, who is using his own Sojourn ult. Able to win this battle of a player now. Random Blow almost gets picked off, but without Milkman Mason, isn't much to do. 4-man Sigma ult. Will it be able to find anything? Lots of damage, of course. However, no immediate kills. DK falls. Turtleman falls. Lindbergh in complete control right now.
We have Lindbergh with some extremely strong pushes, almost to the point. Tiger is unable to contest for long enough. It looks like this point is in the bag for Lindbergh.
And Lindbergh capturing the second objective much, much, much smoother than the first objective. Getting a minute and a half refunded to their clock. 2 minutes 15 now to get as far as they can.
With around 2 minutes left, Lindbergh has a good advantage, especially considering the number of ults that they have ready.
Yeah, looking at the ults there in the top right corner, both, or not both, but Reaper has his ult up, Op Tempo has his. Both supports either have or are going to have them within seconds. Sigma ult coming in, sound barrier used to counter it. Both Reapers looking for a large positional advantage. Eshrak finds the Baptistas, but isn't able to find a kill. In fact, almost gets taken down. Eshrak, though, is able to find Turtleman. Eshrak getting so much pocket healing. 2-3 players full hitting him, cannot take him down. As the rest of Lindbergh, while being harassed here by the Eshrak. By Eshrak, rather, not the Eshrak.
A few of Lindbergh's players trying to push a little bit further to draw their attention to near their spawn so that they can make that one final push to get all 3 points.
Tested at 0.5, Turtleman able to defend. 3-man Death Blossom. Pigdini finds the trade onto his Sigma, and Sojourn gonna back up. 0.5 meters left, almost another slight error that would have led to a 3-point with plenty of time left. The cart will start moving backwards as Lindbergh gonna be regrouping.
Tigris used that Reaper ult and then absolutely capitalized on it. If anybody was left alive, they were low and easy to take out.
And now both Sigmas trying to use their shields effectively, blocking as much poke as possible. Eshrak using whatever he can. Baptiste comes in, however, he gets immediately taken down, but the barrier, the wall is still up. Pigdini on point, doing everything he can for his team. Gonna pop the Sigma ult, does end up throwing 2 in the air, immediately knocked down though. Stun and sleep. Pigdini trying to do everything he can. Milkman Mason finds 2 massive picks. Both DPSs of Lindbergh are down, 20 seconds left. Another pick finds Tech. Milkman Mason exactly when his team needs it the most. Finds 3 picks. Sound Barrier coming in. Tigris Dios. Complete control. 15 seconds left. Op Tempo about to have his surge.
With 15 seconds, Lindbergh either needs to contest or make one final push. But from the looks of it, Tigris has a great team composition and they're able to keep them at bay.
4 seconds left. Random Bloke is going to hop on the point, ensuring that somebody is contesting it. Overtime will begin. Lindbergh, of course, going to try and finish this point out. Random Bloke taken down. Turtleman able to get him in time. 1-man player advantage for Tigris Dios. However, the fight's not over yet. Sigma ult finds 2 into the air. Lucio gets dropped. 4-4. Pigdini dies to Eshrak. Lindbergh have an advantage here. 4 players to 3. Tech falls. Off tempo takes down Turtle Man. Tigris Dios losing the fight. Eshrak Death Blossom comes in, finds 1 and 2. Lindbergh, team kill, will be able to get all 3 points. No time left for an overtime if it goes to another 3 to 3. However, Lindbergh will, as always, take a full completion.
Another Reaper ult by Eshrak that has possibly been at one of the most pivotal moments of the game and truly led to them winning.
Eshrak's Reaper ults and Milkman Mason coming in several times, not just in this series, but across the entire day of competition. Milkman Mason has come out with so many massive Sojourn ults, finding 3 to 4 kills with several different railgun shots. All chaining together now. Lindbergh have taken the entire map. If Tigris cannot, then Lindbergh will take a 1 map advantage in the best of 5.
With 40 seconds on the clock, everybody's preparing for the game. From Tigris' side, we have a Reaper, a Lucio, a Sigma, a Sojourn, and a BAP. On Lindbergh's side, we have a Reaper, a Sigma, a Sojourn, a Lucio, and the only difference is their Ana. Tigris changing to a Widowmaker. I can definitely see them making some strong shots at the beginning here that could give them a very good advantage.
Milkman Mason has shown he can hit some of these pivotal headshots when they're needed. However, might not be able to look for an early pick as Lindbergh hiding back on the gas station just as Tigris did.
Lindbergh definitely looking for the high ground and not holding as closely on the payload. I think they're using the distance to try and get a small advantage, stay a little higher. Maybe get a few angles off, because once they pass that threshold, Lindbergh will have the absolute advantage.
Now Lindbergh putting as much poke onto the point as they can. Lucio doing his best to heal everything back up.
Lindbergh's only goal this round now just truly being to keep them from getting 3 points, or at least run their time down if they start getting close.
And now once again, we're seeing the exact same thing as happened last round. Lindbergh don't want to fully commit to the point, which it does look like they are going to do now. Don't want to let Tigris get as far as they did. Tigris going to be forced to back away. Pig Dini taken down. Going to be diving on, seeing if they can find any extra kills. Aren't able to make anything happen. Pig Dini's dead for now, and Tigris Dios have backed off. Lindbergh will once again back away.
Good to see you.
Each team seems to have had a mutual back off, trying to regroup and keep the advantage so that they're not trying to pick each other off and creating total chaos. Tigris pushing the payload, mostly hiding underneath the building to where Lindbergh cannot hit them.
We will see both Reapers at almost the same percent, 50% into each ult. Eshrak going to be trying to jump on the point. Does have time to get back up. Going in now, again, trying to find something with the combination with the Onanade. Taking away the Frisbee, they are able to take with that. However, still looking for either team, looking for their first kill of this fight.
We're seeing a strong shift from Lindbergh from the height advantage straight onto the point just to keep them from making it and contest as long as possible, because regardless if they get taken out, they will get that time advantage in the end.
Milkman Mason going to be looking for some early picks if he can, trying to jump over, navigating around, does try to find the Ana, does indeed get it in the end. A minute 35, and it looks like Tigers are going to be taking this point here. Not necessarily a team kill, but Tigers have enough to take the first point. 4 minutes on their clock. An additional minute 30 will be added once they get to the next checkpoint, and they must make it all the way down the map. I would be tempted to just put 3 players on the point here. Try to get as far as you can, as quick as you can. The better, more time for overtime, the better. And Tigers, of course, hoping to go to overtime.
Lindbergh definitely going for the height advantage. Tigris attempting to kind of stunt them in that and trying to stop them a little early so that they don't get a total advantage.
Eshrak hiding away, holding on to the Reaper ult. Both Reapers, many players in fact have their ultimates in general. Sigma ult is going to come in, finds 2. sound barrier comes in to counter. Pigdini takes down Slushy. Pigdini takes down Tech. Turtleman takes down Off Tempo. Lindbergh falls. Turtleman gonna try and chase after Ishak, which he is able to do. Turtleman finding 2 picks there at the end of that fight. 3 minutes left, halfway to the next checkpoint.
Lindbergh is now going to have to rush in and contest as long as they can if they're looking to either keep time advantage away, because the likelihood is that Tigress will get this point.
And now Turtleman ulting, finds 1, finds 2. Gonna be backing away now. Off tempo, takes away the disc. Milkman Mason takes down Ishak. Ishak did decide to hold his ult. Saw what happened on the back half of the fight. 4 minutes once again. Tigris Dios have 1 short corner or 1 short line, and then a very long line after the turn. Have to go 74.5 yards. Meters, not yards. Ishak gonna be teleporting up to a flanking position. Is seen, however, not quite hit by the stun. Taking some poke. Ana hitting him through boxes, it seems.
Tigress having almost 3 minutes and 30 seconds to push to the final point. Lindbergh is honestly just preparing to either play for time or try and stun them completely. The likelihood is that they're going to have to try and play for
Death
time.
Blossom gets knocked away, not able to get anything. Mazimov at random blow finds a pick. 2 players missing now for Tigris Dios. Are going to be forced to back away.
We've got some Widow sniping from Lindbergh, which can definitely keep them at bay. Milkman Mason, who's playing their Sojourn on Tigress' side, is trying to avoid being shot by the Widow, but possibly do some damage to him, take some pod shots, hopefully give enough so that their team can stop him.
Now once again, Tigris Dios trying to get some possession, some tempo here, trying to keep as much time as they can get to the end. Lindbergh doing their best to farm up as much damage, farm as much ult charge as possible. 80% toward the Sigma ult, several other ults getting in the air. Widowmaker ult comes through. Turtleman takes down Ishak. Off tempo does have his ult. May decide to use it. Random blow takes down Vitamin C. No Lucio for Tigris' attack. Are forced to back away. Missing a healer, forcing a fight here could be potentially disastrous. Getting to a no ult takedown, Lindbergh would then have almost everything ready.
We see Lindbergh Sigma attempting to keep them at bay. Tigris has moved back a bit, so it seems to have worked. Lindbergh is honestly just trying to get the rest of their team in to hopefully get a positional advantage and keep them at bay. We're seeing an ult from Lindbergh's Sigma.
Pigdini using his ult now, has 3 with it. Is he gonna find anything? Finds 2 on the kill. Lucio taken down immediately after. Off tempo going down now. Random blokes Widowmaker, last thing standing. Lindbergh might still have the chance to get 1 more fight in. With the Lucio speed boost, they should have time to regroup and refight. However, having to come out of 1 of 2 doors makes it very easy for Tigris to shoot them. Getting as much damage in. Nano comes in onto the Reaper, who 26 health, ends up getting taken down before hitting a single shot. Nano boost wasted. 4 players on the point, 5 players on the point. Tigris Dios, a team kill. 2 minutes left on the clock. Gonna have double Lindbergh's time for overtime. Another overtime on an escort map between Tigris Dios and Lindbergh.
3-3.
Lindbergh right there, unable to contest.
Initiating match.
Tigris definitely has the advantage with 2 minutes and 2 seconds, while Lindbergh has exactly 1 minute left.
And now we get an eye into the compositions. I believe Lindbergh will be attacking first due to having less time on the clock, as Tigris Dios will be approaching.
With only 25 seconds left to get ready, we can see that Tigris is attempting to move in, decide on a choke point.
And once again, seeing the same strategy pulled out for a third time here on Route 66, staying on the gas station, not blundering anything on the first road. Tigris coming out with the very similar comp, exact same comp, I believe. Lindbergh, a slight change. They've changed Random Blow onto a Genji. Saw it come out a bit at the end of the last match on Ilios, I believe.
We're seeing a lot of back and forth between Lindbergh and Tigris. Both of them are trying to play higher points in order to level the playing field or get some sort of advantage.
E-Shrek lurking below the gas station. All four players that aren't off tempo now, using the payload to get on top of the gas station. Trying to find an opportunity to kill anyone. One player clipping through the billboard. They're gonna know he's hiding there. 10 seconds now, 6 seconds left for Lindbergh's attack. If they lose a fight and lose point possession, the point will end. However, only one player on point. They are going to have to get there in order. Off tempo does get there in time. Many kills coming out though. Mason, Vitamin C, Pig Dini, DK get a kill. One player left off tempo. Not going to be able to win a 1v5. And while he doesn't die immediately, that is as far as they will make it. Tigris Dios, double the time. 2 minutes must make it a tiny bit further. Even a 100th of a meter will be enough to beat Lindbergh here in map 2.
3-3. Switching sides.
Lindbergh trying to contest. Tigris Dios just with too many people on the point. They have strength in numbers, and they definitely had an advantage going on there. With around 30 seconds left before the round begins, we can see that Tigris simply needs to get 1 point within 2 minutes, which is definitely longer than what Lindbergh had. Tigris going the same comp. It seemed to work for them previously. Hopefully it'll work for them pushing in. Lindbergh changing out for a Mei, which definitely could create some good contest time for them.
Potentially going to be trying to block them off, maybe even as far back as in the spawn, but just trying to keep Tigris away from being able to push. All 5 players do appear to be on the gas station. Reaper might be a bit closer.
Because I'm only human. The barrier appears.
And once again, we begin the poke fest. Both teams trying to get as much damage on their opponents as they can. E-Shrek still lurking around. 4 players on top of the gas station. The Reaper shot comes in, doesn't know where it's from. He recognizes it somewhere. But he isn't able to look around, has to keep putting up poke. Sees the Reaper top left, they've located him now. Might go for the pick. Already halfway to their goal. Another 20 meters will be enough. Pig Dini tries to take down E-Shrek, but they aren't able to do it. Off tempo, taking down Milkman Mason. Down at DPS, Random Blow takes away the Baptiste disc. Lindbergh loses E-Shrek, gonna be trying to dive onto the point here. 4 players left though. Just a few meters left. Tigris Dios win a fight, they win the game. A minute left, off tempo, takes down Vitamin C. The Mei getting a lot of value in here. Wall coming up, trying to come in every single player of Tigris Dios, trying to split the room.
Lindbergh with a definite advantage happening.
Pig Dini takes down off tempo, finding a lot of huge picks here. Ultimate's almost coming up in time. Random Bloke very close to his ult. Slushy just in time. Random Bloke 4%, 1% away from the ultimate, and it's not going to matter. Tigris Dios take it, winning map 3. Route 66 goes in favor of Tigris.
An unsurprising Reaper play of the game by E-Shrek.
See here, I believe this was the very first push of the game. Ult to help find 4. Dies at the end, but they get the point and end up making it all the way.
we've had Lindbergh taking the first map at Lijiang, which was a control point. Tigris, both on Route 66 and King Row. King's Row being a hybrid, Route 66 being an escort. It seems that Tigris really excels in the escort scheme of things and bringing in that like final point in overtime. New Queen Street being a push is going to be extremely close. It's going to be a lot of back and forth from what I've seen so far. As we can see, each team is preparing for the next round. Bit of small talk, a few jokes, some determination on what exactly they're going to play. Maybe changing out, subbing for some different people. From the looks of it, Tigris seems to be subbing in the background there. Not Tigris, Lindbergh. Seeing as from the looks of it, Tigris will stay with the same lineup.
Both teams getting back ready. Looking back at the map list, Lindbergh taking an early lead on Lijiang Tower. Then Tigris Diaz, an absolute beast of a team when it comes to pushing payloads. Hybrid and Escort, both going in their favor on Kings Row and Route 66. We'll see if Lindbergh can take it back on New Queen Street with the robot pushing it to Game 5, or if Tigris Diaz, will be able to push it 3-1, getting the third place medal here in the MOSEF State Championships.
If Lindbergh cannot win New Queen Street, the game will go to Tigris Diaz, and Tigris Diaz will be third place. If Lindbergh can regain New Queen Street, eventually winning the push map, it will go on to Ilios, which is the determining factor of the game.
are gearing back up now. Match 4 here in this best of 5. Tigress Dios on match point here on New Queen Street. Seeing a lot more of the typical comps for some of the teams, where Lindbergh going back to the typical Winston, Reaper, Sojourn, Kiriko, Lucio. Tigress Dios. Looks like they're still changing it around a bit, but seeing some new characters. Have not seen Zenyatta yet at all today. However, they do change back to the Baptiste.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Kiriko takes on Baptiste. Outside of that, every character is the same. Both teams again here trying to take this high ground, fighting around the hockey statue.
We're seeing Lindbergh playing the exact meta that most of the games have been playing as. We're seeing Tigress with a little bit of variation as Baptiste.
Feather Apple, the first pick onto Big Dini, taking down the tank, and with that, Lindbergh will look to siege. They take down Milkman Mason, random bloke winning the Sojourn fight, and immediately onto the robot. Quick pick onto the tank, no one to peel for the rest of the team, no shields, no anything. And with that, they will find DK, random bloke. 2 picks now on the Sojourn. Pushing that robot up 20 meters now, trying to get to that first checkpoint as soon as possible.
Going somewhere?
We can definitely see that Lindbergh is making progress, and I do not think that Tigress will be able to stop them in getting at least 1 checkpoint or extremely close to it. Tigress and Lindbergh are now both fighting for this room, which will give them a sort of advantage because it is slightly more elevated. It is also away far off from the basic route.
Mason was not happy with the last incident, is able to find the Sojourn headshot onto random bloke now. With that, Lindbergh will be forced to retreat. Pig Dini takes down Slushy. Eshrak taken down by DK. Trying to force them as far away as possible.
Right now we've just got some movement from Tigress, advancing the payload just a little bit.
Lindbergh taking this high ground, gonna be jumping down now. Pig Dini immediately kills Peck. Feather Apple trying to jump on the back line, has Primal Instinct, decides not to use it. Eshrak kills Pig Dini, Turtle Man dies or kills Eshrak, trading out Pig Dini immediately. And Tigress Dios still have the advantage in this fight, although the fight is closer to Lindbergh's spawn. Ooh, Selkie taken down.
Well, Lindbergh is staying back a bit, looking probably to get some sort of advantage. Tigress is pushing further, almost to the point.
Another fight breaking out now. DK takes 1, Mason takes another. Feather Apple will he decide to use the Primal Instinct? He does indeed. They've taken down Mason now. The fight isn't completely over. Random bloke finds a second pick. Both DPS missing for Tigress. Fight's actually favoring Lindbergh as they still have DPS up. Gonna be jumping now on Baptiste, trying to block his damage from the inside. Trying to chain this Tesla cannon onto both healers. Doing everything they can to just stay alive. DK finally goes down to Lucio. Vitamin C follows shortly after. Pig Dini gonna be fleeing away. Lindbergh still in the lead and in control of the robot. Winston messes up his jump, blocked by some barriers. Last barricades. As Lindbergh now re-enter the offensive path, seeing if they can get the robot to that checkpoint. Just another few feet to go.
Lindbergh now just looking to get that final checkpoint. We see a Reaper ult from Tigress, which is stunted, does not end up getting the kill on anybody.
Eshrak taking Vitamin C, first kill of the fight. Random bloke takes down DK. Both healers missing, makes it fall shortly after. There's no one to heal. Eshrak now trying to sustain the Winston, does indeed do so, 54 HP. Might try and teleport in, decides not to with that low of health. However, Lindbergh have taken the checkpoint. The spawns have moved closer. Eshrak still holding on to his ult. Does get immediately taken down though. Mason finds a pick onto him. Pig Dini and a kill onto Soki. Now Lindbergh are going to be forced to flee. Ooh, Tech gets taken down. Turtleman able to find it with the Hellfire shotguns. The long range just barely chipping him down enough to kill.
Tigress hoping to advance the robot at least to one checkpoint. Tigress Winston almost immediately runs into Lindbergh's Winston, or Lindbergh Winston.
Refro coming in, Eshrak, 1, 2, Feather Apple finds a third, trying to dive onto Take Dini now. Eshrak, a single health race form. Does end up finding Pig Dini with the aid of Kiriko. Random blow takes Turtleman, and the robot back on its way toward the Tigress Dio spawn. Feather Apple, after missing that last jump, doing everything he can to break as many glass and barricades as there are. Running with the robot now. 4 minutes 20 remaining in this game. Both teams once again looking at the back lines. No players down yet. However, Pig Dini seems to be in a quite big mess. Milkman Mason finds Feather Apple. Pig Dini finds Tech. Milkman Mason finds Random Bloke, a double kill with the Sojourn ult. A third kill just after finding Selfie Slushy. Eshrak trying to get away. The robot once again getting close to the Tigress Dios, trying to get to this checkpoint as their spawns will move closer.
The lead's almost ours. Don't stop.
Reaper gonna contest, waiting for Feather Apple. He does make it. Eshrak trying to get his ult up. Feather Apple finds one. Eshrak has his ult up, might immediately use it. Hasn't committed it yet. They have control of the robot.
Tigress pushed in, hoping to surpass Lindbergh, and Lindbergh immediately stopped them, turned the robot around, and they're hoping to get a little bit more of an advantage here. The issue with each of these turn points is that they are advantage points. They are higher points, and they have a lot better angles towards the robot. So if you are lucky, you will be able to surpass those. If not, it's very common that you will be stopped there.
Next fight breaking out. Kiriko ult's coming in. Sound barriers coming in. Both teams trying to do everything they can. Eshrak hiding in, has his ult coming out. Death Blossom finds the Baptiste disc. Is able to find Vitamin C on the end of it. Oh, Random Blow goes in, finds two. Finds DK and Milkman Mason on the Sojourn ult. 14 health. Winston not able to get away. Caught by Feather Apple. And Lindbergh will continue to push, getting as far as possible.
With around 2 minutes and coming up on 20 seconds left, Lindbergh definitely made a very decisive play right there and managed to get a much bigger advantage. If they can hold on to it for much longer, they could say it is likely that the round would be theirs.
Baptiste comes through, trying to find as much as possible. Feather Apple burned completely from the sky, jumps straight into the air at full health, dies dead, or lands dead. Pig Dini trying to now, diving onto every player left alive, still on 400 health, trying to abuse the fact that there is no tank alive. Robot has to double its distance with 1 minute and 40. Tigress Dios looking to get their third place guaranteed in this match on New Queen Street. However, once again, Lindbergh looking to bring it to game 5.
Tigress Winston looking to pick up the Kiriko and go for the Sojourn.
Now both Winstons onto the back line. Mason finds Tech. Another Sojourn ult out for him. Eshrak dies to Milkman Mason once again. A second kill with this Sojourn ult. A third kill coming out. Feather Apple dies. Pig Dini taking down Random Bloke. 4 players dead for Lindbergh. And Tigress Dios will finally get this checkpoint, but as the robot resets itself, that time that they got from winning the fight slowly ticking away as the robot has to reset himself to continue pushing.
With only 1 minute left, Tigress is going to need to push the exact same amount, if not more, than Lindbergh. It looks like they will be approaching that here quickly as long as they can keep Lindbergh off their tail.
However, while trading for Feather Apple, Turtleman did end up using his Death Blossom on the Reaper, so they likely won't have that for the rest of the game unless it goes into a deep overtime, whereas Ishrak 74% into his. They don't even need to push back the robot all the way back. They just need to stop it from going far. 80, 90% to his ultimate, has to stay alive. Sound barrier used to keep Ishrak alive. Has to get his ultimate ready. Trying to push it away now, teleports in, but they don't even need it. Random Bloke is absolutely massacring. 13 seconds, 12, 10. Tigris Dios have to get to the robot, and they have to get an overtime going. Potentially worth for Lindbergh to get off to stop pushing it forward. 3 seconds, has to be touched. Contested, Winston makes it. Sound barrier comes out. Ishrak trying to kill through it. Gets rid of the Baptiste disc, finds Vitamin C. Kiriko comes out. Ishrak finds DK. Random Bloke finds Mason. Random Bloke finds Turtleman. Both of these Sojourns, massive plays coming out to aid themselves. 2-2 in the series, going to Game 5.
Lindbergh has now tied it up, making this next round the final deciding round for the 3rd place. Another unsurprising play of the game from Ishrak. Looking back at how that game played out, I saw that the Lucio saved Ishrak from dying as he was at nearly 1 health. From there on, he managed to regain his health, fully get his ult up, push in, and completely clear Tigris from the point.
Yeah, Ishrak truly saved once again by the supports, the hidden heroes of the team, doing everything they can to keep those DPS stealers alive, which did end up help save the game there. Of course, the Sojourn also began to got many kills. Random Bloke started to pop off with some of his kills. However, the supports truly keeping everyone alive, making sure these fights go as long as possible. And a look back at the map road, Lindbergh taking Lijiang Tower, Tigris Dios, both of the escort maps of Hybrid and Escort going in their favor. However, Lindbergh back on New Queen Street, and the penultimate map for the bronze medal match will be on Ilios, the chaotic control map. Players having a bit more conversations with themselves, making sure everything is ready for Ilios. As we see some typical compositions as we've seen, Tigris Dios coming out again, going with the Reinhardt as we saw here on Ilios the last time it popped up. Then a very similar DPS, Reaper, Sojourn, Lucio, and Baptiste. Lindbergh, however, going with Ana, or going with a Nano Blade possibility with the Genji and Ana, keeping the Reinhardt, Reaper, Lucio.
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
We're seeing Tigris start out by going left. From the looks of it, Lindbergh is trying to take a more frontal approach, keep Tigris back, and claim the point. Lindbergh starting out on the point. They have to contest for at least 10 seconds and a little bit longer to be able to claim the point.
Ishrak almost bursted, is almost immediately healed back up though. The Ana and Lucio are able to do so much healing in such a short amount of time. Random Bloke almost getting picked off here. trying to get some healing back, 116 health, getting back to the team. Feather Apple finds the first kill on Pigdini. Ishrak takes away the Baptiste disc. It will be Lindbergh in possession of the point, already taking their percent up to 9% now.
A very nice map for both of Lindbergh's DPSs. Genji's maneuverability and the fact that Ishrak as a Reaper can definitely benefit from his team grouping the way that they are.
And here we go, 30% for Lindbergh now.
Tigris attempting to make another assault from near the center, just as they have before.
Approaching. And they do finally enter the point. Immediately anti-grenaded. Gonna back away now. Trying to just do as much as they can. Ishrak takes down Vitamin C. Tech takes down Pigdini. And Tigris Dios fall. Ishrak takes down the Kiriko. Milkman Mason finds one trade back. Immediately traded out by Random Bloke. And Lindbergh, 60% and counting. Tigris respawning, regrouping. Lindbergh off to an amazing start here on Ilios.
It seems that Lindbergh is working very well as a team, getting the support they need, getting the healing they need. Their DPSs are protected. Their Reinhardt's definitely doing enough to mitigate the damage.
Committing now, the Kiriko ult comes onto the point. Reinhardt shield goes down, is going to try and have to Earth Shatter. Isn't able to save his team in time. Random Blow comes out with the blade. Going to be using the Sound Barrier to block it. DK takes down one. However, Random Bloke still alive, not anymore. Pigdini gets one, Mason gets another. Pigdini a second. And now 99% in, Tigris Dios begin a reverse capture, 99% to nothing. They will look to get all 100% right here.
Now, the only problem that Tigris is going to be having right here is that the second that Lindbergh claims that point again, they've already won the game.
Lindbergh potentially going to try and stock up all their ults. They have 70%, 79% at that to start stocking ults. Reaper teleporting up, immediately falls in the point. Death Blossom finds 1 and 2. No supports, Ishrak gets both. A counter Reaper ult, however, it's blocked by the Sound Barrier. Milkman Mason finds Tech, no Ana. Fight's not over yet. Lindbergh still an advantage. Ishrak takes one, Feather Apple another. Only the Reaper left on the face of Tigris Dios. And
Tigris
he will
looking
fall.
to
The
contest
capture
as long as
goes
possible.
through. Overtime begins. Have to touch the point now. Lucio booped away, taken down by Ishrak. No opportunity for Genji to make it, or Kiriko rather, to make it. Ishrak taking them down in post. If
First point on this map goes to Lindbergh.
If Lindbergh win one of the next 2 rounds, they will be your 3rd place champions here at the MOSEF State Championships. Tigris Dios have to win both of the next 2 in order to take the 3rd place medal.
We've got Lindbergh going a pharmacy like they did previously with a Diva. Tigris going a Reinhardt, Lucio.
Changing over to a Diva as well.
The only change from Tigris, honestly, now is the Diva.
Will do very well against the Diva, able to block the entirety of the barrage. Lindbergh once again on the point first. However, the point's not quite unlocked yet. Tigris going to be forced onto the point now. Lindbergh trying to take an early capture. They don't get away with it. The Diva touches, but they get it now. Percentage starts ticking. Feather Apple trying to find the D-Mech. Pigdini out of suit. Diving in now. Feather Apple trying to commit. He almost goes to Kiriko. Does indeed take it down. Feather Apple one, Ishrak another. Tech has another.
The objective starting off going to Lindbergh. Lindbergh trying to keep them as far away. I feel that they're probably going to be playing for distance at this point. Trying to keep Tigris from getting anywhere close to the point. Tigress attempting to run up the left side, push in using Diva, but backs up immediately knowing that he will be jumping into a
Fight
straight
going
circle
in,
of
Milkman
enemies.
Mason, that's the first Echo kill I believe we've seen on the day. Able to find everything onto the Pharah and the Mercy, finding 2 kills. Reaper's gonna go down now. Ishrak isn't able to stay alive. Pigdini getting dived on, but is pretty grouped up, whereas the opposite Feather Apple is on his own. 5-player kill streak out for Turtleman.
Tigress now gaining control over the point. 3 ults ready on Lindbergh's side, 1 on Tigress. Lindbergh definitely has the advantage if they were to push in. They have the percent advantage and the character advantage.
Lindbergh did end up getting to 57%. If they are to finish out that next 43%, they will win the bronze medal. However, Diva ults coming in, a lot of different abilities coming in. The wave into the missile barrage, finds 1, finds 2, finds 3 in the end. They end up getting a 4th now. Lindbergh taking away the entirety of Tigress Dios' team. 1 player left. Echo goes down as well. Lindbergh in control again at 57%.
Lindbergh on this map definitely knows that they are comfortable with the Pharmacy Diva play, and it seems to once again be working out for them very well.
Lindbergh 25% away from the bronze medal. However, it's not over yet. Turtleman in the back line gets both healers. Plenty of damage onto the others. Ends up falling. Ishrak dies to Pigdini. Pigdini going all the way in, getting Ishrak and Random Bloke getting possession of the point. Lindbergh get to 83%. Tigress Dios sit at 45%.
I was hoping to see the Diva ult from Tigress, but seeing as how they pushed in, it was completely unnecessary.
Tigress holding on to 1 ultimate. All 4 other ultimates below 30%. Lindbergh have 2 ready, 3 halfway. Pigdini is going to throw the mech bomb into the air. Does not quite find anything on the detonation, but Milkman Mason finds Selkie. Feather Apple forced to back away. Tigress Dios 75% now.
Tigress now approaching the point of being tied with Lindbergh. They will likely be quickly able to pass if Lindbergh does not make a push.
Now ultimates are available. The Rocket Barrage, the Diva ult soon, the Mercy ult, and the Nano. Random Bloke just needs 1 perfect opportunity. They're going for it. Immediately gets rid of the Frisbee. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. The mech goes away as well. Finds the last. Vitamin C is dead. 99% for Tigress Dios, but Tigress Dios are team killed. 85% for Lindbergh. If they can control 1 more fight or keep Tigress off, they will become your bronze medal champions.
A very strong combo ult right there. The Mercy on Lindbergh's side still holding on to his ability.
98%. They get to the point in time. 4 players to 2. Ishrak's ultimate comes in. Immediately blocked by the Diva. Trying to do everything they can. Both teams need to win this. Random Bloke takes down Turtleman. Ishrak takes down Pigdini. Tigress Dios are falling. Down 3. Milkman Mason very close to death. Doesn't quite die. DK's dead. Milkman Mason is dead. And that will be it. Lindbergh are your 3rd place medalers.
The Sojourn play of the game coming in.
And here we can see what we've been talking about with Milkman Mason. Goes into Sojourn mode and just starts clicking heads. Waits for the deflect to end, finds the Genji, more assists on point. Just hitting those big shots where it matters. And Lindbergh do win Odd Ilios in 2 rounds, giving them the lead, the series win 3-2 in this best of 5. You could see celebrations coming out as they did work through both not both losers bracket matches. However, they did have to go through all 5 games, that incredibly long Kings Row game. As we do take a look back at the maps, Lijiang Tower, New Queen Street, and Ilios going into Lindenberg. Tigris Dios able to get both of the escort, or both of the maps involving escort. As we take a look back at the bracket, Lindbergh 3, Tigris Dios 2 in the third place match, which leaves us with just one match left in the entire tournament.
Our only remaining match between Blue Springs High School and CBS, or CBC.
And we will be back after a short break while we ensure that everybody can get logged in for our finals championship between Blue Springs High School and Christian Brothers College High School.
All right, all right. How about another round of applause for that super hype match between the Flyers and Tigers Dios? It has been an amazing day of esports and Overwatch action, and today would not be possible with without the help of some amazing people in the room here. First, can we give a big shout out to UGC, who's been crushing it with the broadcast, the stream, and everything else that we have going on here? Can we also give a big round of applause to our 2 student casters who've been casting all day since 9 a.m. I also want to give a big thank you to Gravity Gaming. Josh, if you could raise your hand. They provided all of our computers and monitors for today. And then last but not least, let's make a lot of noise for Stevens College for providing this venue, helping us with technology, and getting everything else set up here. So now it's come to this. We've got 2 teams that are going to battle it out to be called state champions of Missouri. Ironically, both teams feature the purple and black of their schools. On the right side, we will have the cadets of CBC from St. Louis, Missouri. And to my left, we will have the Blue Spring Wildcats from Kansas City, Missouri. We got ourselves a good old-fashioned I-70 series here that promises to go the distance. So once again, for the one last time, when that counter hits 10 seconds, let's get the loudest countdown we've had all day. Let's make the most noise all day, and let's close this out with a banger, all right? Thank you all for being awesome, and thank you all for being here today. Let's go.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody watching from home and here in Columbia, Missouri for the MOSEF High School Overwatch Championship. And here, after an amazing day of Overwatch action, we have our top 2 teams. These are the best 2 Overwatch high school teams in the entire state of Missouri.
This will be the deciding match for the Overwatch Missouri State Champions.
Here's the bracket so far. You can see several teams fought their way all the way through. Tigris Dios making it to the 3rd place match. Lindbergh slugging through 3 full matches. Tigris as well. Lindbergh ended up winning our last match 3-2, being our 3rd place champions. But now in the top of the bracket, you can see in the championships, Blue Springs High School versus CBC.
On the Blue Springs side, we have Eben Noodles, Okesia, Toasted Oreo, Radar, KC Vet, Huntsman, and Ultra.
And for Christian Brothers College, they have a 9-man roster of Joe 45, E Doubled, Nade, Edible Cheese, Jello, Luma, Schmeep, Jacob, and Butterman. And already straight into game 1 here.
the objective.
We have, I believe, CBC on the left in the blue, Blue Springs on the right in the red, here on, I believe, Lijiang Tower.
For Blue Springs, we have a Sojourn, a Roadhog, a Kiriko, Reaper, and a Mercy. For CBC, we have a Winston, Sojourn, Reaper, Kiriko, and Lucio. They're going the meta.
Eben Noodles already the first pick. Okezia pick on the nade. Joe's taking down the Mercy. Blue Springs currently in possession of the point, trying to take down Shmeep, which they do. Winston, Joe 45 on the point now. Okezia seems to be on his own as the rest of the team regroups. Trying now, doing everything he can, drinking the heal, trying to stay alive. Does find a hook on the Oh.
Game paused.
Okezia with 9 HP left before the pause.
Possibly a misclick we're seeing.
Alternatively that, or some type of connection issue. Very climactic way to start game one.
Yeah.
Point hasn't been taken, and we have a not necessarily a reset, a pause. As we do seem to be seeing some type of error on the side of CBC. Looks like we might have had some thumbs up as we are getting back into the game. Okezia is able to take down Luma before Nade takes him down. And CBC have the first possession of the point.
We can see Blue Springs getting ready to group up and push back in. It seems that they're trying to push through the right side. CBC is trying to counter them and stay on point.
Okezia might be on his own here, has a Reaper near him. Winston and Lucio diving on him. Kiriko teleports over. Joe going to the deny the heal. Oh, the Roadhog ult comes out, taking Joe 45 off the map. Trades of tanks. Huntsman gets E-doubled, even takes Shmeep. Blue Springs absolutely dominating. Nade decides to go off the map, deny a bit of ult, get his respawn a bit quicker to stagger it, or to stop it from staggering rather. Is able to take away one before dying though.
A small wave from Okezia outside the spawn of CBC.
Ensuring his Mercy can respawn and get there in time for this fight. Lucio is grabbed and immediately picked. Okezia takes down Shmeep. Eben Noodles a headshot on the Sojourn onto Luma. 2 players down now. Nade taking back on Huntsman. Trying to find the Sojourn. Missed the hook by an inch. Okezia able to take down Nade. On the Winston now, Joe 45 trying to get away. Does indeed get back to his Lucio, getting the healing pack. Is going to have to back away. Blue Springs 45% of the objective.
CBC looking to regroup. A few ults on the board. They can definitely make a strong push back in and reclaim point.
Oh, Okezia hits a massive hook across the gap. Shmeep is taken down, and CBC have to take a bad fight or get pushed. Huntsman finds a kill onto Luma. 2 players missing for CBC. Okezia going to be looking for another pick if possible. Waving before the... Doesn't want to hook the Winston necessarily. Always has the bubble. Eben Noodles able to take down Luma. Jumping back in. Huntsman dives to E-doubled. Okezia tries to find a pick. Doesn't seem to make the hook. All the Blue Springs players left on the bridge. Okezia now might be getting dived as Kiriko does throw in the ult. CBC trying to get on the point, trying to hit onto this Mercy, and Joe does indeed get her. Okezia has taken down Nade. Joe popping the ult on the backline, trying to take everyone
Winston
down.
ult from Joe 45, attempting to kill their Lucio and push a few of them off the point.
Luma has a Reaper ult, however, takes one down before dying to Okezia's ult on his own. Misses the hook. Joe 45 likely would have died if it was hit. Has another 4 seconds before the hook. Will likely look to heal, then hit a hook. And he does hit. Oh, beautiful save by Kiriko. Blue Springs 99% here on round 1. Nade taking down Radar. Okezia falls as well. It looks like CBC will be able to retake the point, but Blue Springs a single fight away from winning round 1.
Blue Springs regrouping, ready to push in. CBC attempting to find where they're going and counter them. I'm sure at this point CBC knows that they are one fight away from losing, and if Blue Springs gets the advantage, the point will be theirs and they will win almost immediately.
The Mercy picked off. Shmeep able to find Radar. Huntsman in a, that's even Noodles, apologies.
CBC
in a rough
pushing
spot.
Blue
However,
Springs.
Blue Springs get the point.
Blue Springs ran in behind them and claimed the point
All
while
5
CBC was
CBC members alive.
distracted.
A C9 for round 1. Blue Springs, an amazing distraction as Roadhog is able to sneak behind and get the point.
For this upcoming game, we see CBC going roughly the same team comp with the difference of Zarya. Blue Springs going a similar team comp. They're keeping Kiriko. Now they're going Mercy, Sim, Roadhog, and Sojourn.
I have to say, I love that play on the last fight. Sending your healers and a DPS away, make them look like very vulnerable targets so CBC dives on, and then just backdooring the point before getting a single kill. And Zarya immediately onto Radar. Luma and Zarya taking them down together. Even Noodles onto Nade, one player missing for each team. Casey Vet falls. That is no healers alive for Blue Springs. However, Okezia almost finds the Reaper. Joe's able to save him in time. Luma takes a kill on Huntsman. A hook onto the Zarya won't be enough for lethal. Luma has a second kill, and Okezia just going to try and stock up some ult points. Getting pocketed by the Mercy, hits the Zarya with a hook again, not able to one-tap it. And CBC, once again, first possession of the objective.
CBC right there with very strong grouping. From what I saw, Okezia, the Roadhog, was being supported by Radar, who was playing Mercy, but they were doing so much damage that the Mercy healing could not keep up.
Roadhog going in now, going to be using his own drink to try and heal himself up as he backs away. Casey Vet doing everything he can to keep the entire team healed up, just absolutely holding down the heal button. Okezia kills Luma. Nade gets a pick onto Huntsman. Okezia has his ultimate. Does catch Zarya off guard. Ults immediately to get the kill. Going to be running straight at the point now with the last few seconds of his ult. Has hook back up, trying to find it. Does find Shmeep, gets the hook, kill. Nade killed again by the shotgun. And Okezia absolutely popping off here. Misses the hook onto the Reaper, blocked by the Kiriko ability. However, Okezia finds it anyway. Kiriko left last on the point as Zarya tries to catch up. Gets him taken down by Okezia. Zarya almost hooked. Backs away. Blue Springs, their first possession of the round.
CBC stopped at 54% progress on the point.
Blue Springs now going to be taking a lethal offensive, but Nade immediately taken down. Even Noodles with 2. Casey Vet taken down by Joe, but they still have a man advantage.
Some amazing Sojourn plays from Blue Springs, managing to take out the Kiriko from CBC immediately after ulting.
And Joe is kept caught off on the side for so long that the majority of his team is now dead. Okezia going to try and find another hook here. Doesn't end up getting it. Blocked by the Kiriko ability once again. His own ult now, Blue Springs Kiriko ult will come out. Nade kills Casey Vet. Zarya ends up dying. Okezia immediately ults the second he gets it, trying to just knock everybody off the point. Buying as much time as he can. Ends up killing Sojourn off the map. A hook onto Lucio. Okezia doing so much for his team. Huntsman taking down Luma. And the score now just about to tie at 54 each. Blue Springs counting.
We're seeing a Zarya versus Roadhog as CBC attempts to push out back to the point. Blue Springs trying to negate them and keep them away. The Zarya running up the left side, hoping that it'll give them a height advantage.
Luma gets hooked, gets away with a single health. Does end up getting taken down. Huntsman going in for the dive, gets back to his team. Okezia gets a kill on E-doubled. Even Noodles onto Nade. 2 players left for CBC. Zarya and Lucio going to do everything they can to get back. Zarya Bubble is able to block the Roadhog hook. 10% left. Blue Springs just about to approach 90 in map 1. Blue Springs running as far forward as they can. Even Noodles takes down Luma. The Roadhog ult gonna mow into the team. Nade taken down. 3 players left for CBC, but they do contest in time. 2 players left. Are they gonna get the objective? They don't. It's contested. 1 dies. Lucio's the last player alive and taken down. 99% overtime ticking. Reaper just barely can't get there in time. Blue Springs High School, 1-0 lead in the finals. Play of the game by Okezia, doing so much at every step of the game here on this Roadhog. Gonna find this major pick on Zarya, ulting onto the point. Does end up knocking the Sojourn off the map and an immediate kill onto Shmeep. As again, Blue Springs 1-0 lead.
I saw a lot of very strong grouping from CBC. And on Blue Springs' side, I saw a very strong Roadhog with some good supports, but the supports mainly focused on the DPSs.
Both teams taking time to re-strategize for the upcoming maps, making sure they're all hydrated and ready for what is to come in the remainder of this grand finals here. As we do go ahead and take a look at the maps, same as we saw in the 3rd place match, Lijiang Tower going in favor of Blue Springs. Kings Road to come next with Route 66, New Queen Street, and Ilios. Thumbs up from Blue Springs. Looks like we have some thumbs up from CVC. Looks like we will be soon hopping into Game 2 on Kings Row. And we do indeed hop straight into Kings Row.
Ready for battle.
Going into Game 2 with 30 seconds left to prepare, it is 0-1 CBC to Blue Springs. CBC will be defending this match, playing as Zarya, Sojourn, Lucio, Reaper, and Kiriko. From Blue Springs, we're seeing a Pharah, who is taking damage in spawn. A Diva, who is, well, now we're seeing a Widowmaker, probably looking to take some shots at the beginning. A Lucio, a Reaper, a Kiriko, and a Roadhog.
A 360 by Even, not able to find anything. Does find some opening poke onto the Zarya.
CBC with a strong start, not looking to leave themselves open.
Huntsman very low, is able to get away on the Reaper. Okezia misses a hook, is going to heal up and walk it back. Roadhog does find a hook, isn't able to kill. A lot of nice poke, going to be getting very close to some of these ultimates. Zarya already at 80% for the Graviton, 90% now.
We're seeing Joe45, CBC Zarya go do a lot of back and forth to keep up a constant crowd control, and it seems to be working pretty well.
100 energy on the Zarya, has grab ready, does end up throwing it out, finds 2, trying to do as much damage as possible, but nobody's there to help follow it up. Okezia forcing every TBC player back, and he does find the Kiriko with the hook. Going back to try and help support his team, the Wraith form gets Reaper away for just a bit, but Luma does not get far. Joe hooked into the point, gets immediately one-tapped. Lucio trying to get poked down by Okezia. Okezia tanking the Sojourn AoE. And it looks like Blue Springs, not necessarily a team kill, but they do have the first control point here on King's Row.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
I see most of Blue Springs' team is advancing to fight CBC, while their Lucio radar is staying behind to push the payload.
Huntsman does find Luma on his flank. Oh, Okezia finds Nade with another hook, finding so many of these critical hooks, forcing the opposing team, in this case CBC, backwards. Saw this last game, or the last time Blue Springs played in their last series. Widowmaker ult comes out. They know where they're hiding. Does hit a hook. Not able to kill, though. The Zarya bubble comes in time. As punishment, Okezia ults Zarya into the wall, killing. Almost another hook, a bit too far. And one player still pushing the point. Just sat back.
We see that Nade has his ult ready. He has a lot that he can do with that.
CBC are now holding on to 4 ultimates. Lucio ult up in just a bit. Zarya ult coming up soon as well at 2/3 of the charge. However, Eben Noodles, 2 headshots, E-doubled and Luma taken down. CBC trying to run around to the point. However, it's not going to get far as it's not their point. Okezia now trying to find a hook. Waiting out some damage, trying to get Zarya. Use all the shields, and he does find Sojourn. Lucio on the point, taken down by Eben. Huntsman taking down Zarya as Blue Springs fort their way toward the checkpoint.
I'm seeing a full ult roster from CBC. They have a lot that they are working with. I'm sure that they can definitely keep that checkpoint away. They'll definitely have to play for time, seeing as Blue Springs has 4 minutes and 30 seconds to make the shortest checkpoint on this map.
Okezia hiding out next to the massive hole in the floor, seeing if he can get an environmental kill. Both Kiriko ults come out. Okezia kills Luma. Nade with the ult potentially can kill Huntsman. Graviton comes out. Okezia gonna make sure he stays alive. Does find a hook, kills the Kiriko. E-doubled falls. Nade kills Eben Noodles during the fight though. Shmeep kills Radar. Roadhog misses the hook. Okezia not able to get the next.
CBC used 3 of their ults in that fight. Took out quite a few members of Blue Springs, but just could not take out Okezia.
Another Widowmaker ult coming in, and he does find Shmeep. Gets bubbled in time, though. Okezia, 5% away from this ultimate. Trying to dive on these few players stuck in the top corner. Has hook in one, did end up missing. Wraith just barely got by it. And then Eben Noodles takes out Luma, second into the Death Blossom. Okezia has ult and hook ready. Hook blocked by a bubble. Okezia now just going to ult everybody as far away from the objective as he can, keeping them as far locked back as possible. Reaper ulting into a hiding spot. Huntsman hiding in this little room. They have to touch the point. 2 meters left. They do teleport on. Reaper makes it in time. 3 players now new with the Hammond. Huntsman takes down one. Okezia another. Joe's able to kill Huntsman with the ground slam though. Not necessarily over yet. Trying to kill Okezia in the front line. Kiriko ult comes in. Trying to jump now on the back line. Trying to take down the Widowmaker. Sees these massive picks coming in from Eben Noodles.
We're seeing the Wrecking Ball come in from CBC, and it is working pretty well for them. They managed to take out both supports on Blue Springs sides.
Does immediately all use the detonation minefield. Eben Noodles takes down the Tracer. Iconic on King's Row.
Regardless if Blue Springs makes the point now, CBC has definitely played for time this close to the end, and they've done it very well.
Okezia gets a pick on Luma. Huntsman gets a pick on Shmeep. Joe back on the Zarya now, changing off of that Wrecking Ball. KC Vet kills Nade. Okezia kills E-doubled. Joe 45, the last CBC player alive. And Blue Springs will take him down and get all 3 objectives with 2 minutes to spare.
Switching sides. Initiating match.
And just a few seconds left before we see the original, or the first teams for each of these rosters. Blue Springs keeping with the Roadhog, changing to a Cassidy, changing back off to a Sojourn, and a Junkrat with Mercy Kiriko. CBC holding true to what they've been using.
Good to see you. Hey. Good to see you.
Even Noodles is going to go set out a trap and a bomb right outside of the CBC spawn. Will be interesting to see if anyone falls for it. Potentially the Zarya tanking it with a bubble.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
No, they do get rid of him. Round now begins. A lot of poke coming in from every team, or every player. Okezia does get the first hook blocked by a Zarya bubble. Even Noodles takes down E-doubled. Okezia takes down Luma. Joe trades out for Huntsman. Okezia gets another onto Joe 45. And Even Noodles takes down Shmeep in the end. Nade, the last player here, does get down and kill the Mercy. Doesn't stop the res and gets hooked around a wall. Okezia taking down the Sojourn.
We could see Blue Springs deploy a similar tactic
Immediately
as
kills
to
the
what
Lucio.
CBC did, trying to hide around the statue, play crowd control, and it worked, but CBC pushed in extremely fast.
Even Noodles takes down Luma. And Okezia gonna be looking for another pick, has found so many on his own already. Misses the hook. Ults are coming up now, though, for both teams. Nade finds a kill onto KC Vet. They're going to try and go in with it. However, Even Noodles takes down E-doubled, goes in, Drip Tire finds 2. Even Noodles a triple kill. Okezia killing Luma on the back end. Joe 45 is able to kill Even Noodles. Okezia just standing on point. Zarya getting away with just a couple hundred health. Reveals himself to Okezia. Uses the Graviton Surge, does get one, does get Okezia out. Missing a tank and a DPS now. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. Joe 45, a triple kill almost on his own.
An extremely well-executed Zarya ult right there. Manages to take out 2, their main tank, which CBC has been struggling with, clearing up the point for them to get 2 ticks, possibly even 3. Seems Blue Springs has backed off.
And CBC do get the objective. This map is not over yet. Blue Springs spreading themselves out. Gonna try and follow up any hook Okezia makes. But will Okezia find his mark? Sees the Reaper, went for it, didn't peek out in time. Gonna have to heal him, walk away. Still holding on to the ultimate.
Right
Does
now,
pop the ult.
you can mainly see that each team was playing for that choke point there. And the second that CBC pushed in, Blue Springs
Okezia.
made a strong play to capitalize on it.
What am I missing?
So many massive hooks, finding a key target in almost every single fight now. Even the ones they've lost, still able to find some of these massive targets. Finds Luma there, not necessarily with a hook. Has another one up in 3 seconds. Going to be looking to find another one of the squishier players. As CBC have to go inside so as to stay away from the sight of Okezia's hook.
Blue Springs trying to take the upper advantage. CBC's tank, their Zarya, Joe 45, seems to be trying to clear out the upper level as well.
Does have a Graviton. Okezia does seem to be, he does get popped indeed before he can find anything. Sound Barrier comes out, 4-man Graviton Surge. What will it find, though? Finds one. They do find two. Evan Noodles takes out Luma on the back trade. Then Huntsman goes down as well. One gets away.
Almost a full team kill by CBC Zarya.
Blue Springs being led by the hooks and the plays made by Okezia. Joe 45 keeping CBC in this game. Finding so many massive plays. The 4-man Zarya ult here. The triple kill on his own earlier. Riptire does come out now. They haven't quite found it yet. Lurking on the top ropes. What will it find? Finds two. Finds the Ana and Zarya. Reaper ult comes out. Stunned by Okezia. Luma taken down. Nade taken down. And Lucio will live for CBC. Okezia emoting in the street.
That Tyre took out both their tank and one of their supports, leaving their other support and DPSs completely unguarded.
And now Okezia, will he find another target? Slept before his hook goes off. Is antied, but he will be able to heal up in time. 91% to the ult. Next hook coming up in just a second. Looking for a new target, but doesn't quite hit him in the back. Here we go, ult's coming out now. Hook onto Joe 45 is enough to kill. Trying to find Shmeep now, but absolute drifting on the Lucio. Able to get away in time. Already back to his spawn with that movement speed. A minute left. CBC have to get to the next point.
There's a very strong hook there and really, really solid movement from Shmeep.
Okezia waiting on a flank. I'm not even sure where he's hiding, but he is waiting.
Huntsman dying to the Sojourn with the assistance of Zarya.
Oh, the hog. Okezia caught out behind. Does kill Shmeep, though, before it happens.
Let's move this payload.
Riptire coming out. Even Noodle's gonna hold on to it for a sec. Goes in with it off the top rope, a triple kill. Joe 45 nade, E-doubled, all dead, a player of each role.
Tyre taking out the majority of their team.
Even Noodles kills Luma. 12 seconds left, and Okezia has his Roadhog ult. It's looking like that will spell the end of King's Row, unless Shmeep can fully speed by, but he cannot. Okezia celebrating as Blue Springs go up 2-0 in the grand finals. Even Noodles, a Junkrat play of the game. Likely what we saw right here at the end. It was indeed. Goes in, a triple kill. Comes out, saves his support. Drops down and helps kill Luma. As we take a look back at our teams, Blue Springs celebrating up 2-0 here in the grand finals. Once again, looking back at the maps, Lijiang Tower, Kings Row, both taken by the Blue Springs Wildcats. Route 66, the upcoming map. An escort map, full on offense, defense, escort. No objective points that must be taken.
We've seen some strong plays from both teams on escort maps. Route 66 also has a lot of strong vantage points, so I'm interested to see how each team performs. From the looks of it, we've got some subbing going on each teams, changing out a few members, doing some talking, possibly just small talk, maybe about the next game, the setup they're looking to go.
We do potentially have a few CBC substitutions as well. A couple players moving some cords around up out of their seats. As Blue Springs are getting settled in themselves, it looks like there's a new face or two up there. Both teams still presumably trying to make sure everyone can get in the lobby before we hop in here on Route 66 for Game 3.
Seeing as how it's gone, this could possibly be the final round of the state finals.
And the Winston is coming out on the Blue Springs side. The power of the Winston. Another look back at the maps again. Blue Springs up 2-0. Have taken both Lijiang Tower and Kings Row. Route 66 could potentially be the last match of Overwatch played here today if Blue Springs win. And if they don't, they have an opportunity to take it back on New Queen Street or Ilios, depending on how far CBC can attempt to come back, potentially pulling off a reverse sweep here in the grand finals. Both teams, of course, still looking to give it their absolute all and take home the title of being the best high school Overwatch team in the state of Missouri.
Seems like we're getting ready to go into what may be the final round. I'm excited to see if CBC can pull one under the rug, pull one from under the rug.
And here we go in Route 66. I believe that CBC defending first, Blue Springs attacking first. Of course, after the first round, we will swap and repeat the same with the roles flipped.
I've seen CBC with some extremely strong counters, and I'm sure that they can make it and win this round.
A Roadhog of their own. If you can't beat Okizia's Roadhog, then you join them.
We're seeing a Bastion, Mercy, the Roadhog, a Kiriko, and a Cassidy.
Changing the Roadhog over to a Doomfist. Several characters that have not made it into an actual game yet. We'll see if they all stay on the team after these next 6 seconds.
On CBC's side, I see a Roadhog counter and a Doomfist now from Okizia.
And Blue Springs have changed none of their characters. Going in, Doomfist and Cassidy, 2 characters that we have not seen yet. Bastion we saw a tiny bit of earlier.
I'm watching a Bastion with a Pocket Mercy going in.
Bastion gunning them, gunning down from the top corner. Joe tries to find a hook, almost dies doing so. Doesn't end up finding it, knocked off the roof. We'll try to flank around Cassidy, getting some early poke in. Joe has his heal back up. Will use it, putting himself back to full. No deaths yet. Okay, I take that back. Even Noodles takes down Edible Cheese. CBC loses their first player of the match.
An extremely strong Roadhog hook by Joe 45 right there. Almost killing the Doomfist from Blue Springs.
However, Okizia does stay alive, ends up getting a kill since then. Cassidy takes down Lucio, stuck him with the grenade. And Blue Springs looks like they have a very, very clean first checkpoint. Getting it just now, 5 minutes 15 on the clock.
Joe 45, from what I've been seeing, absolutely refusing to go down as Roadhog.
Configuration artillery available for the Bastion. Is going to end up deciding to use it here. Putting all 3 on the roof. Ends up missing all of those players up there, dropped off. Cassidy ult's gonna come out. Huntsman, see what he can find. Doesn't sound like anything. Edible Cheese taking down KC Vet. Blue Springs their first deaths of this fight. Losing 3 now. Cassidy and Mercy both going down as well. Okizia gets the Roadhog out of the way, but Nade takes Okizia back down for a retrade. Blue Springs still 4 minutes on the second checkpoint. Plenty of time to go.
Back there was a perfect utilization of Sojourn's abilities. He wouldn't have been able to stop the Mercy played by Toasted Oreo in time if he had not used the ability.
Joe 45 changing over to Zarya, even Noodles changing over to Roadhog, both keeping that 30% of their ultimate. Okizia takes down Nade. Okizia back off the Doomfist onto his Roadhog. Both teams decided their first checkpoint comp was not working out, making some serious changes. However, Okizia finding Edible Cheese.
2 Kiriko ults out there, a Mercy ult.
And Blue Springs back onto the Roadhog, back to dominating every opponent in their way. Okizia finding hooks, buffed by damage, or the Bastion, not Bastion, sorry, that do not have a Bastion anymore. However, various buff, even Noodles, 2 quick kills on the sniper that is Hanzo in CBC's spawn.
I'm seeing a lot of very nice change-ups. We have Joe 45 back on Zarya, Eben Noodles playing as Hanzo, and Okizia is back to Roadhog.
Zarya does have the Graviton, Okizia getting pocketed by the Mercy, does end up dying, falling. Graviton Surge is available if needed. However, the second checkpoint has already been gotten. The time here is for not the spawns are right outside. Edible Cheese takes down another, Joe takes down another. But again, the spawns are literally right here.
We're seeing a very strong pushback from CBC.
Even Noodles trying to find whatever damage he can. Trying to farm up toward another dragon. Graviton Surge does come in, not immediately followed though. Reaper tries to jump into it, does find 4 Edible Cheese. Joe finds the 5th, jumping in late on the Graviton Surge, but still gets the value.
An extremely well executed team kill from CVC.
Coming out, the Zarya ult potentially could be argued was a tiny bit early, but Edible Cheese still got there in the end, taking down 4 players. Joe found the 5th. Okezia now here on the top left, holds the hook, does also just go a tiny bit early, will immediately use his own ult. Even Noodles somewhere else taking down the Kiriko. Blue Springs on the last push. 1 second on the hook, Shmeep jumps over it. Eben Noodles takes down Edible Cheese.
Looking at this round, CBC is not willing to go down without a fight.
CBC trying to regroup here. They do have several ults available to them, holding on to the Kiriko, the Lucio, and the Sojourn. Casey Vet trying to heal back from the point, making sure the more players on the point, the quicker it goes. Kiriko ult will go in, however, a lot of damage coming out. Huntsman finds one with the Cassidy ult. Okezia finds Edible Cheese, presumably with a hook. Trying to go in now, Cassidy doing as much damage as possible, but Joe takes him down. Another Graviton possible, does put it in. Floating into the air, Okezia cannot die, too tanky. Mercy absolute pocketing. Even Noodles gets 1, gets 2, the Hanzo on the top rope. Okezia finds Reaper. Joe trying to do whatever he can, finding the best target. But if he goes on the Hanzo, Okezia gets a kill. If he goes on Okezia, the Hanzo gets a kill.
Joe 45 trying to keep an upper ankle and take out everybody that he can, full well knowing that without their Roadhog, the DPSs...
Even Noodles headshot onto the Tracer, and CBC, last player is the Reaper on the point, immediately knocked away. Okezia's ult takes him down. Shmeep hooked, killed, sacrificed. Blue Springs have reached the end of the map. If CBC, the Christian Brothers College, cannot make it all the way down Route 66, then Blue Springs High School will be your champions here in the MOSEF Overwatch State Finals.
An extremely impressive back and forth happening right there.
Both teams recognizing when they need to change the compositions. Both teams changing their tanks roughly pretty much after the first objective was taken, changing over Blue Springs back to their iconic Roadhog. Okezia has done so much, including in just this Route 66 match, to help pave their way to a 2-0 lead in the finals with a very hefty advantage going into the third map, second half. CBC, a couple of new characters, not a couple, but Orisa has not been seen much. Saw it earlier against Blue Springs on Gibraltar.
Watch your language. It's all about life's little pleasures.
And Blue Springs, it looks like they will be pushing up slightly further than most teams. Not sitting on top of the gas station. Are going to be looking for a massive sabotage, I assume is a better word.
On
Dynamite goes off
CBC,
the
I'm
second
seeing
door
the
opens.
change in tanks once again. I'm seeing an Orisa, and for Blue Springs, there is now an Ashe.
Okezia's hook goes short. The Fortify, potentially a major advantage in trying to take down this Roadhog. Always stand in front of everybody else and Fortify when he throws it. Throws another Javelin on top of the gas station. It does hit. Trying to knock him away. Joe 45 keeping Okezia away. Mercy's pocketing, has his own heals. Does use it. Kiriko keeps him invulnerable for a short amount of time. The fight continues. Okezia finds E-doubled. Trying to find on the Reaper. Joe 45 takes down Huntsman.
Joe 45 with an extremely strong push, both on Okezia and their Reaper Huntsman.
Okezia trying to hook the fortified Orisa, isn't able to do anything. Joe 45 takes him down.
Joe 45 on a complete roll. They're making great progress towards getting this checkpoint.
Okezia revived by the Mercy, back in the fight. Huntsman takes down Okezia's worst enemy, trying now, heals himself back up, pocketed by the Mercy. Will ult all the players of CBC together, then ult them all into the same wall, trying to find a kill. Doesn't end up doing it with his ultimate. Hook goes just wide. However, Eben able to find it. Nade finds a trade onto Huntsman. Okezia finds a hook onto Nade. Reaper ult comes in. Isn't able to do enough damage to kill Okezia. And Edible Cheese able to take down Okezia. Even Noodle summons in Bob. Does end up dropping. Bob is contesting the objective, but CBC will take it. Now, 4 minutes 45, 30 seconds less than Blue Springs to get to the next checkpoint.
We see that Eben Noodles has changed back to Sojourn. Blue Springs has a Mercy ult on deck, and CBC is ready for their Orisa ult.
Joe 45 almost getting picked off by Okezia. Coming down, gonna be looking for a hook. Crouch walking. Doesn't find Schmied, gets knocked away mid-throw. Stunned, tries to heal himself, can't get it off in time, goes down. Nade kills him. Joe trying to put some damage here onto this top row. Joe getting now his own healing as CBC continue to push this payload.
The Orisa plays from CBC are just enough to tip the scales into their advantage. They're getting amazing support, their DPSs are doing well, and now that they have Orisa out on the field, their team comp fits it perfectly.
Both Kiriko ults coming out, both Reapers advanced attack speeds, trying to get as much damage in on the tanks as possible. One Reaper ult comes out. It looks like Huntsman will end up going down. Joe 45 takes control, running into everyone, trying to group everybody up for a large burst of damage. Orisa ult comes out.
We see a Mercy ult coming out as well.
Joe takes down one. Edible Cheese traded out by Eben Noodles. Okezia did change over to Zarya, decided that the Roadhog wasn't going to work out. Is being pocketed on the floor, 80% to an ultimate. Being full pocketed, oh, but the Mercy taken down by Nade. Edible Noodles, Okezia, both gonna fall soon. Okezia, or rather Eben Noodles, able to take one down before dying. Okezia gets another, Huntsman another. Blue Springs defend. Edible Cheese backing to regroup with his team. Blue Springs with Okezia on the Zarya now have found some minor success in this first fight.
We're seeing Okezia now as Zarya.
Joe 45 falling.
A very strong push from the
Noodles
Zarya
too.
and Sojourn on Blue Springs side. They are able to take out Joe 45 playing as Orisa.
Blue Springs, a successful defense so far. If they can continue that defense for 2 more minutes, then they will be your champions. Christian Brothers College, CBC doing everything they can to stop that from happening.
CBC has a few ults up and a very strong team composition. All they have to do is push that checkpoint a little bit over and keep going for it.
Blue Springs on the high ground on top of the building. Oh, Nade finds a headshot on the Huntsman. Kiriko ult comes down for CBC. Edible Cheese, 2, 3-mans at the Death Blossom. Taking it away. CBC, 1 player left. It's Eben Noodles, or Blue Springs with a player left. Eben Noodles not able to do enough. And they get the checkpoint. 2 minutes 40. CBC must make it all the way to the end in order to keep the series going.
This checkpoint is a lot shorter, and it will take shorter time to reach. The only issue being that Blue Springs spawn is right there, and they will get back in a lot faster.
CBC have to get that extra 54 meters, not only for the map, not only for the match, not only for the series, but for the entire tournament to continue. Blue Springs looking to secure their quick 3-0 win. Everything's coming out. Joe 45, a double kill with the ult. Nade, another kill. KC Vet's down. Okizia's down. Huntsman is down. Trying to kill everybody possible. CBC looking to deny the game. Okizia changes over to the Wrecking Ball. Mercy dies on Toasted Oreo. Evan Noodles dies on the back.
CBC making an aggressive team push. They are grouped extremely well.
Everything is coming out. Blue Springs trying to end the game here. Huntsman still holding on to this Death Blossom. Getting on top of the point. Getting very low health. Does have Raid form, full healed back up. Gonna try and stay safe, knowing he has his own Death Blossom ready whenever he needs it. Even Noodles getting dived on. Joe 45 finds 2 picks. Edible Cheese finds another. Huntsman, however, still has the Reaper ult on the point. Will he try to use it here? He does indeed. What can he find? The Orisa will carry him away. And CBC do not get it yet. 1.73 meters to go. Tracer on the point. Hammond on the point. Okizia, what can he do? CBC has a Kiriko ult, doing everything they can. Okizia trying not to lose just yet, but it will go to overtime.
An amazing final push from CBC. Tying up the game and giving themselves the opportunity to win this match, hopefully extending the championship fights.
And here we go, CBC first on the attack, just a minute to go. Once that minute ends, an overtime will begin, and no more time can be added to the clock, even with the taking of a checkpoint. CBC have a minute and overtime to go as far as possible. Blue Springs afterwards will look to do that with double time.
Ready for battle.
Blue Springs getting ready to defend as Wrecking Ball, Genji, Lucio, Kiriko, and Sojourn. From CBC, we're seeing the Orisa, Sojourn, Lucio, Reaper, and Kiriko once again.
Croissant. Croissant. I've got a few tricks. Murphy.
5 seconds left until the first half of overtime begins. CBC, Orisa, Sojourn, Reaper, Lucio, Kiriko going as far as they can with a minute. Okizia on the flank, 4-man knockup. Even Noodles takes down Nate immediately.
CBC looking to push as far as possible and then be able to contest for time. They're going to want to push pretty far, considering Blue Springs has almost 2 times
Joe
the amount of
45
time.
takes down Huntsman.
We're seeing the Orisa, Joe 45, playing very offensively.
"20 seconds left before overtime begins. CBC halfway to the first checkpoint. Okizia trying to do everything he can. They need to win one fight once overtime goes, trying to get his ultimate. Orisa on the ceiling, trying to keep Even Noodles away. 4 seconds, 3, overtime has now begun. CBC must stay on the point until their push is over. Okizia 3% away from an ult. 2%, gonna get a healing. 4, 5 players on the point, every CBC player on the point. Detonation Minefield comes out, what will it find? It'll find 1, Even Noodles finds 2, Okizia finds 3, 2 players left for CBC, Okizia finds 4 and 5. 69.85 meters. If Blue Springs can get to 0.86, they will win and be your champions.
Blue Springs with that final push, managing to get a team kill and keeping CBC from getting the point.
Initiating match.
CBC now has to keep Blue Springs away from the point that they got to. If Blue Springs reaches that point, it will be over.
It'll be interesting to see what comps both teams come out with. CBC have to hold this first checkpoint, even more than that, with the first 2 minutes and overtime.
CBC sticking to the same comp, Blue Springs changing out Eben Noodles for Hanzo. Still with their other DPS, Huntsman, undetermined.
Blue Springs still trying to decide what all they're going to play. Okizi, of course, on his Roadhog. Eben Noodles, it looks like they're going to be going with a Hanzo. Farah, and then a Pharmacy with the Mercy and a Kiriko.
5, 4,
Going to do everything they can to get Okizi as much as possible. CBC taking a sneaky approach.
stop the pain.
Jumping on to Kiriko, trying to find the pick.
We're seeing immediate aggression from CBC. The Orisa jumping down immediately.
No players dead yet. Okizi, a first down. Eben Noodles takes away the Kiriko. Both Kirikos gone. Sojourn dead for CBC. The Mercy dead for Blue Springs. However, the Blue Springs spawn is right here.
Undeniable back and forth immediately. CBC taking the advantage.
CBC have distance to run after death. Blue Springs are right here. Oh, Kizia finds the long-range snipe on a Joe 45. Casey Vet onto Schmidt. Toasted Oreo reviving Hanzo.
We're seeing a Mercy revive there.
50 meters away from being the best high school Overwatch team in the state of Missouri. A minute to get there.
This may be the last chance CBC has to contest.
20 meters remaining. Okizia finds Sojourn. Farah knocks them off of the gas station. Okizia finds another. Can't quite kill it, though. Staying with the point. 9 more meters.
If CBC cannot contest, they are less
Final
than 2
5
meters
meters.
away from the point.
0.5 meters. The game is within half a meter. CBC have the point right now. However, Hanzo Farah ult come in. Rocket Barrage and the Hanzo ult. Even Noodles finds 3. Huntsman another. And all 5 players will die.
Point.
Blue Springs High School are the best Overwatch team in the state of Missouri in high school.
The game goes to Blue Springs High School.
Hogged all of their ults. Okizia, who better for a play of the game? Absolutely going to be this first overtime here. Detonation Minefield finds 1, finds 2. He finds a 3rd. The Minefield finds a 4th. And Blue Spring High School are your MOSEF Overwatch High School State Champions.
I believe it was the power of the Winston
The power
plushie.
of Winston.
We saw some amazing plays from both teams there. CBC, very strong tank plays, amazing DPS plays. They had a great support. Same can be said for Blue Springs.
Overall, Lijiang Tower, Kings Row, and Route 66. Blue Springs able to win 3-0, but CBC still put up an amazing fight. Blue Springs just able to barely take the edge across all 3 maps. And they do lead now a 3-0 sweep in the championships. CBC, after beating Tigers Dios, make it to the finals. Blue Springs defeating Hickman, and then Blue Springs taking CBC here in the finals.
It seems that our final placement is Blue Springs High School, first place. Second place is Christian Brothers High School College, I believe. CBC. Third place would be, is that?
Lindberger in 3rd.
Limburg, yes.
Tigers Dios 4th, and Hickman High School. You're still top 5 teams in the entire state. Amazing performances all day from every single team here.
A ridiculous amount of back and forth from both teams. A very great performance today.
As the main lights in the building do return, I'm not sure if we're going straight to the trophy celebration or if we will be taking a quick break before then. As we are back here at the caster's desk, Blue Springs High School, despite only playing 2 sets or 2 series, managing to come out on top after defeating CBC in the finals.
This has been the High School State Overwatch Championship, I suppose, hosted by MOSEF. Our shoutcasters for today have been myself, Autobionics.
And myself, Xander. And I suppose if we're going to break, that'll happen about now.